Chapter 17 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 17. Extremes Meet. Kate raised herself on an elbow and looked out through the open window above her bunk where the first streak of dawn was showing. The soft air was redolent of things growing and the pungent odor of sagebrush. The bush birds were chirping furiously. All the soul-stirring magic of spring in the foothills was in its perfection, but it conveyed nothing to Kate save the fact that another day was beginning in which to get through the work she had outlined. She was like that now, practical, driving, sparing neither herself nor others, apparently without sentiment or any outside interest. Her sheep and that which pertained to them seemed to fill her whole horizon. The interior of the wagon alone was sufficient to disclose the change in Kate. As the growing light made the dim outlines clearer, it brought out on the floor and the side benches a promiscuous clutter that contained nothing suggesting a feminine occupant. There was no scroll-work and soap on the window now. On the contrary, the glass badly needed washing. No decorative advertisement, no bouquet above the mirror, or festal juniper thrust between the oak boughs and the canvas. A pile of market reports and sheep growers' journals replaced the fashion magazines, while the shelves that had contained romances and histories were filled with books on wool growing. The floor space and side benches were occupied by new horseshoes, a can of paint, sheep shears, a lard bucket filled with nails and staples, boxes of rifle ammunition, riding boots and articles, a halter, and a broken bridle. It all said plainly that the wagon represented only a place for sleep and shelter, yet, since she had no other, it was home to the sheep woman. Kate raised herself higher on her elbow and called sharply, "Bowers!" A sleepy response came from somewhere. "It's daylight. Hurry!" Bowers's voice, plaintive but stronger, answered. "I'd be 10 pounds heavier if it wasn't for that word hurry." Kate smiled faintly. Complaining and threatening to mutiny was to Bowers merely a form of recreation, and Kate knew that nothing short of a charge of dynamite could blast Bowers loose from his beloved wagon. He spoke invariably of the ranch as our outfit, and he could not have been more faithful if their interests had been identical, though he missed no occasion to declare that it robbed a man of his self-respect to work for a woman. The chief complaint of Kate's herders was against her brusque, imperious manner and her exactions, which took no account of their physical limitations. Fatigue, weather, long hours without food or sleep under trying conditions were never excuses to satisfy her for the slightest neglect of duty or any error of judgment which worked to her disadvantage. She seemed to regard them as human machines, and they felt it. All save Bowers obeyed without liking her. Headquarters was still on the original homestead, but they had grown since they had consisted of Kate's sheep wagon, Mormon Joe's teepee, and a 10-by-12 cook tent. Now it looked like a canvas village when first seen through the willows, for there was a dining tent connected with the cook tent by a fly, and near it a commissary tent, where were heaped supplies, saddles, harnesses, and all that it was needful to keep under shelter, while around the tents was a semicircle of sheep wagons. There was a substantial horse corral, and across the creek the sheep pens had tripled in size, with a row of well-built shearing pens beside them. Under a long shed with a corrugated iron roofing there were sacks of wool piled to a height which gave Kate a feeling of deep satisfaction each time she passed them. Everything showed thrift, economy, a practical intelligence, and a Spartan disregard for personal comfort. The camp was as devoid of luxuries and superfluities as an Indian village, and on a hillside where the afternoon sun lay longest there was a sunken grave enclosed in wire. Here Mormon Joe was turning to dust, unavenged, forgotten nearly by all save a handful. Kate felt that she had every reason to be satisfied with her progress and to congratulate herself upon the judgment she had displayed in continuing to raise sheep for their fleece when the price of wool was nil practically, and every discouraged grower in the state, including the astute Neifkins, was putting in black faces that were better for mutton. Now a protective administration was advancing the price of wool, and when she sold she would have a reward for her courage. She had been the first to import a few of the coarser wool sheep from Canada, and the experiment had proved that they were especially adapted to the rocky mountainous range of that section. The Rambouillets she purchased had kept fat where the Merinos had lost weight on the same feed. The ewes had sheared on an average of close to 12 pounds, and the bucks more than 15, a few as high as 25, and now she wanted more of them. Thus circumstances seemed to have diverted her tastes into new channels entirely. As she had once yearned for clothes and companionship and happiness, she now with the same intensity wanted sheep, and more sheep, and better sheep. Little by little, too, and unobtrusively, she was acquiring scrip land, lieu land, long-time leases, patented homesteads, and the water holes which controlled ranges. To do all this meant the elimination of every unnecessary expenditure, and she denied herself cheerfully, wearing clothes that were no better than her herders, shabby, sometimes to grotesqueness. The coming autumn she would have old ewes and wetter lambs to ship sufficient to cover her expenses, while the sale of her wool at present prices would enable her to grade up her herds to a point that would be approximately where she would have them. She had seen too many hard winters and short ranges ever again to be over sanguine, but she knew that unless some unprecedented loss came to her, she was well on the way to the fulfillment of her ambition. A few good years, and the Sheep Queen of Bitter Creek would no longer be a title of derision. But these thoughts were her secrets, and she had no confidants. Bowers was the nearest approach to one, but even he knew nothing of the incentive which made her seemingly tireless herself and possessed of a driving energy that made all who worked for her fully earn their wages. Bowers was preparing breakfast by lamplight when Kate clanged the triangle of iron to awaken two herders asleep in their tarps under the willows. They crawled out in the clothes in which they had slept, disheveled and grumbling. They breakfasted by lamplight, seated on benches on either side of the long table improvised from boards and cross pieces of 2x4s. There was no tablecloth, and the dishes were of agate ware, as formerly. Kate ate hurriedly and in silence, but the usual airy persiflage went on between Bowers and the herders. "It nearly froze ice this morning," Bowers observed, by way of making conversation. "I was so cold that I had to shiver myself into perspiration before I could get breakfast." "I slept chilly all night," said Bunch, and added, looking askance at his erstwhile bedfellow, "there ain't no more heat in Oleson than a rattler." "Looks like you'd steal yourself a blanket somewhere," Bowers commented. "I wouldn't have slept the fore part of last night anyhow," Bunch said pointedly. "I hope I didn't keep you awake with my singing." Bowers's voice expressed a word of solicitude. "Was that you making that comical noise?" Bunch elevated his brows in astonishment. "I thought one of the horses was down and choking." Bowers slammed a pyramid of pancakes upon the table. "Why don't you take a shovel, Bunch?" he demanded. "You're losing time eating with your knife and fingers." These sweat pads of yours would be pretty fair if it weren't for the lumps of soddy a fellow always biting into," the herder commented. "Maybe you'd rather do the cooking so you can get 'em to suit you," Bowers retorted, nettled. "Oh, I ain't kicking. I lived with Injuns a year, and I can eat anything." "You got manners like a pet coon." Bowers eyed the herder with disfavor as the person shoved a cake into his mouth with one hand and reached for the molasses jug with the other. Kate paid no attention to this amiable exchange of personalities, for while she ate with the men she seldom took part in the conversation. Now she said, rising: "Stack the dishes, Bowers, and come over and help us." "Yes, Bowers," Bunch mocked when Kate was well out of hearing. "Come over and run down 50 or 60 sheep, and wrastle a few 300-pound bucks, and drag around several wool sacks, and halter break that 2-year-old colt while you're resting." Bowers resented instantly any criticism of Kate by the herders, but he himself saw and regretted the change in her. Occasionally he wished that he dared remind her of the old adage that molasses catches more flies than vinegar, for there were times when she made difficulties for herself by her brusqueness, antagonizing where it would have been as easy to engender a feeling of friendliness. She was more interesting, perhaps, but less lovable, and this Bowers felt vaguely. The work that morning went slowly. Bunch and Oleson moved with exasperating deliberation and made stupid blunders. The brunt of the labor fell upon Bowers and Kate, who soon were grimy with dust and perspiration. As the sun rose higher, so did Kate's temper, and her voice grew sharper and more imperious every time she spoke to the shirkers. The fact that the present task was necessary because of carelessness on their part did not tend to increase her tolerance. Bunch, herding a band of yearlings, had allowed them to get back to their mothers. To allow a mix was one of the supreme offenses, and the herders knew that only necessity ever made Kate overlook it. If new men had been available, both Bunch and Oleson would have received their time checks quickly. Kate had been at the Dodge gate until she was dizzy. Her eyes ached with the strain of watching the chute, and her arm ached with the strain of slamming the gate to and fro, which cut them into their proper divisions. The last sheep were through finally, but not until the sun was high and the heat made exertion an effort. "There are some yearlings in there that belong in the bum bunch, and 6 or 8 wrong earmarks. We'll have to catch them." Kate set the example by walking in among them, and immediately a cloud of dust arose as the frightened sheep ran bleating in a circle. Above the din Kate's voice rose sharp and imperative as her trained eye singled out the sheep she wanted. "There, Oleson, that one. Bowers, catch that lame one. Hold that sheep with the sore mouth, Bunch, till I look at it." The sheep dodged and piled up in one end of the corral to the point of suffocation, then around and around in a dizzy circle, with Kate and the herders each intent on the particular sheep he was bent on catching. In the midst of it a laugh, feminine, musical, amused, rang out above the turmoil. Kate looked up quickly. Her swift glance showed her the figure of a man and a girl leaning over the gate at the far end of that division. She frowned slightly. "Bunch," curtly, "tell those people to stand back." Bunch waved his hand and yelled bluntly, "Get back further." Again the light feminine laugh reached Kate, and her lips tightened as she thought cynically, "Dudes from the Scissor Ranch over to look at the freak woman sheep herder." Disston winced a little. Kate might misunderstand and take offense at Beth Rathburn's laughter. But Kate ignored, then forgot them, until Bowers, working at the end of the corral, came back and jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "That fellow wants to speak to you." Kate looked up impatiently, hesitated, wiped her face on the sleeve of her forearm, and walked over without great alacrity. As she went forward, Kate looked only at the girl, who, cool and dainty in her sheer white muslin, her face reflecting the glow from the pink silk lining of her parasol, small of stature and as exquisitely feminine as a Dresden china shepherdess, was her direct antithesis. Kate's divided skirt was bedraggled, a rent showed in the sleeve of her blouse, her riding boots were shabby, and the fingers were out of her worn gauntlets. Her hat was white with the dust of the corral, her hair disheveled, and her face, still damp with perspiration, was grimy. But somehow she managed to be picturesque and striking. Her clothes could not hide the long, beautiful curves of her tall figure, and she carried herself very erect, with something dignified and authoritative in her manner, while her wide, free gestures were the movements of independence and self-reliance. Disston, looking at her eagerly and intently as she came closer, noted the changes the years had made were chiefly in her expression. The friendly candor of her eyes was replaced by a look that was coldly speculative, and her lips that had smiled so readily now expressed determination. Her whole bearing was indicative of concentration, singleness of purpose and patience, or, more strictly, a dogged endurance. These things Disston saw in his swift scrutiny before she recognized him. She stopped abruptly, her eyes widened, and her lips parted in astonishment. "Hughie!" She went forward swiftly, her eyes shining with the glad welcome he remembered and all her old-time impetuosity of manner. Then she checked herself as suddenly. She did not withdraw the hand she had extended, but the smile froze on her lips and all the warmth went out of her greeting. She added formally, "I wasn't expecting to see anyone I knew. You surprised me." Wondering at her change of manner, he laughed as he shook hands with her. "I hope to. It's one of the things I've been looking forward to." Beth Rathburn was looking not at Kate but at Disston when he introduced them. She could not remember when she had seen him so animated, so genuinely glad. "I've been enormously interested. However do you do it?" Miss Rathburn said in her cool drawl, while she studied Kate's face curiously. "It's my business," Kate replied simply, regarding her with equal interest. "And you live out here by yourself, without any other woman? Aren't you lonely?" "I'm too busy." "You work with the men just like one of them?" "Just like a man," Kate repeated evenly. "It is quite wonderful." Beth subtly conveyed the impression that on the contrary she thought it was dreadful. Kate drew back her head a little and looked at her visitor. "Is it?" coolly. "And Hugh never told me a word about you. He's been so reticent." She laid her fingertips upon his arm in a proprietary fashion, while a sly malice shone through the mischievousness of her smile. Disston colored. Kate replied ironically, "Perhaps he is one of those who do not boast of their acquaintance with sheepherders." "Kate!" he protested vigorously. She regarded him with a faint, inscrutable smile until Bowers interrupted. "How many bells should I put on them yearlings?" "1 and 50, and cut those 5 wethers out of the ewe herd. Catch those yearling ewes with the wether earmark and change them to the shoestring." "What do you want done with that feller in the pen?" "Saw his horn off, and I'll throw him into the buck herd later." "Where will Oleson hold his sheep?" "Well up the creek, and if he lets them mix again—" "He says he can't do nothing without a dog," Bowers ventured. "Then he'd better quit right now, you can tell him." Kate's voice was curt, incisive, her tone final. "He can't use a dog with these Rambouillets. They're high strung, nervous, different from the merinos. Anyway, I won't have it." She swung about to indicate that the conversation was ended. "That's all Greek to me. Do you understand it, you?" Miss Rathburn's lofty drawl, her faintly patronizing manner, all indicated amusement. "I don't know much about sheep," he admitted. "Do you know, to Kate, with all her social manner, you are deliciously unique." Kate, who detected the sneer but had no social manner to meet it, asked brusquely, "In what way?" "You're so—" She hesitated for a word and seemed to search her vocabulary for the right one. "So strong-minded." Kate's eyes were sparkling. "If by that you mean intelligent, I thank you for the compliment, and I'm sorry that I can't—" She checked herself, but the inference was clear that she intended to add, "return it." Miss Rathburn's fair skin became a deeper pink than ever a pink-lined parasol warranted, while Kate addressed herself to Disston exclusively. Disston had listened in dismay. Whatever was the matter? In truth it must be, he told himself, that women were natural enemies. He never had seen this feline streak in Beth to recognize it, and he had felt instinctively that on Kate's side from the first glance she had not liked her visitor. To Beth Rathburn it was ridiculous that Disston should take seriously this girl who, at the moment, was considerably less presentable than any one of their own servants, that he should treat her with all the deference he showed to any woman of his acquaintance, as if she were of his own class exactly. And a worse offense was his obviously keen interest in her. It was a new sensation for the Southern girl to be ignored, or at least omitted from the conversation, and each second her resentment grew, though the underlying cause was that she felt herself overshadowed by Kate's stronger personality. To remind Disston of his remissness, she walked over to a pen where Bowers, astride a powerful buck, saw in hand, was having his own troubles. She returned almost immediately, shuddering prettily. "He's sawing that sheep's horn off. Doesn't it hurt?" "Not nearly so much as letting it grow to put its eye out." "I presume you do that, too." The girl's eyes and tone were mocking. "Oh, yes, I do everything that's necessary." There was something savage in Kate's composure as she turned directly and looked at her. "I have sheared sheep when I had no money to pay herders, slept out in the hills, on the ground, on a saddle blanket, with my saddle for a pillow. I've made my underwear out of flour sacks and my skirts of denim. I've lived on cornmeal and salt pork and dried apples and rabbits for months at a time. I eat and hobnob with sheep herders from one year's end to the other. I'm out with a drop bunch in the lambing season, and I brand the bucks myself on the nose, burn them with a hot iron. I'll send you word when I'm going to do it again, and you can come over. It's enormously amusing. Just wait a minute. Come over to the fence here, and I'll show you something. I'm even more deliciously unique than you imagine." She walked to the gate and vaulted it easily. Hughie and Beth could do no less than follow as far as the fence, while Kate stood searching the band of sheep that milled about her. When she found what she sought, she made one of her swift swoops, caught the sheep by the hind legs, and threw it with a dexterous twist. Then, holding it between her knees, she took a knife from her pocket and tested the edge of the blade with her thumb. The girl at the fence cried, aghast, "Oh, what's she going to do?" Then she clutched Disston's arm and stared in fascinated horror while Kate earmarked the sheep and released it. "She's barbarous, horrible, impossible." "You brought it on yourself, Beth," he reminded her in a low tone. "You goaded her." "And you defended her," she demanded furiously. "Take me away from here. I'm nauseated." "I'll say good bye. You go on, and I'll join you." He vaulted the fence and went up to Kate, who was going on with her work and ignoring them. "Kate," he put out his hand, "I'm sorry." She disregarded it and turned upon him, her eyes blazing. "Don't you bring any more velvet-pawed kittens here to sharpen their claws in me." "Kate," earnestly, "I wouldn't have been the means of hurting you for anything I can think of." "I'm not hurt," she retorted. "I'm mad." "I'm coming to see you again, alone, next time. I want to know why you did not answer my letters. I want to know lots of things. Why you're so different. What has changed you so much?" "And you imagine I'll tell you?" she asked dryly. "You wouldn't?" She shrugged a shoulder. "I don't babble any longer." "It's nothing to you whether I come or not?" "I'm very busy." He looked at her for a moment in silence. Then he held out his hand once more. "I'm disappointed in you." "Are you, Hughie?" she said indifferently, as she took his hand without warmth. "Bowers," her tone was energetic and businesslike as she turned sharply, "come here and help me earmark the rest of these yearlings." Disston stood for a moment, feeling himself dismissed and already forgotten, yet conscious, with a rush of emotion which startled him, that in spite of the fact that her dress, speech, manner, occupation, mode of life violated every ideal and tradition, she appealed to him powerfully, stirred him as had no other woman. She aroused within him an enveloping tenderness, a desire to protect her, though she seemed the last woman who needed or cared for either. When Oleson with the ewes and lambs was well up the creek, Kate gave Bunch his parting instructions. "Let them spread out more. You Montana herders feed too close. It's a fault with all of you. Can't you see the grass is different here? Use your head a little. Got plenty of cartridges? I saw cat tracks in a patch of sand along the creek yesterday. He got 8 lambs in his last raid on Oleson's band. I'll have to put out some poison." She walked slowly across the foot log after the last lamb had leaped bleeding through the gate. She inspected her boots, noting that one heel had run over, and looked at her gauntlets with the fingers protruding. Then, when she stepped inside the wagon, she walked straight to the mirror and stared at her reflection, disheveled, her face frankly dirty, about her neck a handkerchief that was faded and unbecoming, a mouth that drooped a little with fatigue, her whole face wearing an expression of determination that she realized might very easily become hard. A few more years of work and exposure and she would be grim-featured and hopelessly weather-beaten. No wonder that girl had looked at her as though she were some curious alien creature with whom she had nothing at all in common, and Hughie had said he was disappointed in her. This was Katie Prentice, she said to herself, Katie Prentice, for whom the future, to which she had looked forward eagerly, had been another word for happiness. The Katie Prentice who had tripped in and out of that air castle of her building, looking like this girl that Hughie had brought with him. Now this image was a realization. Just for a fraction of a second the corners of her mouth twitched, her chin quivered, then she raised it defiantly. "To do what you set out to do, that's the great thing. Nothing else matters." She slammed the door behind her and untied her horse from the wagon wheel. "Come on, Cherokee. We'll go and see what that Nebraskan's doing." The Nebraskan was standing on a hilltop when she first saw him, facing the east, and as motionless as the monument of stones beside him. His sheep were nowhere visible. As Kate rode closer, the same glance that disclosed the band of sheep showed her a coyote creeping down the side of the draw in which they were feeding. She reached instantly for her carbine and drew it from its scabbard, but she was not quick enough to shoot it before it had jumped for the lamb it had been stalking. The coyote missed his prey, but the lamb, which had been feeding a little apart from the others, ran into the herd with a terrified bleat, and the whole band fled on a common impulse. The coyote followed the lamb it had singled out through all its twistings and turnings, but maneuvering to work it to the outside where it could cut the lamb away from the rest and pull it down at its leisure. Kate dared not shoot into the herd, and after a second's consideration as to whether or not to follow, she thrust the rifle back into its scabbard and turned her horse up the hill. Even the sound of hoofs did not rouse the herder from his deep absorption. His hands were hanging at his sides, and his mouth was partially open. He was staring toward the east with unblinking eyes, and with as little evidence of life as though he had died standing. "What are you looking at, Davis?" He whirled about, startled. "I was calculating that Nebrasky must lay about in that direction." He pointed to a pass in the mountains. "A little homesick, aren't you?" Her voice was ominously quiet. "Don't know whether I'm homesick or bilious. When I gets one I generally gets the other." "You were wondering just then what your wife was doing that minute, weren't you?" Her suavity deceived him, and he grinned sheepishly. "Something like that, maybe." "You are married, then?" The herder began to see where he was drifting. "Practically," he replied ambiguously. "So you lied when you joined the outfit and I asked you?" The herder whined plaintively. "I heard you wouldn't hire no family man if you knew it." "When I make a rule there's a reason for it. Family men are unreliable. They quit in lambing time because the baby's teething. They'll leave at a moment's notice when a letter comes that the wife wants to see them. Their mind isn't on their work, and they're restless and discontented. I knew you were married the first time I found you with your sheep behind instead of ahead of you." "You can't understand the feeling of a family man away from home." He rolled his eyes sentimentally. The subject was one which was dear to the uxorious herder. He pulled out the tremolo stop in his voice and quavered. "You feel like you're going round with nothing inside of you, an empty shell or a puffball with the puff out of it. You got a feeling all the time like something's pulling you." And he looked so hard towards Nebraska that he all but toppled. "Something here," he laid a hand on his heart approximately, "like a plaster drawing. Love," eloquently, "changes your whole nature. It makes lambs out of roughnecks and puts drunks on the wagon. It turns you kind and forgiving and takes the fight out of you. It makes you—" "Maudlin and weak and inefficient," Kate interrupted savagely. "It distracts your thoughts and dissipates your energy. It impairs your judgment, lessens your will power. It's for persons who have no ambition or who have achieved it. For the struggler there's nothing worth bothering with that doesn't take him forward." "That's a pretty cold-blooded doctrine," declared the shocked herder. "If 'twarn't for love—" "If 'twarn't for love," Kate mimicked harshly, "you wouldn't be indulging in a spell of homesickness and leaving your sheep to the coyotes. Sentiment is lovely in books, but it's expensive in business, so I'm going to fire you. Bowers will be here with a supply wagon to morrow, so I'll take the sheep until he can relieve me. I'll pay you off, and you can walk back to the ranch or," grimly, "take a short cut through the pass up there to Nebrasky." End of Chapter 17. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 18 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 18. A Warning. "I can't hold dem ewes and lambs on de bedground no more. Dey know it's time to be getting up to der summer ranges. Nobody has to tell a sheep when to move on." The Swede swirled his little round hat on his equally round little head and winked rapidly as he gave vent to his indignant protest. Kate looked at him in silence for a moment, and then said in a sudden decision: "You can start tomorrow, Oleson." The early summer was fulfilling the promise of a hot, rainless spring. Bitter Creek was drying up rapidly, and the water holes, stagnant and strongly alkaline, had already poisoned a few sheep. The herders could not understand the sheep woman's delay in moving to the mountains. "I'm running myself ragged over these hills trying to hold back them yearlings," Bunch declared. Bowers, too, having his own special brand of grief with the buck herd, had looked the interrogation he had not voiced. Kate herself knew that the sheep should have been higher up, away from the ticks and flies, and on good food and water, all of 2 weeks ago, but on one pretext or another had postponed giving the order to start, though she knew in her heart that the real reason was because Disston had said he was coming again. Now she told herself contemptuously that she was no different from the homesick Nebraskan, and having made up her mind, lost no time in giving each herder his instructions as to when and where to move his sheep. Kate never paid wages for anything that she could do herself, so the morning after her decision to start for the mountains she was in the saddle and leading 2 work horses on the way to move Oleson's and Bowers's camps before the sun was up. The 2 sheep wagons were a considerable distance apart, and the road over the broken country to the spot where Kate wished Oleson to make his first camp was a rough one. Therefore it was late in the afternoon when Kate reached Bowers's camp, too late to pull the wagon toward the mountains that night. She pulled the harness from the tired horses, slipped on their nose bags with their allowance of oats, and, when they had finished, hobbled and turned them loose to graze in the wide gulch where the wagon stood. Then she warmed up a few pieces of fried mutton, and this, with a piece of baking powder bread and a cup of water from the rivulet that trickled through the gulch, constituted her frugal supper. While driving the sheep wagon it had required all her attention to throw the brake to keep the wagon off the horse's heels, and release it as quickly, to select the best of a precarious road, and maintain the wagon's equilibrium. But immediately the strain was over, and her mind free to ramble, her thoughts reverted at once to Disston, in spite of her efforts to direct them elsewhere. Activity is the recognized panacea for a heavy heart, and efficacious while it lasts, but with a lull it makes itself felt like the return of pain through a dying opiate. And so it was with Kate as she lay wide-eyed on the bunk tonight, with both the door and window open, while a warm wind, faintly scented with the wild peas that purpled the side of the gulch, blew across her face. The rivulet gurgled under the overhanging willows and alder brush. A belated killdeer broke the night stillness with its cry. The hobbles clanked as the horses thumped their forefeet in working their way slowly to the top of the gulch. Bowers fired his evening salute before retiring as a hint to the coyotes, and sometimes when the wind veered, a far-off tinkle as a bell sheep stirred on the bed ground came to Kate's ears. All were familiar sounds, so familiar that she heard them only subconsciously. In the same way she saw the dark outlines of objects inside the sheep wagon, the turkey wing duster thrust between an oak bow and the canvas, the outlines of the coffee pot on the stove, the cherished frying pans dangling on their nails, her rifle standing on the bench within reach. So far as she knew, she and Bowers were the only human beings within miles, and yet she felt no fear. Being alone in the sheep wagon in the dusk of the gulch held no new sensation for her. She was thinking of Disston as the door of the wagon swung gently to and fro, rattling the frying pan which hung on a nail on the lower half of it, of her brusque and ungracious reply when he had told her that he was coming again to see her, of the sorry figure she had cut beside the girl he had brought, and at her fierce resentment at the girl's covert ridicule. She had shocked and disgusted Disston beyond doubt by the manner in which she had retaliated, yet she knew that in similar circumstances she would do the same again, for her first impulse nowadays was to strike back harder than she was struck. It seemed, she reflected, as though everything about her, her disposition, her history, her environment and work, forbade any of the pleasant episodes which the average woman accepted as a matter of course, ever happening in her life. To be an object of ridicule, the target of somebody's wit, appeared to her a lot. At odds with humanity, engaged almost constantly in combating the handicaps imposed by nature, the serenity of the normal woman's life was not for her. Anyway, one thing was certain: her poor little romance, builded upon so slight a foundation as an impulsive boy's ephemeral interest, was over. He would not come again, and she cared. She put her hand to her throat. It ached with a lump in it. Yes, she cared. The tears slipped down and wet the flour sack pillowcase. The outlines of the coffee pot on the stove and the frying pan dangling on the door grew blurred. Her eyes were still swimming when she suddenly held her breath. An unfamiliar sound had caught her ear, a sound like a stealthy footstep. In the instant that she waited to be sure, a hand and forearm reached inside the door and laid something on the floor. "Who's there?" There was no response to the imperative interrogation. With the same movement that she swung her feet over the edge of the bed, she reached for her rifle and ran to the door. There was not a sound or sign that was unusual, save that the horses had stopped eating and, with ears thrown forward, were looking down the gulch. She picked up the paper that lay on the floor, struck a match, and read a scrawl by its flare. "Warning. Stop where you are if you ain't looking for trouble. Them range maggots of yourn ain't wanted on the mountain this summer." What did it mean? The match burned to her fingers while she conjectured. Who was objecting? Neifkins? Since there was ample range for both, and each had kept to the boundaries which he tacitly recognized, there had been no dispute. A horse outfit grazing a small herd of horses during the summer months, and a dry farmer with a couple of milk cows, who, while he plowed and planted and prayed for rain, was incidentally demonstrating the exact length of time that a human being could live on jackrabbit and navy beans, were the only other users of the mountain range. Was it the hoax of some local humorist, or an attempt to intimidate and worry her by someone whose enmity she had incurred? Whatever the motive, was it possible that anyone knew her so little as to believe they could frighten her in any such manner? Her lips curled as she asked herself the question. She had imagined that she had at least proved her courage. Bowers, she knew, would stand by her. The others, perhaps, would use the familiar argument that it cost too much for repairs to be shot up for $45 a month. Finally she tossed the note on the sideboard and stepped out on the wagon tongue. The stars glimmered overhead, and the shadows lay black and mysterious in the gulch, but she felt no fear as she stood there straight and soldier-like, her eyes sparkling defiance. She had, rather, a feeling of gratitude for the diversion, a hope that the threatened trouble might act as a kind of counter-irritant to the dull ache of her heavy heart. Chapter 18. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 19 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 19. An Old, Old Friend. Bowers lay slumbering tranquilly in the shade of the wagon, his saddle blanket beneath him, and his folded arms for a pillow as he slept on his face. The herd chewed its cud drowsily under the quaking asp near by. Out of the midday heat and away from the pestiferous flies, while under a bush not far from the wagon a lamb lay with eyes half closed, wagging its narrow jaw and grinding its sharp white teeth noisily. Quite as though some thought had come to it forcibly, the lamb got up and stood regarding Bowers reflectively with its soft black eyes. Then it swallowed its cud with a gulp, and making a run the length of the herder's legs and spine, planted its forefeet in his neck, where it stopped. "Mary, you quit that!" Bowers murmured crossly. The lamb merely reached down and chewed energetically on Bowers's ear. "Confound you, can't you let a feller sleep?" The hand that pushed the lamb away was gentle, in spite of the exasperation of his tone. The lamb backed away, eyed him attentively for several minutes as he lay prostrate, and then, quite as though a tightly coiled spring had been released, leaped into the air and landed with all 4 feet bunched in the small of Bowers's back. Bowers sat up and said complainingly, as he grabbed the lamb by the wool and drew it towards him: "There ain't a minute's peace when you're awake, Mary. If I done what I ought to, I'd work you over. You're the worst nuisance of a bum lamb ever raised on canned milk." The lamb, which Bowers had named regardless of its sex, stood motionless with bliss as he rubbed the base of what would some day probably be as fine a pair of horns as ever grew on a buck. At present they were soft and not more than an inch and a half in length as they sprouted through its dingy wool. Thin in the shoulders and rump, yet Mary's sides were distended until their contour resembled that of a toy balloon inflated to the bursting point. Now, as the lamb's long white lashes drooped until he seemed about to go to sleep and fall down under Bowers's soothing ministrations, the latter continued the one-sided conversation which was part of their daily life together. "You're a smart sheep, Mary, no getting away from it, but you're a torment, and you ain't got no gratitude. Where you'd been if I hadn't heard you blattin' and went after you? The coyote would have ketched you before sundown. And ain't I been a mother to you, giving up all my airtight milk to feed you, warming it for you, and packing you round like you was $1,000,000 baby so the bobcats wouldn't get you? Can you deny it? And this is my thanks for it. Wake me up, walking on me, to say nothing of mornings when you start jumping on my tepee, making a toboggan slide out of it before any other sheep is stirring. Ain't you no conscience at all, Mary?" "Ma." The quavering, plaintive bleat evoked a look of admiration. "Oh, you have you? I more'n half believe you know what I'm saying. You're some sheep, Mary, and if you just stick around with me till you're growed, I'll make a man out of you. How'd you like a cigarette?" "Ma." Bowers chuckled. "Wait till I have my smoke, and then you can have yourn, young feller." He rolled and smoked half a cigarette, while the lamb stood looking up into his face wistfully. "I'll just knock the fire out for you first, then you can have your whack out of it." He shook the tobacco from the paper into his hand, and the lamb ate it to the last fleck with gusto. Bowers cried gleefully: "You're a reg'lar roughneck, Mary, doggone you. As you might say, you ain't no lady." The herder laughed aloud at his witticism, and might have rambled on for some time longer if the crashing of brush had not attracted his attention. A man on horseback was picking his way through the quaking asp, and Bowers awaited his approach with keen interest. "How are you?" the stranger nodded. "Won't you get off?" Bowers strained his eye to read the brand on the shoulder of the horse the man turned loose, but it told him nothing. While the stranger squatted on his heel, Bowers rubbed Mary's horns during an interval of unembarrassed silence. "Bum?" inquired the stranger, eyeing Mary with a look which could not be called admiring. "Yep." The garrulous Bowers had become suddenly reticent. The notion was growing that he did not like his visitor. He asked finally: "Et yet?" "Not since daylight. I seen your tepee up toward the top, and thought maybe I could locate your wagon and get dinner." "I feed anybody that's hungry," Bowers replied ambiguously. The stranger asked innocently: "Who does this outfit belong to?" "Miss Kate Prentice owns this brand." "Oh, the Cheap Queen?" Bowers's head swung as though on a pivot. "What did you say?" "I heerd that's what they call her." Bowers's eyes narrowed as he answered: "Not in my hearin'." Then he added: "Nobody can knock the outfit I'm workin' for and eat their grub while they're doin' it. Sabe?" "Don't know as I blame you," the stranger conciliated. "I'll go cook," said Bowers shortly, getting up. The stranger urged politely: "Don't do nothin' extra on my account." "I ain't goin' to," Bowers responded. "If we had some ham we'd have some ham and eggs if we had eggs." "Do you like turnips?" "I can eat 'em." "My middle name is Turnips," said Bowers. "I always cook about a bushel." The look that his guest sent after him was not pleasant, if Bowers had chanced to see it; but since he did not, he was in a somewhat better humor by the time he hung out of the wagon and called with a degree of cordiality: "Come and get it." The visitor arose with alacrity. "Want a wash?" The stranger inspected a pair of hands that looked as if they had been greasing axles. "No, I ain't very dirty." "Grab a root and pull," Bowers urged with all the hospitality he could inject into his voice, as his guest squeezed in between the table and the sideboard. "Just bogged down in that there honey, partner. It's something special, cottonwood blossoms and alfalfy. And here's the turnips." Conversation was suspended until a pan of biscuits had vanished along with the fried mutton, when Bowers, feeling immeasurably better natured, inquired sociably as he passed the broom: "Where have I seen you before, feller? Your countenance seems kind of familiar." The stranger looked up quickly. "I don't think it. I'm a long way off my own range." He averted his eyes from Bowers's puzzled, inquiring gaze and focused his attention upon the business of extracting a suitable straw from the politely tendered broom. When he had found one to his liking, he leaned back and operated with a large air of nonchalance. "You're fixed pretty comfortable here," he commented as his roving eye took in the interior of the wagon. "'Tain't bad," Bowers agreed, prying into the broom for a straw that was clean, comparatively. "Is them all kin o' yourn?" The stranger pointed to a wire rack suspended from a nail on the opposite side of the wagon, in which was thrust some 24 photographs, fly specked and yellow, while the cut of the subject's clothes bore additional evidence of their antiquity. "Lord, no, I don't know none of 'em. There was a couple of travelin' photographers got snowed up here several years ago, and I bought $10 worth of old pictures off 'em for company. I got 'em all named, and it's real entertainin' settin' here evenin's makin' up yarns about 'em that's more'n half true, maybe. Miss Taylor, over to Happy Wigwam, says I'm kind of a medium." Glancing at his guest, he observed that his eyes were fixed intently upon a photograph in the center, and his expression was so peculiar that Bowers asked curiously: "Are he a friend of yours in my gallery?" "Not to say friend, exactly," was the dry answer. "But what for a yarn have you made up about that feller?" "Well, sir," Bowers said whimsically, "I'm sorry to tell you, but that feller had a bad ending. He had everything done for him, too, good raisin' and an education, but it was all wasted. That horse there was, as you might say, his undoin'. It was just fast enough to be beat everywhere he run him, but he kept on backin' him till it broke him. No, sir, he hadn't a dollar. Lost everything his old man left him, and then took to drinkin'. His wife quit him, and his only child died callin' for its father. After that he drunk harder than ever, and finally died in the asylum thinking he was Marcus Daly." He demanded eagerly: "How close have I come to it?" "Knowin' what I know, it makes me creepy, settin' here listenin'." "Sho, I ain't that good, am I?" Bowers looked his pleasure at the tribute. "Good?" ironically. "You ought to sew spangles on your shirt, and wear earrings, and get you a fortune telling wagon. You're right about everything except that the hoss was never beat while he owned him, and he winned about $20,000 on him, and the last time I saw the feller he could buy 16 outfits like this one without cramping him, and instead of going to the asylum they sent him to the State Senate." Bowers laughed loudly to cover his annoyance at having bitten. "It comes about queer, though," he said, "you knowin' him." The stranger seemed to check an impulse to say something further. Instead, he volunteered to wipe the dishes. "No, you go out and set in the shade. It's cooler." The truth was, Bowers did not want the man in the wagon, for his first feeling of mistrust and antagonism had returned even stronger. "That feller's liable to pick up something and make off with it," he mused, as the stranger obeyed without further urging. "I sure have saw those quare eyes of his somewhere. Maybe he'll come to me if I keep on thinking." In the meantime the visitor dragged Bowers's saddle blanket into the shade of the wagon and stretched himself upon it. Pulling his hat over his eyes, he was soon dozing. Bowers, rattling the plates and pans inside the wagon, suddenly bethought himself of Mary. What was the lamb doing not to be about his feet begging for the condensed milk which he always prepared for it when his own meal was finished? He flirted the water from his hands and hung out the doorway. Mary, a few feet from the unconscious stranger, was regarding him with the gentle, speculative look which Bowers knew to presage mischief. It was not difficult to interpret Mary's intention, and Bowers was fully aware that it was his duty either to warn the sleeper or reprimand Mary. His eyes, however, had the fondness of a doting parent who takes a secret pride in his offspring's naughtiness as he watched Mary. He did not like the stranger anyhow, and the incident of the photograph still rankled. "The smart Aleck," he murmured, grinning. "It won't hurt him." The lamb backed off a little, made a run, and with its forefeet bunched landed in the pit of the stranger's stomach. With an explosive grunt the stranger's knees and chin came together like the sudden closing of a large pocket knife. In spite of himself, Bowers snickered, but his grin faded at the expression which came to the stranger's face when he realized the cause of his painful awakening. It was devilish, nothing less than appalling, in its ferocity. Bowers had seen rage before, but the peculiar fiendishness of the man's expression, not knowing himself observed, fascinated him. The lamb had backed off for another run when the stranger jumped for it. Bowers called sharply, "Don't touch that little sheep, partner." The answer was snarled through white teeth, "I'm going to kick its slats in. I'm going to break every bone in its body." "I wouldn't advise nothing like that. Come here, Mary." Bowers endeavored to speak calmly, but he was seized with a tremulous excitement when he saw that the stranger intended to carry out his threat. "I'll pay you for it," he panted as he tried to catch the lamb, "but I'm aiming to kill that knothead." Bowers dried his hands on his overalls and stepped inside the wagon. He returned with his shotgun. "And I aim to blow the top of your head off if you try," Bowers said, breathing heavily. "That little innocent sheep don't mean no harm to nobody. Since we're speaking plain, I don't like you nohow. I don't like the way you act. I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way your face grows on you. I don't like nothing about you, and if I never see you again it'll be soon enough. You'd better go while I'm calm, for when I gets mad I breaks in two in the middle and flies both ways." Panting from his chase, the stranger stopped and stood looking at Bowers in baffled fury. Then he turned sharply on his heel, caught his horse, and swung into the saddle. He hesitated for the part of a second before spurring his horse a little closer. "You can take a message to your boss, you locoed sheepherder. Tell her it's from an old friend that knew her when she was kicking in her cradle. Show her that photograph of the feller with the running horse, and tell her I said it was the picture of her father, and that he's scoured the country for her, spending more money to locate her than she'll make if she wrangles woolies till she's 100. Tell her a telegram would bring him in 24 hours, on a special probably. Give her that message, along with the love of an old, old friend that was well acquainted with her at the Sand Coulee." He laughed mockingly, and with a malevolent look at Bowers, plunged into the quaking asp and vanished. Bowers stared after him, open mouthed and round eyed. He had placed his visitor. "The feller that smelled just like an Injun tepee in the drug store that night Mormon Joe was murdered." The discovery that his visitor was the malodorous stranger of the drug store impressed Bowers far more than his mocking message to Kate concerning her father. That might or might not be true, but he was entirely sure about the other. His first impulse was to deliver the message, but upon second thought he decided that nothing would be accomplished by it, and it might disturb her. He argued that with a range war pending she already had enough worries. If he could only get word to Teeters somehow, or Lingle even, to keep a lookout for the fellow. But since he was many miles off the line of travel and he dared not leave his sheep, there was small chance of notifying either. It was a good many days before the incident was out of Bowers's mind for any length of time. He kept a shotgun handy and was on alert constantly, listening, searching the surrounding country for a moving object, and muttering frequently. What was he doing here anyhow, mogging around the mountains, coming from nowhere, going nowhere? But a month passed and nothing happened, either in Bowers's camp or at the others. Since the warning had implied that any attempt to move further would be stopped immediately, and yet all the wagons were now well up the mountain, both Kate and Bowers concluded that the threatening scrawl was intended only to annoy her. "Ma!" Mary bleated like a fretful, teething child, and held up his head for Bowers to rub the feverish horns as his foster parent sat on a box beside the wagon one lazy afternoon. "I declare, Mary, I'll be most glad when them horns cut through as if they'd growed on me. I could raise a baby by hand 'thout any more trouble than it took to bring you up." The lamb stood stock still as he yielded to his importunities, and Bowers continued whimsically: "I've been a father and a mother to you, Mary, and you might 'a' been a orphan through your own orneriness if I hadn't thrown down on that feller pretty pronto. No denyin' 'twould have made a preacher peevish to have you land in the pit of his stomach with them sharp hoofs of yours. But you're only an innocent little sheep, and there wasn't no sense in his tryin' to stomp on you. Well, I got to be stirrin' up them woolies. Sorry I got to tie you, but you're gittin' such a darned nuisance with playin' half the night and slidin' down my tepee. I'll give you a big feed when I come down in the mornin', so say your prayers and go to bed like a good lamb orta." Bowers tied Mary to the wagon wheel, and with a final rub and pat and admonition left the lamb to start the herd feeding toward their bed ground on the summit. "Come out of that, mother biddies. Better start now and go to fillin' up. I want them children of yours to weigh 60 pounds each come fall." The sheep, which had been lying in the shade or standing in a circle with their heads together as protection against the flies, obeyed slowly, and Bowers followed as they grazed their way toward his tepee, gleaming white among the rocks on the top of the mountain. Occasionally he stopped to pick up something and examine it: a curious pebble, a rock that might make his fortune, a bit of gray moss, which always made him wonder what there was about it, dry as punk, brittle and tasteless, to make sheep prefer it to far better feed, to his notion, salt sage, black sage, greasewood, and even cactus with the thorns pawed off. No account for sheep anyway. The better you knew 'em, the less you understood 'em. "Get to the high hills, sister." He tossed a pebble at a lagging ewe. "Want to feed all day in the same spot? Climb there, Granny. Better look out or you'll get throwed in with the gummers and shipped afore you know it." While the sheep fed slowly toward the summit, Bowers sauntered after. Tall, lank, neutral tinted, his thoughts going round and round in the groove peculiar to herders, the sheep before him and their individual characteristics, the condition of the range, the weather, religion, the wickedness of high society, the items on the next list he would send to the mail order house in Chicago. And so the afternoon passed, as had hundreds like it in Bowers's life, until he sat down finally on a rock to watch the rays of the setting sun paint the clouds in ever changing colors and lose himself in reflections, studying the gorgeous sea surrounding him. It would be a great place up there for a feller's soul to float, provided he had one, resting a while in that yeller one, or the rose-colored one up yonder, or taking a dip into the hazy purple and disappearing. Personally, he told himself, he believed that when he was dead as a nit, and had never seen anything about dying folks to make him think otherwise. That Scissor Bill from back east in Iowa that died of heart failure just slipped and slid off his chair slow and easy like a sack of bran. He didn't show in his eyes any vision of future glory when he stretched on the floor behind the stove in the bunkhouse and closed them for good. Sometimes they kicked and struggled like pizened sheep in their suffering, and again they went off easy and comfortable, but without any glimpse of paradise brightening their countenances, so far as he could notice. If he had a soul, all right. If he didn't, all right. That's the way he figured it. The lead sheep started for the bed ground. "Kick up your dust piles good, Mother Biddies, and get comfortable. Hurry up and blow out your lights so I can get to my reading." The light had faded, and the dingy gray white backs became indistinguishable from the rounded tops of the sagebrush as night came upon the mountain. With much sniffing, bleating, asthmatic coughing, and crackling of small split hoofs, each sheep settled itself in practically the same little hollow it had previously pawed out to fit itself. A soft rumble came from the band as they stirred in their little wallows. Then Bowers fired a barrel of his shotgun into the air as a reminder to possible coyotes in the rim rocks that he was present, and lighted the lantern in his tepee. "I'll have to wash that chimney in a couple of years," he commented as he set the lantern down and reached for a worn and tattered mail order catalog in the corner. Fumbling under his pillow, he produced the stub of a pencil and tablet, after which, cross-legged on his blankets and soogan, he pored over the catalog. Jewelry, clothing, cooking utensils, and upholstered furniture were on the list which Bowers, with corrugated forehead and much chewing of the pencil, made out laboriously. When the amount reached $365, he hesitated over a further expenditure of $9 for a manicure set and a pair of pink satin sleeve holders. That was a good deal of money to spend in one evening. "Thunder," he finally said recklessly. "No use to deny myself. I ain't going to send it anyway." Having written it all in proper form and affixed his signature, he folded the paper and slipped it under his bed, along with some 3 dozen other such orders that never got any farther. This was Bowers's evening diversion, one in which he experienced all the thrill of purchasing without the pain of paying. He entertained a peculiar feeling of friendship for the house whose catalog had helped him through the long winter evenings when night came at 4 and the interminable spells of wet weather, so that when he sent a bona fide order to Chicago he never failed to inquire as to the health of each member of the firm, and informed them that his own was excellent at the time of writing, adding such items concerning the condition of the range and stock as he thought would interest them. Bowers now slipped the lantern inside a flour sack, went outside in his stocking feet, and wedged the lantern between two rocks. The light puzzled coyotes, according to his theory, and gave them something to think about besides getting into his sheep. When he had folded his trousers under his head, his preparations for the night were complete, and, this accomplished, the almost immediate expulsion of his breath in little puffs was proof enough that he was sleeping the peaceful sleep of the carefree. A brisk breeze came at intervals to sway the tepee and snap the loose flaps. Sometimes a lamb bleated in a sleepy tremolo. Occasionally, instead of puffing, Bowers snorted, but mostly it was still as an uninhabited world up there on the tip top of the Rockies. Suddenly Bowers half sprang from his blankets, wide awake, alert, listening intently. He had a notion that a sound had awakened him, something foreign, unfamiliar. Holding his breath, he strained his ears for a repetition. Everything was still. He stepped outside lightly. The sheep lay on their bed ground, quiet and contented. Had he been dreaming? It must be. Too much shortening in the dough gods, probably. He'd have to stir up a batch of light bread tomorrow. It was curious, though, that strong impression of having heard something. He returned to his blankets and was puffing again almost immediately. It was not much after 3:30 when the first ewe got up, bleated for her lamb, and moved off slowly. Others rose, stood for a moment as though to get the sleep out of their eyes, and followed her example. Ewes bleated for their lambs, lambs for their mothers, until quavering calls in many keys made a din to awaken any sleeper, while the whole mass of dingy, rounded, woolly backs started moving from the bed ground. "Working like angels," Bowers muttered as he came out of the tepee, dressed in his erstwhile pillow, to see the sheep spreading out before him. He extinguished the lantern, replaced it in the tepee, and tied the flap, while the faint gray streak in the east grew brighter. "Ooey, you pinto gypsy, where you roamin' to now? Think I want to climb up there and pry you out of the rocks? Come back here 'fore I get in your wig. Ooey, mother biddies, I'll whittle on your hoofs first thing you know. You won't enjoy travelin' so fast if you're a little tender footed. That's better. Now you're actin' like ladies." The air was redolent of sheep and sagebrush, and pink and amber streaks shot up to paint out the dimming stars. Bowers drew a deep breath of satisfaction. Oh, man, but sheep herding was a great life in summer, like drawing wages through a vacation. If those high society folks that the Denver Post told of, them worse than sodomites, steeped in sin and extravagance, could know the joys of getting up at 3:30 in the morning and going down at 10 to eat off a fat mutton. Bowers's rhapsody ended abruptly. He drew a hand across his eyes to clear his vision. Down below, where he was wont to look for the white top of the wagon, there was nothing but scattered wreckage. He heard the sound now that had awakened him, the detonation of a charge of dynamite. There was no need to go closer to learn the rest of the story. Bowers's face twisted in a queer grimace. He cried brokenly, in a grief that can be understood fully only by the lonely: "Poor little Mary! Poor little feller! Poor little innocent sheep that never done no harm to nobody!" End of chapter 19. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 20 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 20. The Fork of the Road. It would have looked to any casual passer-by a pleasant family group that occupied the front porch at the Scissors Ranch house one breezy morning. There was Mrs. Rathburn, in a wide brimmed hat, plying her embroidery needle and looking from afar the picture of contentment. Equally serene to all outward appearances was her daughter, with her head swathed in veiling against the complexion destroying wind, as she rocked to and fro while bringing her already perfect nails to the highest degree of polish with a chamois skin buffer. Hugh Disston sat on the top step, cleaning and oiling his shotgun with the loving care of the man who is fond of firearms. But if the casual passer-by had ridden closer, he might have observed that Mrs. Rathburn was thrusting her needle back and forth through the taut linen inside the embroidery hoop with a vigor which amounted to viciousness, that Miss Rathburn drew the buffer so briskly across her nails that the encircling flesh was all but blistered with the friction, and that Disston, as he oiled and rubbed, let his gaze wander frequently to the distant mountains and rest there wistfully. Furthermore, the casual passer-by, a blood relative of the innocent bystander, would have been apt to notice that this act of Disston's seemed automatically to accelerate the movements of the embroidery needle and the chamois buffer, and speed up the rocking chairs. Propinquity was not doing all that Mrs. Rathburn had anticipated. There were moments like the present when, with real pleasure, she could have run her needle to the hilt, as it were, in any convenient portion of Disston's anatomy. She seethed with resentment, and took it out upon the climate, the inhabitants, the customs of the country, and Teeters, who gave her the careful but unenthusiastic attention he would have given to a belligerent porcupine. Pique and disappointment smoldered also in the bosom of her fair daughter, who, if she had been less fair, might have been called sullen, since these emotions evidenced themselves in a scornful silence which was not alleviated by the fact that Disston did not appear to notice it. While the ladies attributed their occasional temperamental outbursts to the altitude, which was getting on their nerves, it was no secret between them that their irritability was due to exasperation with Disston. With scientific skill and thoroughness they dissected him privately until he was harsh, working their scalpels far into the watches of the night with unflagging interest. His words, his actions, his thoughts, as indicated by his changing expressions, were analyzed, yet to the present Mrs. Rathburn, trained specialist that she was in this branch of psychology, was obliged to confess herself baffled to discover his real feelings and intentions toward her daughter. From the first Mrs. Rathburn had suspected the sheep person, and had cultivated Mrs. Emmeline Taylor, who called for the purpose of obtaining supplementary details to the brief history that she had been able to extract from Disston and Teeters. What Mrs. Rathburn learned from that source was, temporarily, eminently satisfactory and soothing. It was too much to believe that Disston could be seriously interested in a woman of Kate Prentice's reputation and antecedents. Her daughter's account of her visit was equally gratifying, for Hugh Disston certainly was too fastidious to be attracted by a woman so uncouth of appearance and manner, as portrayed in the vivid description the lady had received of her from Beth. Yet as she looked back, it seemed to her that some subtle change had come over Hugh from the very first day in Prouty, when he had seen the Prentice person and colored. He had been eager to go and see her, and had not been too keen for Beth's company upon the occasion, she had imagined. It was all a mystery, and thoroughly discouraging. She was about convinced that they were wasting precious time and ruining their complexions. Disston continued to polish vigorously, using the gun grease and cleaner until the barrels through which he squinted were spotless and shining. When it was to his satisfaction, Disston put the gun together and sat with it across his knees, staring absently at the spur of mountains which Beth Rathburn had come to feel she detested. She tingled with irritation. She wanted to say something mean, something to make him feel sorry and apologetic. She did not quite dare to speak sneeringly of Kate with no apparent provocation, but a violent gust of wind that snatched off her veil and disarranged her carefully dressed hair furnished an excuse to rail against the country. "Goodness!" she cried explosively as she lifted the short ends of hair out of her eyes and replaced them. "Will this everlasting wind never stop blowing?" The fact that Disston did not even hear added to her exasperation. The soft voice, which was one of her many charms, was distinctly shrill as she reiterated, "I say, will this everlasting wind never stop blowing?" "It is disagreeable," he murmured, without looking at her. "Disagreeable? It's horrible! I detest the country and everybody in it." Mrs. Rathburn shook her head reprovingly, but at the same moment another violent gust swept around the corner and lifted not only that lady's broad brimmed hat, but her expensive transformation. Mrs. Rathburn replaced it with guilty haste and declared furiously: "I must say I agree with my daughter. The country and its people are equally impossible." "I'm sorry," Disston replied contritely. "I shouldn't have urged you to come, but I was hoping you would like it. Its picturesqueness, the unconventionality, and the dozen and one other things which appeal to me so strongly. In my enthusiasm, perhaps, I exaggerated." "I can't see anything picturesque in discomfort," Miss Rathburn retorted. "There's nothing picturesque in trying to bathe in water that curdles when you put soap in it and makes your hands like nutmeg graters, or in servants who call you by your first name, or in trying to ride scraggly horses that have no gaits and shake you to pieces, or anything even moderately interesting about a country where there are no trees to sit under and nothing to look at but sagebrush and rocks and prairie dogs and mountains, and not a soul that one can know socially." "I had no notion you disliked it out here so much, Beth," he replied gravely. But he was not sufficiently apologetic, not sufficiently humble. She went on in a tone in which spite was uppermost: "And furthermore, if unconventionality could ever make me look and act like that sheep queen over there," she nodded towards the mountains, "I hope to leave before it happens." "Hush, Beth." Her mother's expostulation was lost upon her. Looking at Disston, she was a little dismayed by the expression upon his face when he turned and, leaning back against the porch post, faced her, saying with a sternness which was foreign to him: "It's quite impossible for you to understand or appreciate a woman like Kate Prentice, and you will oblige me, Beth, by refraining from criticizing her, at least in my presence." Hugh would as well have slapped her. She scattered the manicure articles in her lap as she sprang up and stamped a tiny foot at him. "She is impossible, unspeakable, and I believe you are in love with her." For an instant Disston looked at her with an expression which was at once angry and startled, but before he had framed an answer Teeters appeared in the doorway behind them and said soberly: "Looks like something serious is starting over yonder." He nodded toward the mountains. "What do you mean?" Disston asked quickly. "One of Kate's sheep wagons was blowed up a few nights ago, and there's a story circulating that somebody's going to shoot up the outfit." Disston's face wore a frown of concentration. Teeters, in sudden decision: "I'm going up to see her. She may need us." "But isn't it dangerous?" Mrs. Rathburn protested. "Not unless he's mistook for one of the outfit. Then they might try a chunk of lead on him," Teeters reassured her. Miss Rathburn having recovered her poise together with her drawl, was regarding the high luster on her nails when Disston came up on the porch before leaving. "I'm sorry I was rude, Beth," he said earnestly. "Were you?" indifferently. "I hadn't noticed it." "I did a contemptible thing to that girl once," he continued, "and I feel the least I can do to make amends is to refuse to allow her to be spoken of slightingly in my presence." "Quite right, Hughie. You are a credit to our Southern chivalry." Miss Rathburn suppressed a yawn with the tips of her pink, tapering fingers. "When I come back," he spoke propitiatingly, "the day after tomorrow, probably we'll go and see that petrified tree of which Teeters told us." "A lovely bribe," languidly, "but don't hurry, for mother and I are leaving tomorrow." "You mean that?" "Certainly." "I won't believe it." "You always were incredulous, Hughie." "I don't suppose I can convince you that I am very fond of you, and that I shall feel badly if you leave like this." This was more like it. Miss Rathburn lowered her beautiful lashes. "You haven't tried, have you?" she asked softly. She looked very desirable at the moment, pink and white and soft and fluffy, all that the traditions of his family demanded in a woman. He knew perfectly what was expected of him, and there was every reason why he should ask her to marry him, and none at all why he should not. Yet somehow, when he opened his lips to ask, "Will you let me?" the words choked him. He said instead, with the utmost cordiality: "Don't you dare do anything so unfriendly as to leave without saying good bye to me. Will you promise to wait until I return?" If she had obeyed her impulse she would have shrieked at him. "No, no, no, not a minute if you go to see that woman." She would have liked to make him choose between them, but she dared not put him to the test for fear that she would place herself in a position from which her pride would not allow her to recede. Beth wept in chagrin and rage while Disston rode away buoyantly, marveling at his own light heartedness, tingling with the old time eagerness which used to come to him the moment he was in the saddle with his horse's head turned toward Bitter Creek. He had stubbornly fought his desire to visit Kate again. What was the use, he demanded of himself sternly. She did not want to see him, and virtually had said so. She had changed radically. She cared only for her sheep, even Teeters admitted that much, and anything beyond a warm friendship between them was, of course, impossible. She was not of his world. She did not belong, and had no desire to. She could no more preside at a dinner table and pour tea gracefully, as would be expected of his wife, than Beth could shear a sheep or earmark one. These things and many others he had told himself 1,000 times to stop the longing he had to saddle his horse and go to her. What a weakling he was, he thought contemptuously, that he could not put her out of his mind, and do the obviously right and proper thing by asking Beth to marry him, and so end forever this disquieting conflict within him, a conflict that had not been in his calculations when he had planned a happy summer. It was physical attraction, he argued, together with the interest aroused by her unusual personality, which drew him to Kate, a passing fancy, a curious, inexplicable infatuation, but he assured himself stoutly, not at all the foundation upon which to build permanency. Yet as he rode toward the mountains with his eyes fixed upon the low pass to which Teeters had directed him, he experienced the first real thrill of carefree happiness that had come to him since his arrival. The trail was a long and hard one. His horse lost a shoe and limped badly, so as the day waned he walked frequently to spare the animal. He was tired, but too eager to be conscious of it. He wondered what she would be doing when he found her, and whether he could surprise something like the old time welcome from her. How her eyes used to sparkle when he rode up to her! He smiled to himself as he recalled her smile, frank, beaming, her face radiant with undisguised pleasure. Kate was sitting on a rock on the backbone of a ridge when he drew in sight of her, a dark, picturesque silhouette against the sky. The sheep fed below, and her horse, with a bedroll across its back, nibbled not far away. Hugh stopped and looked at the lonely figure sitting motionless in the opaline tinted light of the sunset, her chin sunk in her palm, her shoulders drooping. The tears rose to the man's eyes unexpectedly. It was not right, such solitude for a woman, he told himself vehemently. It was singular, too, he reflected, how the mere sight of her revitalized him. Life took on a sudden interest, a zest that it never had elsewhere. He supposed it was because she was herself so vital. A feeling of exaltation now swept over him. He forgot his fatigue, that he was hungry, and was conscious only of the fact that he was going to be near her, to talk to her uninterruptedly, for hours maybe. After that he would go back content, ask Beth to marry him, and recover from this fever, this unreasoning, uncontrollable longing to see Kate again, which made him weak to imbecility. Thinking her own thoughts, Kate stared at the ground or at the sheep feeding quietly below her. Her rifle leaned against a rock upon which she was sitting. Occasionally she searched the juniper covered sides of an adjacent mountain where an enemy could find convenient hiding, but mostly she sat looking at the ground at her feet. She had taken over the valuable buck herd in the face of Bowers's protest, and was the first to graze on the top of the mountain, though the other bands were now also close to the summit. If more trouble was coming, it would very likely come quickly. They were fighters, these Rambouillets, she was thinking as she looked at them absently, and recalled an instance where a herd of them had battered a full grown coyote to a jelly. They had surrounded him, and by bunting him in the ribs back and forth between them like a football, had stopped only when there was not a whole bone left in his carcass. However, she reflected, the coyotes were mostly puppies yapping at the entrance of their den at this time of year, and the last wolf had been cleaned out of the mountains, so there really was not much danger from any source save these human enemies. But even a fighting Rambouillet was not proof against a 30-30. Instinctively her eyes swept the surrounding country for some unfamiliar moving object. Well, that was what she was there for, to protect them. She did not expect any quarter because she was a woman, or intend to give any. She meant to shoot to kill if she had the opportunity. It was in this survey that Kate saw Disston and recognized him instantly. She had a notion that even if her eyesight had failed her, her heart would have told her, for it jumped as if she had been badly frightened. She felt dizzy for a moment after she verified her first look. The world swam as though she had been blinded. If she had followed her impulse, she would have held out her arms and ran to meet him, crying, "Hughie! Hughie!" But her impulses, she remembered in time, always came back like boomerangs to hurt her if she followed them. So, instead of endeavoring to pull herself together by recalling that he had been 6 weeks at Teeters without coming to see her, but that one time when he had brought that girl to laugh at her, why had he come now, she wondered. Kate's pride had come to be her strongest ally, and she summoned it all in this emergency. So when Disston climbed to her finally, leading his limping horse, she was awaiting him calmly, her enigmatic smile upon her face, which was but a shade paler than usual. Her composure chilled and disappointed him, but he could not know that she had clasped her hands tightly about her knees to hide their trembling. "I wanted to surprise you," he said regretfully. "You have." "You don't show it." "Then I'm improving." "I liked you as you were, Kate, warm hearted, impulsive." He dropped the bridle reins and sat down beside her. "They got me nothing," she replied curtly. A shadow crossed his face. "And you don't care for anything that doesn't get you something?" "Absolutely not." "That doesn't sound like you," he said after a silence. "I'm not me any longer," she responded. "I made myself over to suit my environment. I get along better." "What has changed you so much, Kate? What in particular?" She hesitated a moment, then answered coldly: "Nothing in particular everything." "You mean you don't want to tell me?" "What's the use?" indifferently. "I might help you." "How?" "In ways that friends can help each other." "I've tried that," she answered dryly. "You've grown so self sufficient that you make me feel superfluous and helpless." "A clinging vine that has nothing to cling to sprawls on the ground, doesn't it?" Since he did not answer immediately, she reminded him: "Better loosen your horse's cinch. He'll feed better." He glanced at her oddly as he obeyed her. How practical she was! What she said was the right and sensible thing, of course, but was she, as she seemed, quite without sentiment? He returned to his place beside her, and they sat without speaking, watching the colors change on a bank of suds like clouds and the shadows deepen in the gulches. It never occurred to the new Kate to make conversation, so she was unembarrassed by the silence. Save for an occasional whimsical soliloquy, she seldom spoke without a definite purpose nowadays. To Disston, who remembered her faculty for finding something interesting or amusing in everything about which to chatter, the difference was noticeable. It saddened him, the change in her, yet he was conscious that she still retained her strong attraction for him. With nerves relaxed, content, he had an absurd notion that he could sit beside her on that rock indefinitely, without speaking, and be happy. Kate did not ask him the purpose of his visit, for her etiquette was the etiquette of the ranges, which does not countenance questions, and Disston, absorbed in the beauty of the sunset and his own thoughts, was in no mood to introduce the unpleasant subject of the dynamiting of the sheep wagon. The pink deepened on the gypsum cliffs and sandstone buttes of the distant Bad Lands, while purple shadows crept over the green foothills and blackened the canyons. "Isn't it wonderful?" he said finally in half a whisper. "Yes," she replied huskily, wondering if heaven itself had anything like this to offer. It seemed as though, without his volition, his hand sought hers and covered it. She left it so for a moment, then took hers away and got up abruptly. "They are working up to the bed ground and will lie down pretty soon. When they're settled I'll go to camp and get you something to eat." Her tone was matter of fact, casual. She stooped and, picking up a pebble, tossed it at two bucks that were butting each other violently. "Here, you stop it. You give me a headache to look at you." He did not even interest her, that was evident. Disston tried to assure himself that he would not have it otherwise, that anything else would be a misfortune in the circumstances, but self deception was useless. His feelings were not a matter for argument or logic. They were of the heart, not of the head, when he was near her, and his mind had nothing to do with them. She walked away a little and stood apart, with her face to the sunset, a lonely figure, silent, aloof, fitting perfectly into the picture. Disston tried to analyze his feelings, the emotions she inspired in him as he looked at her, but his lines of thought, with their many ramifications, always came back to the starting point, to the sure knowledge that he wanted her tremendously, that he yearned and hungered for her with every fiber of his nature. She was the last woman in the world who would seem to need protection, yet he had a savage, primitive desire to protect her, to put his arm about her and defy the world, if need be. Beth's helpless femininity inspired no such passionate chivalry. He saved her annoyances, shielded her, helped her over the rough places, from habit, but this was different. And it had been so, he reflected, from that night at the Prouty House, when he would gladly have fought those who had slighted and hurt her, when he would have shed blood, had his judgment not restrained him. Ever since then, the least insinuation or slur against Kate had set his blood tingling, and Beth's ridicule had been one of the hardest things he had found to overlook in her. And too, the curious serenity, the sense of completeness which came to him when she sat quietly beside him, puzzled him. He wondered if it was only a temporary state of mind, or would it last forever if he were with her. He would conquer himself, of course, he must, and he had proved by his life thus far that he was strong enough to do anything he had to. Suddenly Hugh felt a keen desire to know what she was thinking, that she was so long silent, and he asked her. He was not sure that she answered his question when she said prosaically: "You'd better go down to the camp and feed your horse. It's over the ridge there. Make a fire and put on the tea kettle. I'll be down in half an hour or three quarters." Disston lingered to watch her as she pulled the bedroll from her horse, and clearing a space with her foot, freeing it of sticks and pebbles, spread out the canvas, pulling the tarp over a pillow beneath which he noticed a box of cartridges and a six-shooter. "For close work," she said with a short laugh, observing his interest. He did not join her. Instead, his brows contracted. "I can't bear to think of you going through such hardships." "This isn't hardship. I'm used to it. I like it. I like to get awake in the night and look at the stars and to feel the wind in my face. When it rains I pull the tarp over my head and I love to listen to the patter on it. The sheep bed all around me, and some of them lie on the corners, so it's not lonely." She said it with a touch of defiance, as though she resented his pity and wished him to believe there was no room for it. "You see," she added, "I'm a typical sheep herder, even to mumbling to myself occasionally." The sheep in the meantime had grazed to the top of the ridge and had spread out over the flat backbone for a few final mouthfuls before pawing their little hollows. Soon they would sink down singly and in pairs, by the dozen and half dozen, with a crackling of joints, their jaws waggling, sniffing, coughing, grunting from overladen stomachs, raising in their restless stirrings a little cloud of dust above the bed ground. As he stood to go, Disston pictured her night after night waiting in patient silence for the sheep to grow quiet and then creeping between her blankets to sleep among them. He left her reluctantly at length, for he had a feeling that, since his time with her was short, each minute that he was away from her was wasted. But as it was her wish, he could do nothing less than comply, and obviously she did not share his regret. So he followed her directions and was soon at the summer camp, established near a spring, one lower ridge over. A half hour passed three quarters. He smoked and looked at his watch frequently. The stars came out and the moon rose full. The fire burned down and the water cooled in the kettle. Whatever was detaining her, impatient at first, Disston finally grew worried. He ate a little cold food that he found and started to walk back to her. He was well up the first ridge when a sharp report broke the night stillness and brought him to an abrupt standstill. It was followed by another, then three, four, a number of shots in succession. It was not loud enough for a 30-30. It was the six shooter. "For close work?" she had told him tersely. If he had been in doubt before as to the exact word to apply to his feelings for Kate, there was no need to hesitate longer. What did it matter that she did not know how to pour tea gracefully and preside at a dinner table? By God, he wanted her, and that was all there was to it. He was breathless when he reached the top of the ridge, and his heart was pounding with the exertion in the high altitude, but he gave a gasp of relief when he saw her standing in the moonlight with dead and dying sheep around her. "What's the matter?" he called when his breath came back to him sufficiently. "Poison. Somebody has scattered little piles of saltpeter all over the summit. There's no cure for it, so I shot some of them to put them out of their agony." In his relief at finding her unharmed, the loss of the sheep seemed of no moment, and he did not realize what it meant to her until she said with a choke in her voice: "They knew just where to hit me. I've scrimped and saved and sacrificed to buy those sheep." Her grief sent a flood of tenderness over him. He went to her swiftly, and taking the six shooter gently from her hand, laid it upon the ground. "Come here," he said authoritatively, and drew her to him. She did not resist, and her head dropped to his shoulder in a movement of disheartened weariness. "Oh, Hughie, I'm so tired of fighting, so tired of everything." He smoothed her hair as he would have soothed a child, and said decisively, yet with a big tenderness: "And you shan't do any more of it." He felt his heart breaking with the love he felt for her. "Kiss me, honey," he said softly. She winced at the old sweet term of endearment. Then with a sharp intake of breath she raised her lips to his. He was sure that no other woman's kiss could so draw the soul out of him. Beth seemed only a shadow, like someone long dead whose personality is recalled with an effort. This was love. This was the sort of feeling the Creator intended men and women to have for each other. Mysterious, inexplicable, yet real as nature, it was as it should be. These thoughts passed through Disston's mind swiftly. Up there on top of the world, in the moonlight, any consideration which interfered seemed trifling and indefensible. "You do love me?" He held her off a little and looked at her. He did not doubt it. He merely wanted to hear her say it. She replied simply: "Yes, Hughie, I have always." "You're so unexpectedly sweet!" he cried, as he again drew her close to him. "I've never forgotten that about you." He laughed softly as he added: "I can't understand why everyone that knows you isn't in love with you." "There's no one else who has ever seen this side of me. I am not even likable to most people." "It isn't so, but if it were, it doesn't make any difference, for you're going to marry me. You're going home with me and live a woman's life, the kind for which you were intended." The radiance that illuminated her face transformed and glorified it. She was woman, all woman at heart. He had not been mistaken, he thought rapturously as he looked at her. She stared at him wide eyed, dazzled by the picture, as she breathed rather than whispered: "To be with you always, never to be lonely again, to have someone that cared really when I was sick or tired or heavy hearted, never to be savage and bitter and vindictive, but to be glad every morning just to be living, and to know that each day would be a little nicer than the last one. It would be that way, wouldn't it, Hughie?" "How could it be otherwise, when just being together is happiness?" he answered. "It's like peeking into paradise," she said wistfully. "But you'll promise me, you'll give up this?" There was a faint note of anxiety in his earnestness as he laid a hand upon her shoulder and looked at her steadily. In the long space of time that she took to answer, The radiance died out of her face like a light that is extinguished slowly. "I'll tell you in the morning, Hughie. I must think. I make mistakes when I do what my heart impels me to. My impulses have been wrong always. I rely upon my head nowadays. I am weak tonight, and I've just judgment enough left to know it." "But, Kate," he expostulated in a kind of terror, "there isn't anything to argue about, to consider. This isn't business." She shook her head. "I must think, Hughie. I'll tell you in the morning. You'd better go down to the camp now," she urged gently. "There isn't anything to be done up here, for every sheep will die that got enough poison." "I can't bear to think of leaving you alone up here," he protested vehemently. "Why not let me stay, and you go down to the wagons?" She shook her head. "There's not the slightest danger. He's done his work for the present, and it may be a long time before I'm again molested." "Whom do you mean?" he asked quickly. "A breed named Mullendore that hates me." "Do you mean to say," incredulously, "that since you know who did it, he'll ever have another opportunity?" "I can't prove it, and besides," bitterly, "you don't know Prouty." With a swift transition of mood she crept into his arms voluntarily, crying chokingly: "Hold me close, Hughie. I feel so safe with your arms about me, as though nothing or nobody could hurt me ever." In the morning Kate drove down to the camp at daylight the few sheep that had not eaten enough of the saltpeter to kill them, or had missed it altogether, only a small percentage of the valuable herd that had started up the mountain. Brusque, businesslike, she was different from the girl who had clung to Hugh for love and sympathy as could be well imagined. They had breakfast together in the cook tent, which in the summer camp was used as a dining tent also. It was while she was standing by the stove that she turned suddenly and said impulsively: "Do you know, Hughie, I love to cook this morning, and ordinarily I hate it. It's because it's for you. Isn't it curious?" Her eyes were shining with a look of love that was warm and generous. Then the tears filled them as she turned her back quickly. "If I hadn't the same feeling about you, I might think so," he responded. "I'm simply aching to do something for you, to help you in some way. That's what I came for." "Did you really?" She looked at him gratefully. "That, and because I couldn't stay away any longer. All the way up the trail I had a feeling that you had hold of my heartstrings, pulling me to you, and as if they would break if I didn't get to you faster. I can't describe it exactly, but it was as real as an actual physical sensation." She looked her understanding, though she made no response. When breakfast was over and they had washed the dishes together in a silence which each felt momentous, Kate said finally: "You'd better tack a shoe on your horse before you go. If you don't know how, I'll show you." He took her hand and looked at her searchingly. "Is that my answer?" As she stood with her back against the table she gripped the edge of it tightly. "I guess it is, Hughie. I've thought it all out and it seems best." "I can't, I won't believe you mean that!" he exclaimed passionately. "But I do. There are many reasons why I can't leave here and do as you ask." "And," incredulously, "the fact that we love each other doesn't count?" He shook his head. "I must say I don't understand. I didn't know you were so happy here." "Happy?" The color flooded her face as she cried fiercely: "Mostly it's hell!" "I don't comprehend at all." "In the first place, your world and mine are far apart. That girl you brought to the corrals made me see that clearer than ever before. I might in time adapt myself. I don't know. I'm not ignorant of the things one can learn from books, and I'm not dull. But it would be an experiment, and if it failed It might be like that experience at the Prouty House on a larger scale. I would humiliate you and make you ashamed." Then, looking at him searchingly, she added: "Tell me the truth, Hughie. Haven't you thought something of this yourself?" "I realize, of course," he admitted candidly, "that naturally there would be situations which would be difficult for you at first. But what of that? You'll learn. You are more than intelligent. You have brains and your instincts are right from first to last. I tell you I love you, and nothing else counts. I'm so sure of the result that I'm willing to risk the experiment." Her eyes, fixed upon him, shone with pride, and there was a note of exultation in her voice as she cried: "I hoped you would say that." He smiled back. "You're tricky, Kate. You set traps for me. But," impatiently, "go on. If your other reasons are not more serious than this?" She looked at him speculatively and doubtfully. "I wonder if I can make you see things from my point of view. If it's possible for you to understand how I feel. Our lives and experiences have been so different. I'm afraid I shall fail. It's just this." An expression of grim purpose, which he saw was not new to it, settled upon her face. "I've set myself a goal. It's in sight now, and I've got to reach it. If I stopped, I know that the feeling that I had been a quitter when a real temptation came to me would gnaw inside of me until I was restless and discontented, and I would have a contempt for myself that I don't believe ever would leave me. When people live alone a lot, they get to know themselves, the way their mind works, their moods, and the causes their dispositions, and I know that whether my judgment is right or wrong, I've got to follow the trail stretching away before me until I've reached my destination." "What is it you want to do, Kate? Why can't I help you?" "I want success, money. It's the only weapon for a woman in my position. Without it she's as helpless as though her hands were shackled and left a target for everyone who chooses to throw a stone at her. It's an obsession with me. I've sworn to win out here, by myself, single handed. It's a vow as sacred as an oath to me. It means time, patience, hardships, and more hardships. And after this I'm going to suffer because you've shown me what I'm turning my back on. But no matter," fiercely, "I can crucify myself if necessary." "It isn't yet clear to me why success means so much to you," he said, bewildered. "Because," she cried, "soon after you left I went through purgatory for that want of money, and because I was nobody, because I was Mormon Joe's Kate, accused of murder, and the daughter of Jezebel of the Sand Coulee, and have nobody for a father." "Why didn't you ask me to come when I telegraphed you?" "I didn't dare. I was afraid to test you. If you too had failed me it would have crushed me. Perhaps all this sounds absurd and melodramatic, but I can't help it. You know, everybody has some little quirk in his brain that makes him different, some trait that isn't quite normal. I've come to watch for it, and it's always there, even in the most commonplace people. It's the quirk which, when accentuated, makes religious fanatics screaming suffragists and anarchists. My twist takes the form of an uncontrollable desire to retaliate upon those who have deliberately, through sheer cruelty and without any personal reason for their animosity, gone out of their way to hurt me." That was it, then. She had been hurt terribly. Her eyes were like steel. Her voice trembled with the intensity of the passion that shook her as she continued: "I hate them in Prouty. I can't conceive of any other feelings towards the town or its inhabitants. I don't suppose it will ever come in my way to pay in full the debt I owe them, but I can at least, by my own efforts, rise above them and force their grudging recognition." "I understand now," said Disston slowly. "But, Kate, is it worth the price you'll pay for it?" I'm used to paying well for everything, whether it's success or experience, she replied bitterly. As I feel now, it's worth the sacrifice demanded, and I'm willing to make it. It's like seeing a great musician concentrate his energies upon the banjo. He may dignify the instrument, but he belittles himself in doing it, Kate," he pleaded. "Don't throw away any years of happiness. Don't hurt your own character for a handful of nonentities whose importance you exaggerate. I'm right, believe me. I am as I am, and I have to learn all my lessons by experience." "It may be too late when you've learned this one," he said sadly. "Too late?" She shivered. A specter rose before her that she had seen before, hard featured, domineering, unloved, unloving, chafing in ghastly solitude, alone with her sheep and her money, and the best years of her life behind her. She saw herself as her work and her thoughts would make her. For an instant she wavered. If Disston had known, he might have swayed her then, but since he could not, he only said with an effort: "If your love for me isn't big enough to make you abandon this purpose, I shan't urge you. I know it would be useless. You have a strange nature, Kate, a mixture of steel and velvet, of wormwood and honey." Absorbed in the swiftly moving panorama that was passing before her, she scarcely heard him. She was gazing at a bizarre figure in a wreath of paper roses trip down a staircase, radiant and eager, to be greeted by mocking eyes and unsuppressed titters; at a crowded courtroom, staring mercilessly, tense with unfriendly curiosity; at Neifkins with his insolent stare, his skin red, shiny, stretched to cracking across his broad, square jawed face; at Wentz, listening in cold amusement to a frightened, tremulous voice pleading for leniency; at a sallow face with dead brown eyes, leering through a crowd of smoke, suggesting in contemptuous familiarity: "Why don't you fade away, open a dance hall in some live burg, and get a liquor license?" At Mrs. Toomey, pinched with worry and malnutrition, a look of craven cowardice in her blue eyes, blurting out in the candor of desperation: "Your friendship might hurt us in our business." She saw it all. Figures and episodes passed in review before her, even to irrelevant details, and each contributed its weight to turn the scales in this crisis. "It's the fork of the road," she said in curt decision, "and I've chosen." There was something so implacable in her face and voice and manner that Disston felt like one shut out behind a door that is closed and bolted. He had a sensation as though his heart, while warm and beating, had been laid upon the unresponsive surface of cold marble. The chill of it went all through him. With another woman than Kate he might still have argued, but he could only look at her sorrowfully. "When you're older and have grown more tolerant and forgiving, I'm afraid you will find that you have chosen wrongly." "If I should ever grow tolerant and forgiving," she cried fiercely, "then I will have failed miserably." CHAPTer 20 Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 21 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 21. Heart and Hand. "Come in, Bowers." Kate looked up from the market report she was reading as her trusted lieutenant scraped his feet on the soap box which did duty as a step to the tongue of the sheep wagon. After a final glance at the report, during which Bowers eyed the mail sack with interest, she folded the sheet and turned to him inquiringly. "I wish you'd order some turpentine, about 2 quarts of it," he said. "What do you want with so much?" She reached for a pad and pencil to make a note. "Ticks. I've never seen the beat of 'em. I bet I picked 1,000 off me already this season. They ain't satisfied with grabbing me from a sagebrush as I go by, but when they gets wind of me they trails me up and jumps me. All the herders is complaining." "How's the new herder doing?" Bowers's face clouded. "Dibert's having trouble with Neifkins' herder. Says the feller does most of his herding in the wagon, and there would have been a mix a dozen times if he hadn't been with his sheep every minute. Dibert says it looks to him like the feller's doing it on purpose." "I don't know but what I'd rather have it that way than for them to be too friendly. More mixes come from herders visiting than any other cause, and I wouldn't run that band through the chutes for $300. It would take that much fat off them, to say nothing of the bother. Who is Neifkins' herder?" "I ain't seen him. Dibert says he's an ornery looker." "Next time you go over notify him that he's to herd lines closer. If he keeps on crowding, I'll take a dog and set his sheep back where they belong so they won't forget it. You can tell him. You think Dibert's all right, do you?" "Well," Bowers replied judiciously, "he's one of these fellers that would fight like hell for a sheep one day, and the next, if you brought him prunes instead of apricots he'd ordered, he'd turn 'em loose to the coyotes to get hunks with you. He's all right, only he's crazy." Kate shrugged a shoulder. "Is there much water hemlock in the gulch this summer?" "Quite a bit of it. It's spreading. Neifkins has lost several sheep already by poison, but it's careless herding." "I should own that section," Kate commented. "It's public land. I could have it put up at auction and buy it in, but I suppose they'd run the price up on me just to make me pay for it. How are Svenson's lambs doing?" "They're so fat they can't play, and Woods's got 2,500 of the best wethers that ever blatted." Kate's eyes sparkled. "I'm going to be a real sheep queen, Bowers. If wool and mutton keep climbing, the price of wool is the highest in its history." Bowers looked at her in mute admiration. He was always loyal, but when she was sociable and friendly like this he adored her. Alas, however, the times when she was so were yearly growing rarer. Kate went on tentatively: "I think I'll cut for a hard winter. You know my motto: better be sure than sorry." "I wouldn't be surprised if 'twarn't a humdinger. Last winter was so open. I think we'd be safer if we ship everything that's fat enough." Bowers always said "we" when he spoke of the outfit, though he was still only a camp tender working for wages. Kate relied upon him to keep her informed of the details of the business, which she had less time than formerly to look after personally. His judgment was sometimes at fault, but she trusted his honesty implicitly, and though she gave him little of her confidence, it was so much more than she gave to any other person that he was flattered by it. "Guess what that Boston wool buyer is offering me?" She tapped the letter. "No idea." 26 cents. Bowers whistled. "Gosh almighty, you're going to take it, ain't you?" "I'll get a quarter more if I hold out for it." His face fell a little. "I'll get it." Her voice had a metallic quality. "It's a fine long staple, and clean. If he won't, someone else will give it to me." The sheep woman had the reputation now of being difficult to deal with, of haggling over fractions, and it was of this that Bowers was thinking. To others he would never admit that she was anything but perfect, though to himself he acknowledged the hardening process that was going on in her. He saw the growth of the driving ambition which made her indifferent to everything that did not tend to her personal interest. Outside of himself and Teeters, Kate took no interest whatever in individuals. There was no human note in her intercourse with those who worked for her. She cared for results only, and showed it. They resented her appraising eyes, her cold censure when they blundered, her indifference to them as human beings, and they revenged themselves in many ways that lie in a herder's power if he cares to do so. They gave away to the dry farmers in the vicinity the supplies and halves of mutton she furnished them. In the lambing season they left the lambs whose mothers refused to own them to die when a little extra effort would have saved them. When stragglers split off from the herd they made no great attempt to recover them. They shot at coyotes and wildcats when it was convenient, but did not go out of their way to hunt them. She was just, but not generous. She had never spared herself, and she did not spare her herders. Hard as nails was the verdict in general. In her presence they were taciturn to sullenness. Among themselves they criticized her constantly, exaggerating her faults and taking delight in recounting her failures. She was too familiar with every detail of the business for her men to dare to neglect her interests too flagrantly, but they had learned to a nicety how high their percentage of losses might run without getting their time for it. Bowers knew of this silent hostility, which was so unnecessary, but he dared not speak of it. He could not deny that she had faults, and resented with violence when the criticisms became too objectionable. If Kate had known of the antagonism, it would have made no difference. She would rather have taken the losses it entailed than to conciliate. She would have argued that if she was harsh, imperious, it was her privilege; she had earned it. Life for Kate had resolved itself into an unromantic routine, like extracting the last penny for her wool that was possible, shipping on favorable markets, acquiring advantageous leases, discharging incapable herders and hiring others, eliminating waste and unnecessary expenditures, studying range conditions against hard winters. "Any mail for the herders?" Bowers asked innocently, since she showed no disposition to give him her confidence farther. He watched intently as she sorted the mail, tossing him a paper finally, from which he removed the wrapper with a certain eagerness. He peered into it with a secrecy that attracted her attention, and, looking at it hard, Kate recognized it as the publication of a matrimonial agency. "Bowers, you surprise me." She regarded him quizzically. Bowers started guiltily. "Aw, it's one they sent me," he said disparagingly. "Just a sample copy." "Bowers, I think you're lying," she accused him good humoredly. "Tell me the truth. Didn't you send for it?" He squirmed and colored. "I did write to him out of curiosity." "Don't forget that married men are not hired into this outfit," she reminded him, smiling. "I'd be sorry to lose you." "Gosh almighty," he protested vigorously, "I ain't no use for women." The subject seemed to interest him, however, for he continued with animation: "They've always something about 'em I don't like when I get to know 'em. I've known several real well, 6 or 8 altogether, counting 2 that run restaurants and 1 that done my washing. I got a kind of curiosity about 'em, but I don't take no personal interest in 'em. Why, gosh a'mighty!" Bowers nearly kicked the stove over in his embarrassed denial. Kate looked after him speculatively as he made his escape, in a relief that was rather obvious. His protests had been too vehement to be convincing. Was he growing discontented? Didn't her friendship satisfy him any longer? There was something of the patient trust of a sheepdog in Bowers's fidelity. The queen can do no wrong was his attitude. Kate was so accustomed to his devotion and admiration that it gave her a twinge to think of sharing it. She called after him as he was leaving: "If you meet that freighter, tell him for me he'll get his check if he gets in again as early as he did last trip. I won't have a horse left with a sound pair of shoulders. And I forgot to tell you that somebody salted over in Burnt Basin," he answered, turning back. There's 100 head of cattle eating off the feed there. We'll need that later." Kate frowned her annoyance at the information. "Be sure and warn Neifkins' herders as soon as you get around to it," she reminded him. "You bet," Bowers responded cheerfully, and went on. Yes, she certainly would miss Bowers if anything happened that he left her, she thought as she turned inside to her market report and her letters. It was days, however, before Bowers found the opportunity to go to Dibert's camp with supplies, and incidentally warn Neifkins' herder, if he was still crowding. Now, as he jolted toward the fluttering rag thrust in a pile of rocks to mark the location of Dibert's sheep wagon, his thoughts for once were not on sheep or anything pertaining to them. He was, forsooth, composing for the matrimonial paper an advertisement which should be sufficiently attractive to draw a few answers without making himself in any way liable. He thought he might with safety say that he was a single gentleman, crowding 40, interested in the sheep industry, who would be pleased to correspond with a plump blonde of about 30. He would not go so far as to say that his object was matrimony, since of course it was not, and the declaration might somehow prove incriminating. The Denver Post was full of suits for breach of promise, and it behooved him to be wary. Bowers felt like a fox at the adroit wording of the advertisement, and chuckled at his cunning. He would notify the postmaster in Prouty to hold out his mail for him, and thus escape further joshing from Kate, who would be sure to observe letters addressed to him in feminine writing. The matrimonial paper had proved to be in the nature of a debauch to Bowers, who had worn it to tatters, poring over its columns. The petite blondes and dashing brunettes, who enumerated their charms without any noticeable lack of modesty, furnished food for his imagination. He selected brides as the description pleased him, with the prodigal abandon of a sultan. However, the idea of an advertisement of his own, dismissed promptly at first, grew upon him. The thought of getting something in the mail besides a catalogue and the speeches of his congressmen, of having something actually to look forward to, appealed to him strongly the more he considered it. Bowers craved a little of the warmth of romance in his drab existence, and this was the only way he knew of obtaining it. Smiling at the brash act he contemplated, Bowers threw the brake mechanically as the front wheels of the wagon sank into a chuck hole, and the jolt all but landed him on the broad rump of old Peter. As he raised his eyes, he saw a sight charged with significance to one familiar with it. Neifkins' sheep were coming down the side of the mountain like a woolly avalanche. In the shape of a wedge, with a leader at the point of it, they were running with a definite purpose, as though all the dogs and sheepdom were heeling them. The very thing against which he had come to warn the herders was about to happen. The band was making straight for Dibert's sheep, which were still feeding peacefully on the hillside. With an imprecation that was not flattering to either herder, Bowers wrapped the lines around the brake and leaped over the wheel to head them if it were possible. But they seemed possessed by all the imps of Satan as they came on, bleating, hurtling boulders, letting out another link of speed at Bowers's frantic shouting. The leaders of the two bands were not 50 feet apart when Bowers, realizing he could not get between them, reached for a rock with a faint hope that he might hit what he aimed for. His prayer was answered, for the ewe in the lead of Neifkins' band blinked and staggered as the rock bounced on her forehead. With a surprised bleat, she turned and started back up the mountain, the rest of the band following. The perspiration was streaming from under Bowers's hat as his eyes searched the surrounding country. No sign of either herder. A cactus thorn that had penetrated his shoe leather did not improve Bowers's temper. As he sat down to extract it, he considered whether it would be advisable to pound Dibert to a jelly when he found him, or wait until they got a herder to replace him. The man's horse and saddle were missing in camp, Bowers discovered, so it was fairly safe to assume that he was over visiting Neifkins's herder. After Bowers had brought the supply wagon up and unloaded, he secured the horses and started on foot up the mountain. From the summit he could see the white canvas top of Neifkins's wagon gleaming among the quaking asp well down the other slope of the mountain. No one was visible, but as he got closer he saw Dibert's horse tied to the wheel. Bowers felt hostile. "What are you doing here?" he demanded unceremoniously, as Dibert, hearing the rocks rattle, all but tumbled out of the wagon in his eagerness. "I was never so tickled to see anybody in my life," he cried. "I'm about as pleased to see you as a stepmother welcoming home the first wife's children," Bowers replied, eyeing him coldly. "You ain't answered my question." The herder nodded towards the wagon. "He's come down with something clean off." He touched his forehead. "I dasn't leave him." Bowers immediately went into the wagon, where, after a look at the man mumbling on the bunk, he said laconically: "Tick bite." The brown blotches, flushed forehead, and burning eyes told their own story. As Bowers continued to look at the sick man, with his unshaven face and mop of oily black hair, so long that it was beginning to curl, Dibert commented: "He ain't what you'd call pretty. I've no idea he has to keep a rock handy to stone off the ladies." But Bowers was searching his mind in the endeavor to recall where he had seen those curious eyes with the muddy blue gray iris. It came to him so suddenly that he shouted it. "I know him! It's the feller that blowed up my wagon! It's that killed Mary!" Chapter 21. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 22 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 22. Mullendore Wins. Kate sat on the side bench listening to Mullendore's disjointed mumblings. It was now well towards midnight, and she had been sitting so for hours in the hope that he might have a lucid moment, but to the present her vigil had been unrewarded. Mostly his sentences were a jumble relative to trapping or sheep. Again he lay inert, with his eyes fixed upon her face in a meaningless stare. Gusts of wind shook the wagon and swayed the kerosene lamp in its bracket, while a pounding rain beat a tattoo on the canvas cover. The tension was telling on Kate, and a kind of nervous frenzy grew upon her as the time dragged by and she was no nearer learning what she had hoped to learn than when she had had Mullendore brought to her camp. She and Bowers had taken turns guarding him, and in growing despair she had watched him weaken, for each day the chances lessened that his mind would clear. And now Kate sat staring back into his unblinking eyes, asking herself if it was possible that his crime was about to be buried with him, and she must go on the rest of her life bearing the onus of his guilt. The answer to every question she wanted to know was locked in the breast of the emaciated man lying on the bunk. Bowers had proved to be correct in his diagnosis. The headache, backache, stiff neck, and muscles with which Mullendore's illness had started were the forerunner of brown blotches, fever, and jangling nerves. A virulent case of spotted fever, it was pronounced by Doc Fussell, who doubted that he would recover. "I'd knock him in the head and put him to bed with a shovel if 'twere me," Bowers had grumbled when he had helped move Pete Mullendore over to Kate's headquarters. "We've got to make him talk," Kate had replied grimly. "We've got to get the truth somehow, Bowers, before he goes." Kate had no prearranged plan as to the course she would pursue if Mullendore became rational, but trusted to her instinct to guide her. She was certain only of one thing, that if he had a spark of manhood in him she would reach it somehow. Though he inspired in her a feeling which was akin to repugnance for creeping things, and there were moments when something like her childish terror of the half-breed trapper returned, she was determined that there were no lengths to which she would not go in the way of humbling her pride to attain her end. The clock, ticking loudly on its nail, said midnight, and still Mullendore, deaf and blind to all save the fantastic world in which he stared, mumbled incoherently. At last, unable longer to sit quietly, Kate arose and leaned over him. "Do you remember the Sand Coulee, Pete? The Sand Coulee roadhouse where you used to stop?" she asked softly. His mumblings ceased, as if her voice had penetrated his dulled ears. Then his lips moved. "The Sand Coulee roadhouse. The Sand Coulee?" "Where you trapped. Remember the bear hides you brought in that spring Katie left?" "The pack's slippin' agin. Them saddles is far and away too narrer, and them green hides weigh like lead." He ran his words together like a person talking in his sleep. "You load too heavy. You load to break a horse's back. Katie Prentice always told you that." A troubled frown grew between his eyes, as though he was groping, vainly groping, for some elusive thought. "Katie told me. Katie Prentice." His voice trailed off and ended in a breath. She made a gesture of despair, but repeated persistently: "She told you that you ought to be ashamed to pack a horse like that. 300 pounds! Pete Mullendore, you haven't any feelings for a horse." "Killed Old Blue and left him on the trail. My, but you're getting growed up fast. Ain't you got a kiss for Pete?" She leaned closer. "Would you do something for me if I kissed you? If Katie Prentice kissed you, Pete Mullendore?" She repeated her words, speaking in a whisper with careful distinctness. "Will you tell Katie something that she wants to know if she kisses you, Pete Mullendore?" "Going to take you back to the mountains next trip. Learn you to tan hides good with ashes and deer brains. All same squaw. Make a good squaw out of you, Katie. Break your spirit first, you brat. Lick you till I break your heart." Katie's hands clenched. "My mother wouldn't let me go with you." A shadowy cunning crossed his face. "You'll go when I say go. I got the whip hand, old Jezebel." "You're bragging, Pete Mullendore. My mother's not afraid of you." "Just a line on a postal 'ud bring the old man on a special. You're more afraid of the old man than you are of dying. Ain't that the truth, Isabel?" he mumbled. "You're only talking to hear yourself. You wouldn't know where to write. You've forgotten the name of the town where the old man lives. You can't remember it all, can you, Pete?" A frown lined his forehead while she waited with parted lips, afraid to move lest she start him rambling elsewhere again. "You couldn't say the name of the town where Katie Prentice's father lives?" Bending over him, rigid, tense, it seemed as though she would draw the answer from him through sheer will power. He rolled his head fretfully to and fro, looking into her eyes with dilated pupils that burned in yellow bloodshot eyeballs. The wind rattled loose wagon bolts and scattered the ashes on the hearth in a puff, while Kate, with a thumping heart, waited for a response. "Think," she urged. "Say it out loud, Mullendore, the name of the town you'd put on the postal if you were going to write to the old man." His lips moved to speak, and then, somewhat as if the habit of secrecy asserted itself even in his delirium, He checked himself with an expression of obstinacy on his face. Kate's hand crept to his shoulder and clutched it tight. "Tell me, Pete." She shook him hard. "Say it quick." He muttered thickly: "What for?" "You're a liar, Pete Mullendore," she taunted. "You don't know. You haven't any idea where Katie Prentice's father lives." The jibe brought no response, yet slowly, so gradually that it was not possible to tell when it began, a look that was wholly rational came into his eyes. He blinked, touched his dry lips with his dry tongue, and, turning his head, recognized her without surprise. "Get me a drink." She held a dipper to his lips. He fixed his eyes upon her face. "I been sick?" "Spotted fever." He stirred slightly. "What's this?" A weak astonishment was in his voice as he felt a rope across his arms and chest. "To keep you in bed." "I been loony?" She nodded. He looked at her quizzically. "Emptied my sack?" "You've talked." He lay motionless, staring at her fixedly. Then, as if arriving at a conclusion: "Guess I didn't say much." "You said plenty," significantly. "But not enough, eh?" he jeered. She regarded him silently. "Where am I, anyhow?" "In my camp." "Oh!" He considered a moment, then mocked: "Got religion?" "Not yet," curtly. "Just wanted me close? Old friends are the best friends, ain't they?" He grinned weakly at her. "Pete," slowly, "there are some questions I want to ask you." "Thought it was about time for the pumps to start. What do you want to know?" Kate's heart leaped. She endeavored to steady her voice, to keep out of her face the eagerness with which she trembled, as she replied: "I want to know who my father is, where he is, if he's alive. Oh, Pete!" Her hands came together beseechingly. "Tell me that. I beg of you. Tell me about him." Satisfaction glistened in his eyes. "I thought that would be it. The only civil words I ever got out of you when you was a kid was when you hoped to make me loosen up and talk to you about him." Then he asked again with an expression she could not interpret: "You sure you'd rather I give up that than anything else on earth?" "Yes, Pete," she gulped. "It means so much to me." "I guess yes. The ground wouldn't be good enough for your feet if the Old Man had you." "Is that the truth? He'd care for me like that? Oh, Pete!" "Care? He'd worship you. Them Prouty folks would bite themselves if they could see your Old Man." He chuckled faintly. "He is still living, then? Oh, Pete!" She extended two pleading hands impulsively. "Don't make me wait." Something other than fever glittered in his eyes, and there was more than satisfaction in his voice when he said: "There's something like it, something not quite. It's sweeter nor music to hear you beg. But damn you, you ain't humbled enough yet." "What do you want me to do?" she cried. "I'll get down on my knees if you'll only tell me what I want to know." "That's it!" in shrill excitement. "Get down on your knees. I ain't forgot that you called me a nigger once and hit me with a quirt. It'll kind of wipe it out to see you crawling to Pete that you always treated like dirt. Get down on your knees and beg if you want me to talk." She sank to the floor of the wagon without a word. He looked at her queerly as she knelt. There was intense gratification in his voice. "You do want to know when you'll swaller that?" "Yes, Pete," humbly, "I do." His thin hands lay inert upon the soogan. His head turned weakly while he kept his eyes upon her as though enjoying the situation to the utmost. There was a silence in which he seemed both to be gathering strength and considering how to begin. "He's the kind of feller, your Old Man, that doesn't have to holler his head off to get himself heard. They'd listen in any man's country when he talks. He don't talk much, but what he says goes. The kind that can always finish what he starts. He's 6 feet, and there wasn't any man in the country could handle him in those days. I've seen him throw a 3-year-old steer like you'd slap over a kid. He was easy and quiet, commonly, like one of them still deep rivers that slip along peaceful till something gets in its way. The patientest fellow I ever see with dumb brutes, and a patience that wasn't hardly human, even with folks. But when he did break loose, well, them that thought he was harmless and went too far on account of it never made the same mistake twice. He continued with evident relish. That's where he fooled her, Isabel. She didn't read him right. She thought he was soft because she had her way with him. They were married, Pete? Married right enough. He never thought of any other way about her. She was all the same angel to him, he grinned. She never was straight. We all knowed that but him. But she was slick, and she was swinging her throw rope for him in about a week after they brought her in from the Middle West to teach the school in that district. Anybody that said a word agin her to him would have gone to the hospital. So he went ahead and married her, while she laughed at him to his own hired men. If he'd worked her over with a quirt about once a month, instead of wondering what he could do for her next, he might have had her yet. If he made a doormat out of himself before, it was worse after you come. He was the greatest hand for little things that I ever see. Colts, kittens, calves, puppies, and a baby. He walked the floor carrying you on a pillow for fear you'd break. It was too slow for Isabel, that life, and only one man to fetch and carry for her. We used to make bets amongst ourselves as to how long 'twould last, and the short time man won out. She liked him tough, she said, and no white-collared gent for her, and she got what she was looking for when she throwed in with Freighter Sam that hauled supplies from the railroad to the ranch. They skipped out between daylight and dark and made as clean a getaway as ever was pulled off. But where she made her big mistake was taking you along. If it hadn't been for that, he wouldn't have walked a half a mile to bring her back. 24 hours put 10 years on him, and he never squeaked. But if he had caught that freighter, he'd took him by the heels and swung him like you'd knock a rabbit's brains out agin a post. He went over the country with a fine-tooth comb, hoping to get you back. A couple of times he almost closed in on 'em, but they managed to give him the slip and headed north, while mostly he hunted south and west. You was well growed up before I run into him. Freighter Sam used to bang her head against a door jamb about twice a week, and they got along good until he fell for a hasher in an eating house and quit Isabel cold. She hit bottom pretty pronto after that. Mullendore stopped. But my father, Pete, tell me more about him. He eyed her with a quizzical and appraising look before he replied. You favor the old man as much as if you were made out of the mud that was left when they was done working on him. Your eyes, your mouth, your chin, the way you walk and stand, the easy style you set a horse. As the saying is, you're the spit out of his mouth. God Almighty, wouldn't he spoil you if you was with him? But you don't tell me where he is, Pete. He ignored the interruption and said with slow malice, watching her face, I've often thought what a shame it was that you two never got together, a hankering for each other so. Something in his tone struck terror to her heart. But you're going to tell me, Pete. You are, you are. She crawled closer to the bunk on her knees. A passionate satisfaction glittered in his eyes. Yes, it's a plumb pity that you and him never happened to meet up. There was cold cruelty in his tantalizing voice. You mean, she stammered with colorless lips, that you're only tormenting me again? You don't intend? That depends. His pupils dilated, his white teeth gleamed. But you promised, Pete. Haven't you any honor? Not a speck? I get what I want any way I can get it. That's me, Mullendore. Tell me what you want. Is it money, Pete?" "Money, hell! What's money good for me? Money's only to blow after you've got enough to eat. What do you suppose I want? I want you." "What do you mean?" "Just that." An oath came between his clenched teeth. "I'm stuck on you. I want you so I hate you, if you can understand that, and always have. I'd like to take you off like a dog packs a bone away for himself. I've dealt you and your sheep all the misery I could, because every step you took up was just so far from me. What I've done, savagely, is nothing to what I'll do when I get out of this, if you don't say yes." Kate's face, that had gone scarlet, was a grayish white as she got up slowly from her knees. Her breathing was labored as she demanded: "You mean that you'll not tell me anything more unless I do what you ask?" "You got it right." Kate's nerves and self control gave way as a taut string snaps. In the center of a black disk she saw only the mocking eyes and evil face of Mullendore. "I'm going to kill you, Pete. I'm going to choke you to death. You shan't torment me any more." Her strong hands were close to his throat while he shrank from the white fury in her face. Suddenly her arms dropped to her sides. Such a feeling of physical repulsion swept over her that she could not touch him even in her rage. "Lost your nerve?" he mocked. "Old Pete wins again, eh, Kate?" She did not answer, but stepped out on the wagon tongue that cool rain might patter in her face. Her knees were shaking beneath her, and she felt nauseated, sick with a feeling of absolute defeat. End of Chapter 22. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 23 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 23. When the Black Spot Hit. Teeters moved in a mysterious way his wonders to perform. Outwardly, there would seem to be no possible connection between his presence in the living room at Happy Wigwam, making himself even more than ordinarily agreeable, and the confession he desired to wring from the murderer of Mormon Joe. Years of duding, however, had given Teeters a confidence in himself and his diplomacy which would seem to be justified, for, as he rightly argued, a man who can handle dudes can do anything. Now he knew that if he had come to Mrs. Taylor and bluntly asked the use of her supernatural gifts in Kate's behalf, she would have refused him. Kate had gone to Teeters in despair after her failure with Mullendore, hoping that he might have something to suggest which had not occurred to her. She had told him all that had happened, and among other things that she knew that the breed had Negro blood in him. It probably accounts for his secret belief in an old-fashioned brimstone hell, she had added. He denies it, of course, but I'm sure it's the one thing he's really afraid of. The information had impressed Teeters. "You go back and keep the varmint alive until I get there," he had advised her. "I got a black speck in my brain, and every time it hits the top of my head I get an idea. I think it's going to strike directly." The present visit was evidence that it had done so. The situation was one which demanded all his subtlety, but what possible bearing the deep interest with which he was eyeing the garment Mrs. Taylor was repairing could have upon it, the most astute would have found it difficult to imagine. The bifurcated article of wearing apparel was of outing flannel, roomy where amplitude was needed, gathered at the waist with a drawstring, confined at the ankle by a deep ruffle, a garment of amazing ugliness. "I suppose," Teeters ventured guilelessly, "that them things is handier than skirts to get over fences and do chores in." Then, with an anticipatory air, he waited. He was not disappointed. Mrs. Taylor laid down her work and, throwing back her head, burst into laughter that was ringing, Homeric, reverberating through the house like one shouting in a canyon. It continued until Teeters was alarmed lest he had overdone matters. She subsided finally and, wiping her streaming eyes on a ruffle, shook a playful finger at him. "Clarence, you are killing, simply killing." Teeters did not deny it. He had not yet recovered from the fear that he might be. But he had accomplished what he had intended. He had furnished Mrs. Taylor with the one good laugh a day which she declared her health and temperament demanded. After a pensive silence, Teeters looked up wistfully. "I wonder if you and Miss Maggie would sing something. I got a regular craving to hear good music." Mrs. Taylor laid down her work with a pleased expression. "Certainly, Clarence. Is there anything in particular?" "If it ain't too much trouble, I'd like 'Oh, think of the home over there.'" "I'm delighted that your mind sometimes turns in that direction. I've sometimes feared, Clarence, that you were not religious." Mr. Teeters looked pained at the suggestion. "I don't talk about religion much," he replied earnestly, "but there's something come up the last few days that's set me thinking pretty serious." Mrs. Taylor looked her curiosity. "It's a terrible thing," Teeters wagged his head solemnly, "to see a feller lying on his deathbed denying there's a hereafter." "Why, how dreadful! Who is it?" "A sheepherder. He says there ain't no hell nor nothin'." "The pore soul! Is there any way I could talk to him?" "I was hopin' you'd say that, but I didn't like to ask you, seein' as he's a sheepherder." "They're human beings, Clarence," reproved Mrs. Taylor. "I've heard that questioned," declared Teeters, "but anyhow, a person with a heart in him no bigger than a bullet would have to be sorry to see this feller going to his everlasting punishment without repenting. He's done murder." "Murder?" "I'll tell you about it tomorrow on the way over." "Where is he?" "At Kate Prentiss's, at headquarters." Mrs. Taylor stiffened. "I shouldn't care to go there, Clarence." Seeing that his face clouded, she added: "Of course, if your heart is set upon it, the woman wouldn't construe it as a call and return it, would she?" "I hardly think so," replied Teeters dryly. As a result of this conversation, the following morning Kate saw Teeters driving up Bitter Creek with a second person on the seat beside him. She had just come down from Burnt Basin and was not in too good a humor. Bowers, who was staying with Mullendore, came out of the wagon when he heard her and asked: "How's it looking?" "The spring was trampled to a bog," she said in an exasperated voice, "and the range is covered with bare spots where that dry farmer has salted his cattle. I'll throw 2 bands of sheep in there, and when I take 'em off there won't be roots enough left to grow grass for 5 years. If it's a fight he wants, I'll give him all he's looking for." Her brow cleared as she added: "Teeters is coming up the road and bringing someone with him." She nodded towards the wagon. "How is he?" "I doubt if he lasts the day out." Kate frowned when she recognized Mrs. Taylor. They passed occasionally on the road to Prouty, but always without speaking. Kate never had forgiven the affront at the Prouty House, while Mrs. Taylor preserved her uncompromising attitude towards rough characters. Mrs. Taylor looked like a grenadier in a long snuff brown coat and jaunty sailor hat as she descended from the buckboard without using the step. The benign, cow like complacency of her face always had irritated Kate, and now, as she advanced with the air of a great lady slumming, Kate felt herself tingling. "How do you do, my dear?" She extended a large hand with a brown cotton glove upon it. Kate's hand remained at her side as she said coldly: "How do you do, Mrs. Taylor?" Mrs. Taylor's manner said that it was the gracious act of an unsullied woman extending a hand to a fallen sister when she laid her brown cotton paw upon Kate's arm and quavered pityingly: "You poor soul!" "You stupid woman!" Kate's eyes at the moment looked like steel points emitting sparks. Mrs. Taylor drew herself up haughtily and was about to retort, but thought better of it. Instead, she declared with noble magnanimity: "I am not angry. I have not been angry in 30 years. You are very rude, but I can rise above it and forgive you, because I realize you've had no raison." "I hope," said Kate hotly, "that you realize also that you are not here by my invitation." Mrs. Taylor looked as if she was not only about to forget that she was a saint but a lady, while Teeters had a sensation of being rent by feline claws. It seemed like a direct intervention of Providence when Bowers hung out of the door of the wagon and called excitedly: "I believe he's going." The exigencies of the moment and curiosity combined to make Mrs. Taylor overlook temporarily that she had been insulted, and she hastened with Teeters to the dying man's side. Emaciated, yellow, Mullendore was lying with closed eyes when they entered. "Say, fella," said Teeters, hoping to rouse him. Only Mullendore's faint breathing told them that he was living. Mrs. Taylor laid her hand upon his damp forehead and withdrew it quickly. "The poor soul! I'll sing something." "It might help to get a rapport with the spirits," agreed Teeters. Mrs. Taylor droned a familiar camp meeting hymn. Mullendore opened his eyes and looked at her dully. "Who are you?" he whispered. Mrs. Taylor quavered: "I've come to bring the truth to you." Mullendore looked at her, uncomprehending. Teeters thrust himself in the sick man's line of vision and elucidated: "Fella, I'm sorry to tell you you ain't going to make the grade. There's no possible show for you. And Miss Taylor here, who's a personal friend, you might say, of all the leading spirits in the spirit world, has come to kind of prepare you." Mullendore's lips moved with an effort. "There ain't nothing after this." "Oh, my!" Teeters ejaculated in a shocked voice. "Don't say heathen things like that. If you seen half of what I saw, you couldn't no ways doubt." "There ain't no hell. There ain't no comin' back." The voice was stronger and querulous. Teeters wagged his head in horrified reproach. "Miss Taylor, do you think the spirits are going to take holt?" Turning to the lady who hoped to be his mother in law, Teeters' eyes started in his head. He was familiar with the weird gyrations of the kitchen table and messages received through the medium of the Ouija board, but he had never seen the mysterious force which Mrs. Taylor referred to as her "control" evidence itself in such a fashion as this. With her lank 6 feet sunk upon the side bench and her supine hands lying limply in her lap, Mrs. Taylor's chest was rising and falling in convulsive heaves. The nostrils of her large flat nose were dilated, and her wide mouth with its loose colorless lips was slightly agape. Her eyes were open and staring fixedly straight ahead. Mrs. Taylor was in a trance. Teeters had long given over trying to explain what he did not understand, but in a vague way he regarded Mrs. Taylor as an unconscious fakir, whose spiritual communications bore the earmarks of something she had learned in a quite ordinary way. There was, however, nothing of charlatanry in her present state. Teeters was convinced of that. She caught and held the gaze of Mullendore's dull eyes. Suddenly she stiffened out like a corpse galvanized into life by an electric charge. then again sank back, and said thickly between labored breaths: "It is turgid, dark, all is confusion. Spirits are assembling. They are spirits of unrest. There is no peace, no happiness. There is horror in every distorted face. They have met violent deaths. They want to talk. They clamor to be heard. They—" "It's a lie!" Mullendore's whisper was shrill, aspirate. "There ain't no other world. There ain't no coming back." "Clouds roll up," she went on, "clouds of red smoke. They shut the spirits out. New ones come, dim at first, but I can't see yet. Wait!" The woman's stare seemed to carry her through and beyond the wagon cover into the invisible world she peopled with the dead. Her body was rigid. Her face had the ossified gray look of stone. The labored jerks in which she spoke racked her body with the effort that it cost. "Now they're coming. The smoke rolls back a bit. I see quite plain. Oh, oh!" A look of horror froze on her gray face, and her voice rose to a shriek. "He says he's Mormon Joe. He cries, 'Confess! Confess!'" To Mullendore, with his inflamed brain and nerves jangling like a network of loose wire, she seemed like a direct emissary from the place of torment, which was as real to him as the wagon in which he lay. The half breed had tried to convince himself by saying over and over mechanically: "There ain't no hell. There ain't no comin' back. There ain't nothin' after this." But the denial was only of his lips. Atavism was stronger than his will. He believed, as much as he believed, that on the morrow the sun would rise in a real and definite hell, filled with the shrieking spirits of the damned. In these final hours it had required all his weakened will to hide his fears and keep his tongue between his teeth. Now, like a man clinging by his finger tips to some small crevice in a cliff, he suddenly gave up. As he relaxed his grip he whispered with the last faint remnant of his strength: "I own up. I set the gun. I—" Teeters slipped an arm about his shoulders and raised him up. "Where did you get it, Mullendore?" His answer was a breath: "Toomey." "One more thing. Where does Kate Prentiss's father live? His address, quick!" Teeters shook the wasted shoulders in his haste. The muddy blue gray iris was divided in half by the closing upper lids. Beneath the glaze there seemed a last malicious spark. Then his tongue clicked as it dropped to the back of his mouth, and Mullendore was dead. Chapter 23. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 24 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 24. Toomey Goes Into Something. Few in Prouty denied that there were 48 hours in the day that began about 6 o'clock on Saturday night and lasted until the same hour Monday morning. If there had been some way of taking a mild anesthetic to have carried them through this period, many, no doubt, would have resorted to it, for oblivion was preferable to consciousness during a Sunday in Prouty. It could not, strictly, be called a day of rest, because there was not sufficient business during the week to make anyone tired enough to need it. When the church bells tinkled, the Episcopalians bowed patronizingly to the Presbyterians. The Presbyterians condescendingly recognized the Methodists. The Methodists, by a slight inclination of the head, acknowledged the existence of the Catholics. This done, the excitement of the day was over. The footsteps of a chance pedestrian echoed in Main Street like someone walking in a tunnel. Children flattened their noses against the panes and looked out wistfully upon a world that had no joy in it. The gloom of financial depression hung over Prouty like a crape veil. If Prouty spent Sunday waiting for Monday, it spent the rest of the week waiting for something to happen. Prouty's attitude was one of half-hearted expectancy, like a shipwrecked sailor knowing himself outside the line of travel, yet unable to resist watching the horizon for succor. The Boosters Club still went on boosting, but its schemes for self-advertisement resembled a defective pinwheel, which, after the first whiz, lacks the motive powers to turn further. The motive power in this instance was money. Prouty wanted money with the same degree of intensity that the parched Lazarus wanted water. Real estate owners in Prouty regarded their property without enthusiasm, for there were few residences not ornamented with a plaster in the form of a mortgage. Abram Pantin's boast that he never held the sack was heard but seldom, for there was more than a reasonable doubt that he was able to collect the interest on his farm mortgages, to say nothing of the principal. The town was at a stage where merely to eat and go on wearing clothes was cause for self-congratulation. It was conceded that a person who could exist in Prouty could live anywhere. Its citizens seemed to partake of the nature of the cactus that, grubbed up and left for dead, always manages somehow to get its roots down again. The Prouty Grit still called the attention of the world to the country's natural resources, but Mr. Butefish's editorials had a hollow ring, like the spiel of the sideshow barker who talks in anticipation of a swift kick from a dissatisfied patron. Major Prouty, who had hoped to die in his boots picturesquely, had passed away quietly in his bed with acute indigestion from eating sourdough sinkers of his own manufacture. It was cold the day he was buried. Not so many went to the funeral, and the board which had been put up to mark his grave until the town could afford a suitable monument had blown over. A freighter had repaired his break block with a portion of the marker, so no one except the gravedigger was sure where the Major lay. Jasper Toomey at this period of his career was engaged in the real estate business. About 90% of Prouty's residences were listed with him. In the beginning, while taking descriptions of the properties and making a confidential note of the lowest possible sums which would be accepted, he was busy and optimistic. But this completed, business subsided suddenly. His few inquiries for properties came from buyers who had no cash available. The breath he expended in working up deals which came to nothing when the critical point was reached would have floated a balloon. Toomey had no office, but conducted his affairs in winter from the chair by the radiator in the southwest corner of the Prouty house. In summer he moved to the northeast corner of the veranda. To borrow $5 nowadays was a distinct achievement, and his sallow face had taken on the habitual expression of a hungry wolf waiting for strays and weaklings. Mrs. Toomey still anticipated the day when Jap would get into something. As much worse as was Sunday than Monday, just so much worse was winter than summer in Prouty. Winter meant more coal, warmer clothes, higher priced food, and a period of hibernating until it was over. So it was in a kind of panic that Prouty suddenly realized that fall had come and another winter would soon be upon them. Thus, in a mood of desperation, the officers of the Booster Club sent out a notice of an important meeting to its members. It was urged most earnestly that each should come prepared to offer a new suggestion for the improvement of financial conditions in Prouty. The fact that the need was thus publicly admitted evidenced the urgency of the situation. It seemed as though every plan that human ingenuity could devise had been already discussed and shelved for the very excellent reason that there never was any capital with which to give the project a tryout. While the members subscribed with glad and open handed generosity, to collect the subscriptions was another matter. Heretofore suggestions had come sporadically. Now it was believed that as the concentrated wills of powerful minds are alleged to have moved inanimate objects, somewhat in the same fashion concerted effort on the part of the Boosters Club might result in something tangible. The meeting was called for Monday night, and with only 24 hours in which to think of something for Prouty's salvation, the heads of households taxed their brains diligently for an original idea to offer. No such perturbation obtained in the Toomey family, however, when Mr. and Mrs. Toomey chattered in gay excitement, the like of which they had not experienced since their memorable trip to Chicago. With his hands thrust deep in his trousers pockets, Toomey swaggered, resembling nothing so much as a pheasant strutting and drumming on a log for his mate's edification, and not unlike the female bird of sober coloring, Mrs. Toomey looked and listened with a return of much of her old time admiration, though the cause for Toomey's present state of exaltation was, in its inception, due to her own suggestion. "I'll show these pinheads something," Toomey boasted. "The day will come," he leveled at his wife an impressive finger, "when they'll nudge each other and say, 'There goes Toomey's dog.'" Mrs. Toomey sighed happily. "It's like a story." "Nothing comes to you unless you go after it," Toomey declared, in the voice of a man who has succeeded and is giving the benefit of experience to the less fortunate. "I wish you could be there when I spring it," he chortled. Yet the occasion for this rare exuberance in the Toomey family was merely a few courteous lines signed John Prentice, inside the businesslike blue gray envelope resting conspicuously on top of the clock on the mantelpiece. They had read and reread it, extracting from it the last ounce of encouragement possible. Mrs. Toomey had come across John Prentice's card in a drawer she was cleaning, and the thought had come to her that therein lay a possibility which never had been tested. After all these years it might not be possible to reach him, and when he was found it might not be possible to derive any benefit from the scant acquaintance, but it was worth trying, and if there was a way, Jap would find it. So she had shown him the card, and he had joined her in marveling at their negligence. After due reflection, Toomey had written to Prentice, recalling the circumstances of their meeting and the fact that he had evidenced an interest in their country, and renewing his invitation for a visit. He went at some length into the details of the defunct irrigation project at Prouty, which, if properly completed and managed, was a sure and big winner. He had options on stock which gave him the controlling interest, he stated, and had little doubt that the remainder could be acquired easily. He urged Prentice to come at his earliest convenience and look it over. Toomey sent the letter to the hotel in Chicago which Prentice had given as one of his permanent addresses, and it was duly forwarded. After the lapse of a reasonable time, the answer had come from Denver. It had contained proper expressions of appreciation for the invitation, a wish to be remembered cordially to Mrs. Toomey, and concluded with the statement that his desire to see that section of the country had in no wise abated, and, if possible, he would do so in the early winter, at which time he would be glad to look into the merits of the irrigation project. Non-committal but friendly, the letter sent the blood racing through Toomey's veins like a stiff drink of brandy. It stimulated his imagination like strong coffee, and evoked the roseate dreams of hasheesh. Even Mrs. Toomey, cautious and conservative as she was by nature, and through many disappointments, could not resist the contagion of her husband's enthusiasm. To say that Toomey looked forward with eagerness to this meeting of the Boosters Club is to express it inadequately. He counted the hours when he should be reinstated in the position which he had occupied when he first came to Prouty. Unexpressed, but none the less present, was a desire to show his teeth at those who had humiliated him by lending him money. The Boosters Club now occupied a storeroom, which it had rent free until such time as its owner should acquire a tenant. This privilege had been granted some 3 years previous, and there seemed no imminent danger of the club being obliged to vacate. Behind a fly-specked window, an equally fly-specked sheaf of wheat from North Dakota, and an ear of corn of gargantuan proportions from Kansas, proclaimed the club's belief that similar results might be obtained from the local soil when it had water. There was a sugar beet of amazing circumference that had been raised in an adjacent county, and a bottle of sand that the club was certain contained a rare mineral, if it were possible to get an honest assay on it. They exhibited also a can of pulverized gypsum, of which there was a sufficient quantity in sight in the vicinity to polish the brass trimmings of the world's navies, if a live wire could be induced to take hold of its development. A miniature monument of rock, faintly stained with copper, rose in the center of the window, and a buffalo skull lent a note of historic interest. The walls inside were decorated with the club's slogan, "Boost for Prouty." The undertaker's chairs were still doing duty, since there was so much truth in that person's plaintive wail that the climate was so damned healthy that nobody ever died. There was seldom other use for them. There was a pine table upon a raised platform, behind which Hiram Butefish remained as before the club's honored president. In the corner was a stove which had been donated by the Methodist minister, because presumably of a refractory grate which it was found impossible to operate without profanity. Into these comfortable and spacious quarters a goodly number of Prouty's representative citizens came singly and in squads upon the occasion of this important meeting. Each member had kept his own solution of Prouty's problems closely guarded, so no man knew what his neighbor had to offer until that one's turn came to divulge it. In truth, it had been a long time since a meeting of such piquance and interest had been called. After some little preliminary business, Hiram Butefish, with a candor which never before had distinguished his public utterances upon the subject, declared flatly that Prouty was in a precarious, not to say desperate, condition. The county treasury was empty, the town treasury was empty, and the warrants of either had little more value than the stock certificates of an abandoned gold mine. What were they going to do about it? Should they sit quietly and starve like a lost tribe wandering in the desert? Did they wish to see their wives naked and their children hungry? No. Mr. Butefish smote the table until the crack in the water pitcher lengthened. Then, by all that was great and good, somebody had to think of something. Mr. Butefish had only said what everybody knew, but his manner of saying it sent a chill over every one present. Doc Fussell, whose sales during the day had been a package of rat poison and a bottle of painkiller, looked like a lemon that had lain too long in the window when he arose and diffidently offered his suggestion for the relief of Prouty. The doctor's voice, when he was frightened, had the rich sonorous tones of a mouse squeaking in the wall, and now he ventured the suggestion that Prouty's hope lay in raising peppermint. His voice was inaudible beyond the fifth row of chairs. In the rear of the room they caught the words "mint" and "still," and were under the impression that he was advocating the manufacture of counterfeit money and moonshine whiskey. As a matter of fact, the doctor advised the purchase of large tracts of land which could be flooded and transformed into bogs. These bogs were to be planted in peppermint, for which he averred there was an insatiable demand. The world had yet to have too much peppermint. So long as there were babies there would be colic, and so long as there was colic there would be a need for peppermint. Therefore, reasoning along the dotted line from A to Z, there always would be a market. Peppermint was the one industry requiring small capital which had not been overdone. He could go to Illinois and purchase a second-hand still of which he knew, at small cost. A bottling works for preparing and labeling the essence could be established in Prouty, and there was no reason why, in time, Prouty should not become the recognized peppermint center of America. When the doctor sat down, after giving the back of the chair which he gripped a farewell ring that all but tore it loose from its sockets, Mr. Butefish arose and congratulated him upon the novelty of his suggestion, and recommended that it be investigated carefully. There was excellent reason to believe that Walter Scales, at no remote date, had been handling kerosene and saltfish, for the air in his vicinity was redolent of these commodities as he arose when called upon as the next in order. Before speaking of the remedy for the present stagnant condition of the fairest spot that the sun had ever shone upon, Mr. Scales stated that he wished to protest thus publicly against the practice which now obtained of pitching horseshoes in the main street of Prouty. There was nothing, he declared vehemently, which made so bad an impression upon a stranger as to see the leading citizens of a community pitching horseshoes in its principal thoroughfare. Passing on to the purpose for which he had risen, Mr. Scales averred that it was probable that he would be considered an impractical visionary when he made known his proposition. Nevertheless, it had been long in his mind, and no harm would come from voicing it. To his notion, the thing most needed to revitalize Prouty was an electric car line. This line should start at the far end of town, somewhere down by the Double Cross livery stable, possibly, and end at an artificial lake and amusement park a few miles out in the country. He waved his arm vaguely. A street car whizzing through Prouty would put new life in it, and so hungry were its inhabitants for entertainment that he had no doubt whatever that the amusement park would make ample returns upon the investment. Mr. Butefish made a note of Mr. Scales's vision, but very much questioned as to whether Prouty was ripe for a street railway, since, he admitted reluctantly, such a project might be a little ahead of its immediate requirements. Other suggestions followed, among them the possibility of opening up an outcropping of marble in a cañon 16 miles from Prouty. The marble, though badly streaked with yellow, would, it was opined, serve excellently for tombstones. Also there was a clay peculiar to a certain gulch in the vicinity, which was believed by the discoverer to contain the necessary qualities for successful brick-making. Then Governor Studds arose in a flattering silence to give the club the benefits of his cogitations. Something large always could be expected of the governor. Although he lived in three figures, he thought in seven, and not one of the governor's many projects had been capitalized at less than $1,000,000. Conrad had said that listening to a Russian socialist is much like listening to a highly accomplished parrot. One never can rid himself of the suspicion that he knows what he is talking about. The same, at times, applied to the governor. He said nothing so convincingly that always it was received with the closest attention. Now as Sudds stood up, large, grave, and impressive, he looked like a Roman senator about to address a gathering in the Forum. No one present could dream from his manner that he had that day received a shock, the violence of which could best be likened to a well planted blow in the pit of the stomach. As a hardy perennial candidate for a political office, he had become inured to disappointment, but the present shock had been of such an unexpected nature that for hours Mr. Sudds had been in a state little short of groggy. The maiden aunt of 70, upon whose liberal remembrance he had built his hopes, as the faithful hug to themselves the promise of heaven, had married a streetcar conductor and wired for congratulations. He had pulled himself together and staggered to the meeting where, though still with the sinking sensation of a man who has inadvertently stepped through the plastering of the ceiling, he was able to dissemble successfully. Clearing his throat, the Governor fixed his eyes upon Hod Diefendorf, owner of the Double Cross livery stable, and demanded: "Among all the voices of nature, is there a more pleasing or varied sound than that of falling water?" He paused as though he expected an answer, so Hod squirmed and ventured weakly that he guessed there wasn't. The Governor continued: "The gentle murmur of the brook, the noisy rumble of rapids, the thundering roar of mighty cataracts, can you beat it? In a country where the school children giggled at sight of an umbrella, the question seemed irrelevant, so this time no one replied. Consider the rivulet as it glints and glistens in ceaseless change, the fairy mists of shimmering cascades, the majestic sweep of waterfalls. Has nature any force more potent for the use of man than falling water? No, none whatever. And I propose that we yoke these racing, tumbling forces back there in yon mountains and make them work for us." The members exchanged glances. The Governor was living up to their expectations of him. "That accomplished, I propose," the Governor declared dramatically, "to take nitrogen from the air and sell it to the government." He looked triumphantly into the intent upturned faces into which had crept a look of blankness. There were those who thought vaguely that nitrogen was the scientific name for mosquito, while others confused it with niter, an excellent emergency remedy for horses. "They've done it in Germany," he continued, "and used it in the manufacture of high explosives. Is there any gentleman present who will tell me that what's been done in Germany can't be done in Wyoming?" The applause was tumultuous when he had further elucidated and finished. To get something out of nothing made a strong appeal to Prouty. It was criminal for Sudds to waste his abilities in a small community. They wondered why he did it. Hiram Butefish, who succeeded the orator, felt a quite natural diffidence in giving to the club his modest suggestion, but as he talked he warmed to his subject. "I am convinced," declared Mr. Butefish, "that the future of Prouty lies in fossils." "Human?" a voice inquired ironically. "Clams," replied Mr. Butefish with dignity. "Also fish and periwinkles. Locked in nature's bosom over there in the Bad Lands there's a world of them. I kicked them up last year when I was hunting horses and realized their value. They'd go off like hot cakes to high schools and collectors. We could get a professor in here cheap, a lunger maybe, to classify 'em, and then we'd send out our own salesmen. We can advertise and create a market. Gentlemen," solemnly, "we have not one iota of reason to be discouraged. With thousands of acres available for peppermint, with more air to the square inch than any place in the world, with an inexhaustible bed of fossils under our very noses, all we need to fulfill the dreams of our city's founder is unity of effort and capital. In other words, money. "And the longer you stay in Prouty, the more you'll need it." The jeering voice from the rear of the room belonged to Toomey. The club turned its head and looked at the interrupter in astonishment. He was sitting in the high headed arrogance with which once upon a time they had all been familiar. Though momentarily disconcerted, Mr. Butefish collected himself and retorted: "Perhaps you have something better to offer, Toomey." "If I hadn't, I wouldn't offer it," he replied insolently. The thought that came instantly to every mind was that Toomey must have had a windfall. How else account for this sudden independence? This possibility tempered the asperity of Mr. Butefish's answer, though it still had plenty of spirit. "We are ready to acknowledge your originality, Mr. Toomey, and will be delighted to listen." To Toomey it was a rare moment. He enjoyed it so keenly that he wished he might prolong it. Uncoiling his long legs, he surveyed his auditors with a tolerant air of amusement. "I presume there are no objections to my mentioning a few of the flaws I see in the schemes which have been outlined." "Our time is limited," hinted Mr. Butefish. "It won't take long to puncture those bubbles," Toomey answered contemptuously. Certainly he had made a raise somewhere. "We will hear your criticisms," replied Mr. Butefish with the restraint of offended dignity. "In the first place, everybody knows that the soil in this country sours and alkalies when water stands on it." Toomey spoke as a man who had wide experience. He looked at Doc Fussel, who shriveled with the chagrin that filled him, when Toomey added: "That settles the peppermint bog, doesn't it? Take the next proposition. What's the use of car lines that begin nowhere and end nowhere? A cripple could walk from one end of the town to the other in 7 minutes. You couldn't raise enough outside capital to buy the spikes for it. Take fossils. A schoolboy would know that the demand for fossils is limited, and who is sure that the bed is inexhaustible until it's tested? When the government is taking nitrates out of the air in Prouty to make ammunition, you and I will be under the daisies, Governor." If looks could kill, Toomey would have died standing, but he continued emphatically: "The salvation of Prouty is water. By water I mean the completion of the irrigation project. Gentlemen, I am here to state unreservedly that I can put that enterprise through, providing the stockholders will give me an option up to 51% of the stock. I must have the controlling interest." Could he have an option? Could he? Only the restraining hand of a neighbor upon his coat tail prevented Walt Scales from hurdling the intervening chairs to reach Toomey to thrust his shares upon him. Hope and skepticism of the genuineness of his assertions commingled in the faces upon which Toomey looked, while he waited for an answer. He saw the doubt, and took Prentiss's letter from his pocket. Shaking it at them, he declared impressively: "This communication is from a party I have interested, an old friend of mine of wealth and standing, who will finance the project provided it is as represented, and under the condition I have just mentioned." Toomey himself so thoroughly believed what he said that he carried conviction, although nowadays his veracity under oath would have been questioned. The prospect of unloading his stock made Hiram Butefish as thirsty as if he had eaten herring, and overlooking the glass in his excitement, he drank long and deep from the water pitcher before he said tremulously: "Undoubtedly that can be arranged, Mr. Toomey." It was obvious that the Boosters Club shared its president's opinion. Each quivered with an eagerness to get at Toomey which was not unlike that of a racehorse fretting to be first over the starting line. They crowded around him when the meeting was ended, offering their congratulations and their stock to him, but taking care to avoid any mention of the various sums that he owed each and all. As for Toomey, It was like the old days when his appearance upon the streets of Prouty was an event, when they called him Mister and touched their hat brims to him, when he could get a hearing without blocking the exit. He left the Boosters Club with his pulses bounding with pride and importance. He had come back, as a man must who has imagination and initiative. They could "watch his smoke," could Prouty. There was not a member present who did not reach his home panting, to shake his wife out of her slumbers, to tell her at last Toomey had "got into something." Chapter 24. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 25 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 25. The Chinook. Emblazoned on the front page of the Omaha paper, upon which Mr. Pantin relied to keep him abreast of the times, was the announcement that both mutton and wool had touched high water mark in the history of the sheep raising industry. Mr. Pantin moved into the bow window, where the light was better, and read the article carefully. The Australian embargo, dust storms in the steppes of Russia, rumors of war, all had contributed to send prices soaring. When he had concluded, he took the stub of a pencil from his waistcoat pocket and made a computation in neat figures upon the margin. As he eyed the total, his mouth puckered in a whistle, which changed gradually to a grin of satisfaction. "You can't keep a squirrel down in a timbered country," Mr. Pantin chuckled aloud ambiguously. A pleased smile rested upon his face when Mrs. Pantin entered. "Priscilla, will you do me a favor?" "Abram," reproachfully, "have I ever failed you? What is it?" "The next time you have something going on here, I want you to invite Kate Prentice." Mrs. Pantin recoiled. "What?" "Don't squawk like that," said Mr. Pantin irritably. "You do it often, and it's an annoying mannerism." "Do you quite realize what you're asking?" his wife demanded. "Perfectly," replied Mr. Pantin calmly. "I've passed the stage when I talk to make conversation." "But think how she's been criticized." Mr. Pantin got up impatiently. "Oh, you virtuous dames!" Mrs. Pantin's thin lips went shut like a rat trap. "Abram, are you twitting me?" Mr. Pantin ignored the accusation and observed astutely: "I presume you've done your share of talking, and that's why." "She is impossible, and what you ask is impossible," Mrs. Pantin declared firmly. "It is not often that I ask a favor of you, Prissy." His tone was conciliatory. Mrs. Pantin met him halfway, and her voice was softer as she answered: "I appreciate that, Abram, but there are a few of us who must keep up the bars against such persons. Society " "Rats!" ejaculated Mr. Pantin coarsely. The hand which she had laid tenderly upon his shoulder was withdrawn as if it harbored a hornet. "I don't understand this at all, not at all," she said icily. "However," very distinctly, "it is not necessary that I should, for I shall not do it." She folded her arms as she confronted him. Mr. Pantin was silent so long that she thought the battle was over, and purred at him: "You can realize how I feel about it, can't you, darling?" "No, by George, I can't, and I'm not going to, either." He slapped the table with Henry Van Dyke in oozed leather for emphasis. "I want Kate Prentice invited here the next time she's in town. If you don't do as I ask, Priscilla, you shan't go a step, not a step, to Keokuk this winter." "Is that an ultimatum?" Mrs. Pantin demanded. Mr. Pantin gave a quick furtive look over either shoulder, then declared with emphatic gusto, "I mean every damn word of it." Mrs. Pantin stood speechless, thinking rapidly. There was nothing for it, evidently, but to play her trump card, which never yet had failed her. She wasted no breath in further argument, but threw herself full length on the davenport and had hysterics. Only a few times in their married life had Mr. Pantin risen on his hind legs, speaking figuratively, and defied her. In the beginning, before he was well housebroken, he was careless in the matter of cleaning his shoes on the scraper, and had been obstinate on the question of changing his shirt on Wednesdays, holding that once a week was enough for a person not engaged in manual labor. Mrs. Pantin had won out on each issue, but it had not been an easy victory. Mr. Pantin had been docile so long now that she had expected no further trouble with him, therefore this outbreak was so unlooked for that her fit was almost genuine. Having hurled his thunderbolt, Mr. Pantin stood above his wife, regarding her imperturbably as she lay with her face buried in a sofa pillow. Unmoved, he even felt a certain interest in the rise and fall of her shoulder blades as she sobbed. Actually, she seemed to breathe with them, like the gills of a fish, he thought heartlessly, and wondered how long she could keep it up. "It's no use having this tantrum, Prissy," he said inexorably. Tantrum, the final insult! Mrs. Pantin squealed with rage and gnawed the corner of the leather pillow. "You might as well come out of it," he admonished further. "You'll only make your eyes red and give yourself a headache." "You're a brute, Abram Pantin, and I wish I'd never seen you." Mr. Pantin suppressed a reply that the wish was mutual. Instead, he picked up the leather button, which flew on the floor when Mrs. Pantin doubled her fist and smote the davenport. "I doubt very much if she'd come, even if you ask her," said Pantin. It was a stroke of genius. "Not come?" The eye which Mrs. Pantin exposed regarded Mr. Pantin scornfully. "Not come? Why, she'd be tickled to pieces." But of that Mr. Pantin continued to have his own opinion. Mrs. Pantin sat up and winked rapidly in her indignation. "She's made if I take her up, and that woman isn't so stupid as not to know it, is she?" "She may not see it from that angle," dryly. "At any rate, you'll be pleasing me greatly by asking her." Mrs. Pantin looked at her husband fixedly. "Why this deep interest, Abram?" Flattered by the implied accusation, Mr. Pantin, however, resisted the temptation to make Mrs. Pantin jealous and answered truthfully: "I admire her greatly. She deserves recognition and will get it. If you are a wise woman, you'll swallow your prejudices and be the first to admit it." Mrs. Pantin raised both eyebrows, her own and the one she put on mornings, incredulously. "She's the kind that would win out anywhere," he added with conviction. Mrs. Pantin stared at him absently, while the tears on her lashes dried to smudges. She murmured finally: "I could have pineapple with mayonnaise dressing." To conceal a smile, Mr. Pantin stooped for his paper. "Or would you have lettuce and Roquefort cheese dressing, Abram?" "You know much more about such things than I do. Your luncheons are always perfect, Prissy. Who do you think of inviting to meet her?" Mrs. Pantin considered. Then her eyes sparkled with malice. "I'll begin with Mrs. Toomey." In the office of the Grit, Hiram Butefish was reading the proof of his editorial that pointed out the many advantages Prouty enjoyed over its rival in the next county. There was no more perfect spot on the footstool for the rearing of children, Mr. Butefish declared editorially. Fresh air, pure water, and a moral atmosphere, wherein it differed, he hinted, from its neighbor. There vice rampant and innocent youth met on every corner, while the curse of the demon rum was destroying its manhood. Mr. Butefish laid down the proof sheet, sighed deeply, and quite unconsciously moistened his lips. He was for reform, certainly, but the thought would intrude that when vice moved on to greener fields it took with it much of the zest of living. In the days when a man could get drunk as he liked and as often as he liked, without fear of criticism, sure of being laid away tenderly by tolerant friends, instead of, as now, being snaked, scuffling, to the calaboose by the constable. The arrival of the mail, with its exchanges, interrupted thoughts flowing in a dangerous channel. The soaring price of wool, featured in the headlines, caught his attention instantly, since naturally anything that pertained to the sheep industry was of interest to the community. Mr. Butefish used his scissors freely and opined that the next issue of the Grit would be a corker. Then an idea came to him. Why not make it a sheep number exclusively? Give all the wool growers in the vicinity a write up. Great! He'd do it. Mr. Butefish enumerated them on his fingers. When he came to Kate Prentice he hesitated. Would Prouty stand for it? The eulogy he contemplated. In a small paper one had to consider local prejudices. Besides, she was not a subscriber. While Mr. Butefish debated, a spirit of rebellion rose within him. Ever since he had established the paper he had been a worm, and what had it got him? It had got him in debt to the point of bankruptcy. That's what it had got him. And he was good and sick of it. He was tired of groveling, nauseated with catering to a public that paid in rutabagas and elk meat that was spoiling on 'em. He hadn't started in right. That was half the trouble. If he had dug into their pasts and blackmailed 'em, they'd be eating out of his hand, instead of pounding on the desk in front of him, if he transposed their initials. He would have been a power in the country, in place of having to drag his hat brim to him, lest they take out their advertisement of a setting of eggs or a Plymouth Rock rooster. He'd show 'em, by gorry, he'd show 'em. Mr. Butefish jabbed his pen into the potato he used as a pen wiper instead of the ink in his fury. He wrote with the rapidity of inspiration, and words came which he had not known were in his vocabulary as he extolled Kate and her achievements. Emotion welled within him until his collar choked him, so he removed it, while the pen spread with the force he put into the actual writing. And when he had finished he walked the floor reading his editorial, his voice vibrating, tingling with his own eloquence. The article snorted defiance. Mr. Butefish tacitly waved the bright flag of personal freedom in the face of public opinion. He bellowed his liberty, as it were, over Kate's shoulder. He strode, he swaggered. He had not known such a glorious feeling of independence since he left off plumbing, and he could go back to it if he had to. Mr. Butefish stopped in the middle of the floor and showed his teeth at an invisible audience of advertisers and subscribers. The article came out exactly as written. Reflection did not temper Mr. Butefish's attitude with caution. The bruised worm had not only turned but rolled clean over. The following week Kate rode into Prouty in ignorance of the flattering tribute which the editor had paid her. Coming at a leisurely gait down Main Street, she looked as usual in pitiless scrutiny at the signs which told of the collapse of the town's prosperity. She saw without compassion the graying hair, the tired eyes of anxiety, the lines of brooding and despondency deepening in faces she remembered as carefree and hopeful, the look of resignation that comes to the weaklings who have lost their grip, the emptiness of burned out passion, the weary languor of repeated failure. She saw it all through the eyes of her relentless hatred. But today there was something different, which in her extreme sensitiveness was quick to feel and see. There was a new expression in the eyes of the passer-by with whom she exchanged glances. Eyes for which years had stared at her with impudence, indifference, or ostentatious blankness, now held a sort of friendly inquiry, something conciliatory, which told her that they would have spoken had they not been met by the immobile mask of imperturbability that she wore in Prouty. "Why the chinook?" Kate asked herself ironically. The warm wave met her everywhere, and she continued to wonder, though it did not melt the ice about her heart that was of many years' accumulation. Kate had sold her wool finally through a commission house, and at an advance over the price at which she had held it when Bowers had advised her to accept the buyer's offer. She expected the draft in the 3 weeks' accumulation of mail for which she had come to Prouty. When the mail was handed out to her, she looked in astonishment at the amount of it. At first glance there appeared to be only a little less than a bushel. The postmaster, who had forgotten Bowers's instruction, grinned knowingly as he passed out photographs and sweet-scented, pink-tinted envelopes addressed to the sheepherder in feminine writing. So he had done it, Kate mused, as she crowded them all into the leather mail sack, which bulged to the point of refusing to buckle. The letter she expected was among the rest, and as she looked at the draft it contained, a smile that had meant not only gratification but exultation lurked at the corners of her mouth. She led her horse to the bank and tied it. Mr. Wentz came nimbly forward to the receiving teller's window as she entered, and flashed his eloquent eyes at her. "You're quite a stranger," he greeted her tritely, and added, "but we've been reading about you." Kate looked her surprise. "In the Grit. Haven't you seen it? A great boost. Butefish really writes very, very well when he puts his mind to it." This explained the warmer temperature, she thought sardonically, but said merely, "I haven't seen the paper." Then, changing the subject, "I've decided to increase the size of my account with you, Mr. Wentz. I'll leave this draft on open deposit, though it may be considerable time before I need it." She passed it to him carelessly. Since leaving the laundry, where he had been as temperamental as he liked, and taken it out on the wringer, Mr. Wentz had endeavored to train himself to conceal his feelings, and imagined he had succeeded. But now the wild impulse he felt to crawl through the aperture and embrace Kate told him otherwise. Kate watched the play of emotions over his face in deep satisfaction. There was no need of words to express his gratitude, which was mostly relief. "I appreciate this, Miss Prentice. I do indeed. I am glad that you do not hold it against us because upon a time we were not able to accommodate you." "A bank must abide by its rules, I presume," she replied noncommittally. "Exactly. A bank must protect its customers at all hazards." "And the directors." Mr. Wentz colored. Did she mean anything in particular? He wondered. He continued to speculate after her departure. It was a random shot, he decided. If it had been otherwise, she scarcely would give him her business now, especially to the extent of this deposit, which he was needing. Well, nobody but Mr. Wentz knew exactly how much. There was a quizzical smile upon Kate's face as she passed down the steps of the bank and turned up the street on another errand. She was walking with her eyes bent upon the sidewalk, thinking hard, when her way was blocked by Mrs. Abram Pantin extending a high supine hand with the charming cordiality which distinguished her best social manner. Mrs. Pantin slipped her manner on and off as the occasion warranted, as she did her kitchen apron. The suddenness of the meeting surprised Kate into a look of astonishment. "This is Miss Prentice, isn't it?" "That's the general impression," Kate answered. Mrs. Pantin registered vivacity by winking rapidly and twittering in a pert, birdlike fashion. "I've so much wanted to know you." The reply that there had always been ample opportunity seemed superfluous, so Kate said nothing. "I've been reading about you, you know, and I want to tell you how proud we all are of you and of what you have accomplished. This is Woman's Day, isn't it?" Since she seemed not to expect an answer, Kate made none, and Mrs. Pantin continued: "I've been wanting to see you, that I might ask you to come to me, say next Thursday." Mrs. Pantin's manner was tinged with patronage. Kate's silence deceived her. She imagined that Kate was awed and tongue tied in her presence. The woman was, as Prissy had assured Abram, tickled to pieces. In the meanwhile, interested observers of the meeting were saying to each other cynically: "Nothing succeeds like success, does it?" This time, apparently, Mrs. Pantin expected an answer, so Kate asked bluntly: "What for?" "Luncheon at 1. We are very old fashioned. I want you to meet some of our best ladies: Mrs. Sudds, Mrs. Neifkins, Mrs. Toomey, and others." As she enumerated the guests on her fingers, the tip of Mrs. Pantin's pink tongue darted in and out with the rapier like movement of an ant eater. Kate's face hardened, and she replied curtly: "I've already had that doubtful pleasure upon an occasion which you should remember." Mrs. Pantin flushed. Disconcerted for a moment, she collected herself, and instead of protesting ignorance of her meaning, as she was tempted, she said candidly: "We must let bygones be bygones, Miss Prentice, and be friends. We are older now and wiser, aren't we?" Kate clasped her hands behind her, a mannerism with which offending herders were familiar, and regarded Mrs. Pantin steadily. "Older, but not wiser, apparently, else you would have known better than to suggest the possibility of friendship between us. You are a poor judge of human nature, and conceit it past my understanding to imagine that it is a matter which is entirely optional with you." With the slow one sided smile of irony which her face sometimes wore, she bowed slightly. Then: "You will excuse me," and passed on. CHAPTER 26. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 26 of the Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 26. Taking Her Medicine. The moon was up when Kate got in from town, for she had not hurried. There was no one there to greet her except the sheep dog that ran out barking. She unsaddled, turned the horse in the corral, and picked up the mail sack heavy with Bowers's missives. She had not eaten since noon, but she was not hungry, and she went to her wagon immediately. Opening the door, she stood there for a moment. The stillness appalled her. How could such a small space give forth such a sense of big emptiness, she wondered. Everything was empty: her life, her arms, and, for the moment, even her ambitions. Unexpectedly the thought overwhelmed her. Throwing down the mail sack and tossing her hat upon it, she sank upon the side bench, where she folded her arms on the edge of the bunk and buried her face in them. For a long time she remained so, motionless, in the silence that seemed to crush her. When Kate arose finally, it was as if she were lifting a burden. Undressing slowly, she lay down on the bunk and looked out through the window at the white world swimming in moonlight. Ordinarily she shut her eyes to moonlight. It had a way of stirring up emotions which had no place in her scheme of life. It always made her think of Disston, of the light in his eyes when he looked at her, of the feeling of his arms about her, of his lips on hers when he had kissed her. At such times it filled her with a longing for him which was a kind of sweet torture that unnerved her and made the goal for which she strove of infinitesimal importance. But that was one of the tricks of moonlight, she told herself angrily, to dwarf the things which counted, and with its false glamour give a fictitious value to those which in reality were but impediments. Tonight the arguments were hollow as echoes. It was like telling herself, she thought, that she was going to sleep when she knew she was not. She yearned for Disston with all the intensity of her strong nature, and her efforts to conquer the longing seemed only to increase it. God! She sat up suddenly and struck her breast as though the blow might somehow stop the pain there, and asked herself fiercely, "Must I live forever with this heartache? Isn't there some peace, some way of dulling it until my heart stops beating?" She stretched out her arms and her voice broke with a sob that choked her as she cried miserably: "Oh, Hughie, Hughie, I love you and I can't help it." She felt herself stifling in the wagon and flung aside the covering. Thrusting her bare feet in the moccasins and slipping on a sweater, she stepped into the white world that had the still emptiness of space. The sheep dog got up from under the wagon and stood in front of her with a look of inquiry, but she gave no heed to him. Instead, after a moment's indecision, she walked swiftly to the hillside where a shaft of marble shone in the moonlight. The sheep dog was at her heels, and when she crawled beneath the wire that fenced the spot where Mormon Joe had turned to dust, it followed. Mormon Joe was only a name, a memory, but he had loved her unselfishly and truly. Kate clasped her arms about the shaft and laid her cheek against it as if some way she might draw consolation from it. But its coldness chilled her. Then, with her face upturned in supplication, as though his soul might be somewhere in the infinite space above her, she cried aloud in her anguish as she had in another and different kind of crises: "Uncle Joe, I'm lost. I don't know which way to go. There's no signboard to direct me. Please, please, if you can, come back and help me. Please help Katie Prentice." The sheepdog, with his head on its paws, watched her gravely. In the corral below there was the sound of stirring horses. Otherwise only silence answered her. No light, no help came to her. Her hands dropped gradually to her sides. It was always so. In the end she was thrown back upon herself. Nothing came to her save by her own efforts. There were no miracles performed for Kate Prentice. A sullen defiance filled her. If this was all life had for her, she could stand it. She could go on, as usual, taking her medicine with as little fuss as possible. That's all life seemed to be, taking the medicine that fate doled out in one form or another. To live bravely, to die with all the courage one could muster, were the principal things anyhow. She got up from her knees by the sunken grave slowly, and stood erect once more, holding her chin high in self-sufficient arrogance. She would take the best out of life as it offered, and be done with the ideals that ended in emotional hysteria like this present experience. Life was a compromise anyhow. If she couldn't have the substance, she would have the shadow. If she couldn't have friendship given her, she'd buy imitations that would answer. If love and romance were not for her, she'd accept the expedient that offered and be satisfied. Bowers was not due at headquarters for several days, so as soon as Kate found the leisure she set out to take his mail to him, anticipating with some enjoyment his confusion when he saw the extent of it. She came across him out in the hills, engaged in some occupation which so absorbed him that he did not hear her until she was all but upon him. "Oh, hello!" His face lighted up in pleased surprise when he saw her. "I was just skinning out a rattlesnake for you." "Were you, Bowers?" She looked at him oddly. "You are always doing something nice for me, aren't you?" "This is the prettiest rattler I've seen this season," he declared with enthusiasm. "Look at the marking on him. I thought it'd show up kind of nifty laid around the cantle of your saddle. A rattlesnake skin sure makes a pretty trimming to my notion. Don't know what he was doing out of his hole so late in the season. He was so chilled I got him easy. An old feller, 9 rattles and a button." Kate got off her horse and sat down to watch him while Bowers enumerated the possibilities of snakeskins as decorations. "I brought your mail to you," she said when he had finished. "Letters." "Now who could be writing to me?" he demanded in feigned innocence. "I'm curious myself, since there's a bushel," she answered dryly. Bowers looked up at the bulging mail sack and colored furiously. Then he blurted out in desperate candor: "I ain't honest, but I won't lie. I been advertising." "What for?" The perspiration broke out on Bowers's forehead. "I thought I'd get married. If anybody that looked good to me would have me." "You're not happy, Bowers?" she asked gently. "I ain't sufferin', but I ain't livin' in what you'd call no seventh heaven." Kate smiled at the grim irony of his tone. "It's not up to much, this life of ours out here," she agreed in a low voice. "Nothin' to look forward to, nothin' to look back to," he said bitterly. "I understand," Kate nodded. "I never had as much home life as a coyote," he continued with rebellion in his tone. "A coyote does get a den and a family around him every spring," and he added shortly: "I'm lonesome." They sat in long silence, Kate with her hands clasped about a knee and looking off at the mountain. She turned to him after a while. "Do you like me, Bowers?" "I sure do." Then she asked with quiet deliberation: "Well enough to marry me?" Bowers looked at her speechless. He managed finally: "Are you joshing?" "No." A prairie dog rose up in front of them and chattered. They both stared at him. Bowers reached over and took her gloved fingers between his two palms in the same fashion a loyal subject might have touched his queen's hand. "That's a great thing you said to me, Miss Kate. I never expected any such honor ever to come to me. I'd crawl through cut glass and cactus for you. I guess you know it, too. But anything like that would be a mistake. Miss Kate, I ain't in your class." "My class?" bitterly. "What is my class? I'm in one by myself. I don't belong anywhere." She paused a moment, then went on: "We needn't pretend to love each other. We're not hypocrites. But we understand each other. Our interests are the same. We're good friends at least, and in the experiment there might be something better than our present existence." "I want to see you happy," he replied slowly. "I haven't any other wish, and right or wrong I'll do anything you say. But I'm as sure as we're settin' here that you'll never find it with me. I hoped that Disston feller—" She interrupted sharply: "Don't, Bowers, don't." Understanding grew in his troubled eyes as he looked at her quivering chin and mouth. So that was it, he reflected. Thick volumes of smoke rolled up from the engine attached to the mixed train that stood on the side track which paralleled the shipping corrals at Prouty, to sink again in the heavy atmosphere, presaging a storm. The clouds were leaden and sagged with the weight of the snow about to fall. Teeters's cattle bawled in the three front cars, and the remaining double deckers were being loaded with Kate Prentice's sheep. She had followed her early judgment in cutting down the numbers of her sheep for a hard winter, and in consequence the engine had steam up to haul the longest stock train that had ever pulled out of Prouty. Bowers and his helpers were crowding the sheep up the runway into the last car when Kate rode up. She looked with pride at the mass of broad woolly backs as she sat with her arms folded on the saddle horn, and thought to herself that if there were any better range sheep going into Omaha she would like to see them. She had made no mistake when she had graded up her herds with the Rambouillets. Bowers saw her and left the chute. "Teeters is sick," he announced, coming up. Kate's face grew troubled. She and Teeters had shipped together ever since they had anything to ship, for it had been mutually advantageous in many ways, but particularly to herself, since he looked after her interests and saved her the necessity of making the trip to the market herself. "Something yet," Bowers vouchsafed. "The doctor says it's pantomime pizzoning, or such name. Anyhow, he's plenty sick." "Where is he?" Bowers nodded across the flat where they had been holding the sheep while waiting for their cars. Kate swung her horse about and galloped for the tent where Teeters lay groaning in his blankets on the ground. Teeters was ill indeed, a glance told her that, and there was not the remotest chance that he would be able to leave with the train. "I guess I'll be all right by the time they're ready to pull out," he groaned. Kate made her decision quickly. "I'll go myself. You're too sick. You go to the hotel and go to bed." Teeters protested through a paroxysm of pain. "You can't do that, Miss Kate. It's a tedious, dirty trip in the caboose." "I can't help it. I've got too much at stake to take a chance. There's a big storm coming, and I've got to get these sheep through in good shape. Don't worry about me, and take care of yourself." The engine whistled a preliminary warning as Kate dropped the tent flap and swung back on her horse. Calling to Bowers to have the train held until she returned, she galloped to the Prouty house and ran up the stairs to her room, where she thrust her few articles in a flour sack that she tied on to the back of her saddle when it was necessary to remain overnight in town. The last frightened sheep had been urged up the chute, and the door was closed when she threw her belongings on the platform of the caboose and informed Bowers that she was going along. He too protested, but her mind was made up. "We're going to run into a storm, and if we're sidetracked I want to be along. It's not pleasant, but it has to be done." It was useless to argue when Kate used that tone, so Bowers had to content himself with thinking that he would make her as comfortable as circumstances would allow. Kate stood in the doorway with her flour sack in her hand, looking at Prouty as the brakes relaxed and the wheels began to grind. It was not exactly the way in which she had pictured her first trip into the world, but with a cynical smile it was as near the realization as her dreams ever were. Kate had not ridden more than 100 miles on a train in her life, and her knowledge of cities was still gathered from books and magazines. As she had become more self-centered and absorbed in her work, her interest in the outside gradually had died. She told herself indifferently that there was time enough to gratify her curiosity. She sighed as she watched the town fade, and then a snowflake, feather-like and moist, swirled under the projecting roof and melted on her cheek, to recall her to herself. She swung out over the step and looked to the east, where the clouds hung sagging with their weight. Yes, it was well that she had come. Behind the plate glass window of the Security State Bank, its president stood with his hands thrust deep in his trousers pocket, watching the long train as, with much belching of smoke, it climbed the slight grade. There were moments when Mr. Wentz cursed the fate that had promoted him from his washing machine, and this was one of them. Neifkins, hunched in a leather chair in the banker's office, had an obstinate look on his sunburned face. "I'd give you half about what I'm worth if that was your stock going out," said Wentz, as he reseated himself at his desk. Neifkins grunted. "I heard you the first time you said that." The stubborn look on his face increased. "When I'm ready to ship, I'll ship. I know what I'm about. Me." Wentz did not look impressed by the boast. Neifkins added in a surly tone: "I don't need no petticoat to show me how to handle sheep." Wentz answered with a shrug: "Looks to me like you might follow a worse lead. She's contracted for all the hay in sight and shoved the price on what's left up to $16 in the stack. What you going to do if you have to feed?" "I won't have to feed. I'll take my chance on that. It's going to be an open winter," confidently. "It's starting in like it," Wentz replied dryly, as he glanced through the window where the falling snowflakes all but obscured the opposite side of the street. Then, emphatically: "I tell you, Neifkins, you old timers take too big risks." "I suppose," the sheepman sneered, You recommend my getting loaded up with a few hundred tons of hay I won't need." "I'd recommend anything that would make you safe." Wentz lowered his voice, which vibrated with earnestness as he leaned forward in his chair. "Do you know what it means if a storm catches you and you have a big loss? It means that only a miracle will keep this bank from going on the rocks. We're hanging on by our eyelashes now, waiting for the payment of your first big note to give us a chance to get our breath. I have the ague every time I see a hard boiled hat coming down the street thinking it's a bank examiner. You know as well as I do that you've borrowed to the amount of your stock and way beyond the 10% limit of the capital stock which we as a national bank are allowed to loan an individual. That is a serious offense if we're found out." "If I don't," Neifkins replied insolently, "it ain't because you haven't told me often enough." "But you don't seem to realize the position we're in. If you did, you'd play safe and ship. It's true enough that you might make more money by holding on, but it's just as true that a big storm could wipe you out." His voice sank still lower and trembled as he confessed: "It's the honest God's truth that any 2 dozen of our largest depositors could close our doors today. I beg of you, Neifkins, to ship as soon as you can get cars." Neifkins squared his thick shoulders in the chair. "Look here, I don't allow no man to tell me how to run my business. When that note comes due I'll be ready to meet it, so there's no need of you getting cold feet as regular as a cloud comes up." He arose. "This storm ain't going to last. Maybe a lot of snow will fall, but it won't lay." Neifkins' sanguine predictions were not fulfilled, for the next day the sagging wires broke and Neifkins floundered through snow to his knees on his way downtown. It lay 3 feet deep on the level and was still falling as though it could not stop. Every road and trail was obliterated. All the surrounding country was a white trackless waste, and Prouty, with its roofs groaning under their weight, looked like a diamond dusted picture on a Christmas card. There was less resonance in Neifkins' jubilant tone when he stamped into the bank and declared that it was a record breaker of a snowfall. Wentz asked sullenly as he paced the floor: "How about the sheep? If this keeps up?" "I got herders that know what to do. That's what I pay 'em for." "Knowing what to do won't help much with the snow too deep for the sheep to paw and 2 days' drive from hay, even if you could get through." There was the maximum of exasperation in the president's voice. Neifkins replied stubbornly: "I've pulled through 50 storms like this and never had no big loss yet." "But you've never had so much at stake. You've got us to consider." "Don't you fret," Neifkins interrupted impatiently. "You've worried until you're all worked up over something that hasn't happened and ain't going to." With this assurance, which left no comfort in its wake, Neifkins went out where the first icy blast of the predicted blizzard lifted his hat and whisked it down the street. The wind completed what the heavy snow had failed to do. Telephone and telegraph poles lay prone for a quarter of a mile at a stretch. It piled in drifts the snow already fallen and brought more. The blizzard enveloped Prouty until it required something more than normal courage to venture out of doors. It was the courage of desperation which ultimately sent Neifkins out in an attempt to get hay to his sheep. There was small resemblance between the optimist who had assured Wentz so confidently that everything would be all right and the perspiring and all but exhausted Neifkins who wallowed in snow to his armpits in an effort to break trail for the 4-horse team whose driver was displaying increasing reluctance to go on with the load of baled hay stalled some 1.5 miles from town. "We might as well quit," the driver called, with a kind of desperate decision in his tone as he made to lay down his reins. "I can't afford to pull the life out of my horses like I've got to do to make even a third of the way today." Dismayed by this threat to go back, Neifkins begged: "Don't quit on me like this. I got 6,000 sheep that'll starve if we don't get this hay through." The driver hesitated. Reluctantly he picked up the lines. "I'll give it another go, but I'm sure it's no use. The horses have pulled every pound that's in 'em, and now this wheeler's discouraged and starting to balk. Besides, if anybody asks you, the road is getting no better fast." The latter prediction in particular was correct, and their progress during the next hour could be measured in feet. The sweat trickled down the horses' necks and legs, their thick winter coats lay slick to their sides, and their breath came labored from their heaving chests. 2 and sometimes 3 out of the 4 were down at a time. The fight was too unequal. To pit their Pygmean strength longer against the drifts and the fury of the elements was useless. Even Neifkins finally was convinced of that, and was about to admit as much, when without warning wagon, driver, and horses went over a cut bank where the animals lay on their backs, a kicking, tangled mass. It was the end. For a second Neifkins stood staring, overwhelmed with the realization that he was worse off by a good many $1,000 than when he had come into the country, that he was wiped out, broke, and that the thin ice upon which the Security State Bank had been skating would now let it through. End of chapter 26. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 27 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 27. The Sheep Queen. The long mixed train crawling into the stockyards at Omaha, with its ice-encased wheels, its fringe of icicles pendant from the eaves, and snow from the wind-swept plains of western Nebraska piled on the roofs, looked like an Arctic special. Kate stood on the rear platform of the swaying caboose, looking with wearied, unkindled eyes at the myriad lights of the first city she had ever seen. Those eyes were dark circled with fatigue, her face streaked with soft coal soot, while the wrinkled riding skirt in which she had slept was soiled and torn. Her fleece-lined canvas coat was buttoned to the throat, and she leaned negligently against the rail, watching from under the broad brim of her Stetson the twinkling lights increase. It had been Kate's intention, when she left Prouty, to catch a fast passenger train and meet her sheep at a feeding station a few miles outside of Omaha, but the violence of the storm had changed her plans, and she had remained to spend many tedious hours waiting on side tracks, and this, together with the work of unloading to feed and water, and insufficient sleep, had brought her as near exhaustion as she ever had found herself. There was no eagerness in the sheep woman's face, only the impersonal curiosity of a spectator at a display in which she had no part. She accepted as a matter of course the fact that she would be here, as she was at home, an outsider, an alien. Kate saw nothing interesting or unusual in what she had done. It was all in the day's work. She was merely one of the innumerable stock raisers bringing the results of months and years of patient effort to the great stock market of the West. As she looked listlessly at the dark silhouette of tanks and towers, skyscrapers and gabled roofs, at countless threads of smoke going straight up in the air from the great hive of industry and life, she wondered at her apathy, at the fact that there was no anticipation in her mind. Her face darkened. Had Prouty, along with other things, robbed her of the capacity for enjoyment? Had it crushed out of her the last remnant of the spirit of youth? Was she old already, hopelessly old at heart? Her feeling toward the town gradually had crystallized into a cold animus, silent and unwavering. But now, as she suddenly whirled about and looked into the red winter sunset, where, back there, beyond the beyond, Prouty lay, a wave of hatred surged over her to make her tingle to the fingertips. Usually Prouty was personified in her mind as a hulking coward, bullying the weak, fawning upon the strong, with no guiding principle in life save self-interest, but tonight, as she visualized it across the intervening miles, snowbound, windswept, desolate, it was in the guise of a shivering pauper, miserable in his present, fearful of his future. Her grip tightened on the rail of the swaying caboose, and all the envenomed bitterness of her nature was in her choking voice as she said between her teeth: "Curse you, and curse you, and curse you! I hate you! You've robbed me of the happiness that belonged to my youth. You've destroyed my faith in humankind. Whatever of sweetness there was in my nature you have turned to gall. When my day comes I'll strike you without mercy. I'll beat you to the earth if it's in my power." It was fully night before they were able to get right away into the yards, and Kate drew a deep breath of relief when the grinding wheels finally stopped. She and Bowers swung down together from the high step to the cinder path which lay between their own cars and a train of cattle bawling on a parallel track. As they stumbled along in the darkness toward the engine, they heard brisk footsteps coming from that direction. "Low bridge," Bowers warned jocularly as they drew close. In stepping aside to avoid Bowers, the pedestrian bumped into Kate. "I beg your pardon." The voice was pleasant, deep. Kate murmured a commonplace. At the instant a brakeman hung out from the handrail of a car of the cattle train and swung his lantern. Instinctively Kate and the man with whom she had collided looked at each other in the arc of light. In their haste they had scarcely slackened their steps, and it was only a second's glimpse that each had of the other's face, but it was long enough to give to each a sense of bewildered surprise. The look they had exchanged was the look one man gives to another, level, fearless, for there never was anything of coquetry in Kate's gaze, and the impression she had received was of poise, patience, and worldly wisdom tinged with a sadness in which there was no bitterness. The man walked on a pace, stopped, and swung about abruptly. Evidently he could see nothing in the darkness. He could only hear the retreating footsteps on the cinder path. Then, suddenly, aloud, sharply, out of his bewilderment, he cried: "By God, that woman looks like me!" Kate and Bowers walked on without comment upon the incident, but when they had reached the yard, Bowers detached himself from Kate's side and made a rush to the nearest light, where, turning his back with a secretive air, he took from the inner pocket of his inside coat the worn and yellowed photograph that Mullendore had recognized in Bowers's wagon. He looked at it long and hard. Kate was too engrossed in directing and helping with the work of unloading, counting the sheep that had smothered, looking after those that had been injured in transit, feeding, watering, to be conscious of the attention she attracted among the helpers and others in the yards. There had been sheep queens in the stockyards before, raucous voiced, domineering, sexless, inflated to absurdity by their success, but none with Kate's personal attractiveness and her utter lack of self-consciousness. As she walked about on the long platform beside the pens, tall, straight, picturesque, with her free movement, her wide gestures when she used her hands, together with her quiet air of authority, she was the most typical and interesting figure that had come out of that far West for a long time. When the last thing was done that required her personal attention, Kate went to a nearby hotel, recommended by one of the employees of the stockyard. It was third rate and shabby, unpretentious even in its prime, but it looked imposing to Kate, who never had seen anything better than the Prouty House. The loose tiling clacked as she walked across the office to the clerk's desk. The person eyed her dubiously as she laid the flour sack containing her belongings on the counter and registered. He saw in Kate only a woman peculiarly dressed, with a tanned and not too clean face, disheveled hair, weary eyes, and alone at a late hour. He missed altogether the indefinable atmosphere of character and substantiality which a more discerning and experienced person would have recognized at once. "Baggage?" curtly, as she returned him the pen. She indicated the grimy flour sack. A supercilious eyebrow went up. "You'll have to pay in advance, 6 bits." Kate reddened. "Is that customary, or because you don't like my looks?" Taking umbrage at the asperity of her tone, he replied impudently: "Well, I don't know you from a crow, do I?" Kate's eyes flashed. "You will before I leave Omaha." He laughed incredulously as he took a key from the rack. Kate followed him up the dirty stairway, through a dingy hall, to a still dingier room in the back of the house. Long and narrow, it looked like a calcimined cave, illumined by a lightning bug in a bottle when he turned the electric switch. She was too tired, however, to be critical, and in her utter weariness lost consciousness as soon as her head touched the pillow, and slept dreamlessly until dawn came feebly through the coarse lace curtain that, stiff and gray with dust, hung at the one window of the room. She rubbed her eyes and looked in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. Then she remembered, and the trip with all its attendant circumstances came back. She speculated as to the probable amount the sheep had shrunken on the way, how they would compare with other consignments in the yards, whether the market conditions were favorable or otherwise, what the commission agents whom she had known through correspondence for many years would be like. Her experience with the night clerk came to mind, and her frown at the recollection of his insolence changed to a puzzled look as she thought of her retort. Whatever had prompted her to make the empty boast that he would know her before she left Omaha? It was as unlike her as anything she could imagine, but it had seemed to say itself. She had a subconscious feeling that there was still something else of which she wished to think before getting up, and as she searched her mind it flashed upon her: the stranger who had bumped into her in the dark. Of course that was it. She heard his pleasant voice plainly, and saw his face with great distinctness as revealed by the brakeman's light. While she recalled his features individually, his eyes, his mouth, his chin, and the meaning they conveyed, his manner with its mixture of friendliness and reserve, she mechanically rubbed her forehead with her fingertips, as though the action might assist in catching some elusive memory that was just beyond her reach. Her brows knit in perplexity, and she murmured finally: "He didn't seem a stranger, somehow, and yet he was, of course. It would not be possible for me to ever forget a man like that. It seemed as if—" There was bewilderment in her face as she laid her hand upon her heart. "As if somehow I knew him here." Kate's belief that no better sheep in their class than hers would be found in the stockyards was justified by subsequent events. Her shipment not only topped the market, but she received for her yearling lambs $14.65 a head, the highest paid since the Civil War. This high rate was due not only to European disturbances, but to the quality and condition of the sheep, and therefore, apart from the attention which she naturally would have attracted, she was, as the owner, an object of interest in the yards as well as in the stock exchange offices and the bank. Basking in the reflected sunshine of his employer's success, Bowers came as near strutting as was possible for one of his retiring temperament. Kate was finding a new experience in her meeting with the members of the firm to which she had consigned her sheep, and others with whom her business brought her in contact about the crowded exchange. These prosperous, clean cut men, alert, incisive of speech and thought, were an unfamiliar type. Their undisguised approbation, their respect, their eagerness to be kind, brought a new sensation to Kate, who had grown up and lived in an atmosphere of prejudice. There were moments when the tears were absurdly close to her eyes. Aside from the circumstances which in any event would have attracted more than a little attention to Kate, the extent of the recognition and the courtesy extended to her was a personal triumph. Her simplicity and good sense, her reserve, together with a kind of timid, questioning friendliness, her unconsciousness of being in any way unusual, made her an instantaneous and complete success with those she met the following day, and a celebrity in the yards. Her business was finished within a few hours, and when she made her adieu, Kate looked for Bowers to tell him that she was leaving for Prouty on a night train, presuming that he would wish to do likewise. But Bowers appeared to have vanished as entirely as though he had been shanghaied and was 100 miles at sea. It was singular that he had not first learned her plans before leaving the stockyards. The omission hurt Kate, for they had talked much of what they would do and see when they reached Omaha. Bowers, with his superior knowledge of city life, was to show her about. They were to dine together in one of the best restaurants, to see a play, and look in the shops. Kate had never been on a street car or in a machine, so she had counted on him to pilot her from South Omaha to the city proper. Disappointed and hurt by Bowers's neglect, she wandered aimlessly about the streets in the vicinity of her hotel, stopping occasionally to look at the cheap wares displayed in the windows of the small shops of South Omaha. The hurrying passers-by slackened their steps to stare at her in candid interest, and she wondered if it were possible that her conspicuousness had anything to do with Bowers's mysterious disappearance. It seemed an ungenerous thought, but how else account for it, knowing as she did that he had no friends, no business in Omaha, and in the past there had never been a time when he had not preferred her society to that of everyone else. The elation consequent upon her day of triumph gradually oozed out, to be replaced by the sense of dreariness that comes from being alone in a crowd. Then, too, she had a feeling of contempt for herself, for the swift dreams of something different aroused by the day's events. Optimism had come to be synonymous with weakness to Kate. Now, as she stared indifferently at a display of tawdry blouses, she was asking herself if she had not yet learned her lesson, but that upon the strength of a little ephemeral happiness she must needs begin and build air castles again. The waning day was cloudy, the crossings deep with slush, the pavements damp, and the chill of her wet soles made her shiver, adding the last touch to her forlornness and the depression which Bowers's desertion had induced. She dreaded returning to her cheerless room, but she could not walk the streets indefinitely, so she bought a magazine to read until it was time to dine alone in some one of the neighborhood's cheap restaurants. The night clerk was already on duty, and through the fly-specked plate glass window of the office saw her coming. Dashing from behind the desk, he skated recklessly across the tiles to open the door. "Say, you're all right." His tone was emphatic and sincere. Kate eyed him without enthusiasm. "Why didn't you tell me?" he demanded. "Tell you what?" He held up the afternoon newspaper that he had in his hand. Kate's own face looked back at her from the front page, and her name in the headlines met her astonished eyes. The picture, which had been made from a snapshot, was excellent, and the text was a highly colored recital of her achievements obtained from Bowers. The clerk's tone conveyed his admiration as he confessed: "Looks like you knew what you were talking about when you said I'd know who you was before you left Omaha." Sitting on the edge of her bed, Kate read the article again, but her first feeling of elation did not return. With her hands clasped about one knee, in her characteristic attitude, she stared at a festoon of dusty cobwebs hanging from the ceiling, and there gradually crept over her a feeling of lassitude. She had established a record price with the best trainload of range sheep that ever had come into the stockyards. She had been accepted as an equal in achievement and intelligence by every one of the worthwhile men with whom she had come in contact, and as a climax of the day's events she was proclaimed a successful woman in the public prints. Yet, in the silence of the cheerless room, she was cognizant of the fact that nothing inside her was changed thereby. There remained in her heart the same dreary emptiness. Two tears slipped slowly down her cheeks. She brushed them away with the back of her hand, looked at her watch, and got up. She had no appetite, but ordering food in a restaurant would help the time to pass. After rubbing such mud as she could from her boots, she smoothed her hair before the mirror and put on her hat. The sheep woman was the cynosure of the respectful gaze of many eyes as she came down the stairs. Outside, all the world was going home with eager, hurrying feet, and she paused, looking indifferently up and down the street. The nearest restaurant was not inviting, but it answered well enough. After a few mouthfuls, Kate crumpled the paper napkin, paid her bill, and walked dispiritedly back to the hotel. More often than not, the momentous happenings in life come without warning, and with no stage setting to enhance the dramatic effect. Certainly there was nothing in the announcement of the now too friendly clerk that she had a visitor who looked like new money, to prognosticate that once Kate had crossed the threshold of the red plush parlor, her life would never be the same again. It was Bowers, of course, she thought. Bowers come too late to take her to the restaurant whose delectable grub was one of his boasted memories of Omaha. Her conclusion was correct, that Bowers was there, wearing his new clothes like a disguise, his eyes shining with eagerness. But it was not Bowers that Kate saw in the dim light as she stepped through the doorway. It was the man who at intervals had been strongly in her thoughts all day, for whom she had unconsciously kept a lookout, impelled by an inexplicable desire to see him again and remove that perplexing, haunting sense of having seen him somewhere before. Kate felt herself trembling when the man arose from the sofa facing the door. As if by divination she recognized some impending event of importance to herself. He was no casual caller brought by idle curiosity. She was sure of that. There was in his eyes a tremendous hope, a yearning tenderness in his face which seemed to draw her into his arms. It required an effort of will to remain passive as he approached. Without explanation or apology, he put his hand under her chin and raised it with all gentleness, studying meanwhile every lineament of her face. Kate watched the light of conviction grow in his eyes. Then she felt an arm about her shoulder and herself being drawn close against her father's heart as he exclaimed brokenly: "My baby girl, grown up, my Kate!" End of chapter 27. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Real Medina, Texas. Chapter 28 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 28. The Surprise of Mr. Wentz's Life. After an absence from Prouty of several weeks, Kate stepped off the train alone one afternoon, and furnished the town with the liveliest sensation of its kind that it had known since the Toomeys had gone on East. Through the cooperation of the telephone and of breathless ladies dashing across lots and from house to house, the town by night had a detailed description of the clothes which had altered Kate's appearance beyond belief. Mrs. Abram Pantin expressed the opinion that Kate's Alaskan seal coat, which in reality represented the price of a good band of sheep, was merely native muskrat rather skillfully dyed. This verdict rendered before the Thursday afternoon session of the Y.A.K.'s, which had gathered to hear a paper by Mrs. Sudds upon the Ming dynasty, afforded its members immense relief. Their fears, too, that the smart earrings Kate wore might be real pearls, were assuaged by Mrs. Neifkins, who declared she had seen their counterpart in Butte for 75 cents. But the fact had soaked into the average citizen that Kate had arrived. Among those who admitted this was Mrs. Toomey, who lingered at the breakfast table the morning after Kate's return, thinking of many things while she absently clinked her spoon against the edge of her cup. Jap had just left after an animated argument as to whether policy demanded the entertainment at dinner of the barber and his wife, who contemplated buying a sewing machine of a make for which Toomey was now the agent. Recalling the time when they had refused invitations right and left because there was no one in Prouty whom they cared to know, a smile of bitterness came to her lips. Since then she had eaten the pie of humbleness to the last crumb. She had become a self-acknowledged toady, a spineless sycophant, and for what? For the privilege of being invited to teas, bridge whists, of being sure of a place in the local social life. This morning she was doubting the wisdom of her choice. Kate's sincere, unswerving friendship might have been compensation enough for the anguish of being left out. Yet she could not exactly blame herself, for who could have foreseen that things would turn out like this? It was not remorse that Mrs. Toomey felt, but regret for not arraying herself on the side which ultimately would have brought her the most benefits. Mrs. Toomey never had been able to gather anything from Kate's expression upon the few occasions that they had met since the girl had called her a Judas Iscariot and left the house, but she recalled that at each later encounter she had experienced the same sense of uneasiness. Was the feeling due to a guilty conscience, she asked herself, or was an implacable hatred that was biding its time concealed by Kate's enigmatic face? Mrs. Toomey concluded that this theory was far-fetched, that it was not human nature to retain resentment for even a real wrong through such a lapse of years. Time took the keen edge off of everything, including the bitterest enemy. And yet, in spite of this comforting reassurance, there remained an inexplicable feeling of disquietude when she thought of the woman to whom she had proved an ingrate and a cowardly friend. While Mrs. Toomey's mind was thus engrossingly occupied, Jasper was having his own troubles in the Security State Bank. Stimulated by 3 cups of strong coffee, Toomey had left the house full of hustle and hope, a state which was apt to continue until about 11 o'clock, when the effect wore off, and then he might be expected home with another iridescent bubble punctured, and himself gloomy to the point of suicide. Today Toomey's feet, as a means of locomotion, seemed all too slow as he covered the distance intervening between his home and the bank. His black eyes were brilliant with caffeine and the excitement attendant upon a large and highly satisfactory idea which had come to him in the night. Having obtained a hearing, he rolled a cigarette with tremulous fingers while he unfolded his plan to Mr. Wentz. The banker listened with equanimity as he sat on the back of his neck with his fingers interlaced across his smart bottle green waistcoat. Wentz's lack of enthusiasm only increased Toomey's eagerness. He leaned forward and declared with all vehemence: "Look at the territory I could cover if I had an automobile. With a side line of fruit trees I can get an order of some kind out of every family in the northern part of the state. It's a cinch, Wentz. I'm giving you a chance to make a good loan that you can't afford to let pass." Mr. Wentz yawned with marked weariness. "What's a bank for if not to encourage legitimate enterprises in the community upon which it depends for its business? There isn't a flaw in this proposition, Wentz. Can you show me one?" "It's perfect from your side," Wentz agreed, "but where would we get off if every family in the northern part of the state didn't happen to need fruit trees or a sewing machine? We'd have a worn automobile on our hands and another of your familiar signatures on our already too large collection of promissory notes. Can't see it, Jap." Disappointment as well as Wentz's words stung Toomey more deeply than he had been touched for a long time. A rush of blood dyed his sallow face as he grabbed his hat and started for the door. Opening it partly, he turned and flung a retort over his shoulder: "I'll tell you what I think. Vermin." Mr. Wentz winced. This perversion of his name had darkened his childhood days and he never had outgrown his antipathy to it. "I think," Toomey went on, "that you're shaky as the devil. That Neifkins's big loss put such a crimp in you that an honest bank examiner could close your doors. I'll bet my hat against a white chip that even a boy's size run could shut your little 2x2 bank up tight as a drum." It was a random shot, but the president's face showed that it went home. He gathered himself immediately, but not before Kate, who, on coming in, brushed shoulders with the departing Toomey, had heard the speech and noted its effect. So Neifkins had had a big loss. She grasped the full significance of it at once, and exultation filled her heart. Wentz looked at the Sheep Queen hard as she advanced. Astonishment and admiration were in his eyes when he recognized her at last. It was beyond belief that a mere matter of clothes could effect such a transformation as this. She looked the last word in feminine elegance. Filled with the wonder of it, he forgot for a moment the specter which had been his sleeping and waking companion for some weeks past and which had confronted him with the substance of reality at Toomey's taunt. The banker went to meet Kate with an outstretched hand. "You've been gone a long time. I've been wondering when we'd see you back." "I've been East," she replied casually. "The trip did wonders for you. You look well, blooming isn't hardly strong enough, Miss Prentice. I want you to meet my wife. You must." "Thanks so much." A certain dryness momentarily disconcerted Mr. Wentz. With a shade of chagrin, Mr. Wentz returned to his desk, telling himself inelegantly that she was feeling her oats. Kate filled out a check in a deliberate and careful way and passed it in to the cashier, who had been noting the details of her appearance with unqualified interest. Her eyes had an increased brilliance and there was a faint flush on her cheeks, but otherwise there was nothing in her impassive face to show how fast her heart was beating as she waited in silence to learn if the blow she meant to strike had been well timed or not. She was not kept long in suspense. The swift consternation which made the cashier's color fade when he grasped the fact that the check was for the full amount of her deposit told her all she wished to know. The shadow of her enigmatic smile rested on her lips. She was curiously aware of every sound: the ticking of the flat clock against the wall, the scratching of Wentz's pen, the steps of passers by on the sidewalk, as she waited for what seemed an unconscionable time for the cashier to speak. Panic was in his eyes when he finally raised them from the check. He stood uncertainly for a moment, then turned and walked quickly to the president's desk. Wentz read it without lifting his head as it lay before him. He continued to stare at it as though he had been stunned, while Kate, with her eyes fixed upon his face, thrummed lightly on the counter with her fingertips. He had pictured something like this 1,000 times, yet now that it actually had come he seemed as little prepared to meet it as if it were a crushing and complete surprise. He lifted his head as though with an effort. "Will you step here, please?" His voice sounded thick. The cashier quickly withdrew, while Wentz arose slowly and opened the gate. As Kate sank slowly into the depths of a leather covered chair, the much discussed coat, a fitting garment for a princess, with its ample cut and voluminous unstinted hem, swirled gracefully about her feet. Her gloves, her close fitting hat with its well adjusted veil drawn over her carefully dressed hair, everything, to the smallest detail of the subdued elegance of her toilet, suggested not only discriminating taste but unlimited means with which to indulge it. The Sheep Queen toyed idly with a gold mesh bag suspended by a chain about her neck, and her face was sphinx like as she waited for Wentz to speak. The check fluttered as the banker picked it up at last and held it between his two trembling hands. "Is it necessary, Miss Prentice, that you have this money at once?" Kate replied evenly: "No, I can't say that. Why?" He hesitated, and the color swept hotly over his face. "It will be an accommodation to us if you will wait a few days." "In what way?" Her calmness reassured him, and he replied with a little less constraint: "This is a large sum for a small bank, and I don't mind telling you confidentially that the payment of this check will leave us a little short." Kate raised her beautifully arched eyebrows and questioned: "Yes?" Wentz drew a deep breath of relief. "You see, I inferred that you would be leaving this with us for a considerable length of time, and anyway, I was sure that you would be considerate if it was not quite convenient to pay the full amount at once." "What made you think that?" she asked softly. "Oh, our friendly relations, and all that," he replied more easily. "Aren't you taking a great deal for granted, Mr. Wentz?" The timbre of her voice, the deadly coldness of it, made him start. He had the sensation of an icicle being drawn slowly the length of his back. "Why, I don't know," he stammered. "Am I?" "Do you recall any reason, as you look back, why I should grant this favor that you ask?" Mr. Wentz distinctly squirmed. "No." "Quite the contrary, if you'll recollect." "I hope," with a deprecatory gesture of his white hand, "you are not laying that up against us, Miss Prentice. Surely you can understand that a bank must protect itself." Kate's eyes, which had been violet, were gray now. "But not to the extent that you did when you tried to put the screws on me for Neifkins's benefit. With every means at your command you endeavored to take advantage of my necessity, and yet," she gripped the fat arms of the leather chair as she threw off her mask of impassivity, and cried in a voice that was hoarse with the emotion with which she shook, "that's not the real reason that I'm going to close your doors, that I'm going to wreck you and your bank and give the finishing blow to this already bankrupt town. It's for a woman's reason that I'm going to take my revenge. You weren't content to make a pauper of me. No, you couldn't be satisfied with that, but you must hurt my woman's pride. You must cut me to the quick with your studied insolence The disrespect of your eyes, your manner, your tone, your speech, every time that business brought me here. You couldn't resist the temptation to hit me when I was down. It was so easy, and there was so little chance of being hit back. Besides, it gave you an agreeable feeling of importance, after having been so long ignored or patronized yourself. That's why, Mr. Wentz," the words sounded sibilant through her shut teeth, "you are going to honor my check today, now, or suspend." Wentz listened dumbfounded. The slight question which once had been in his mind as to whether or not she harbored resentment had long since been removed by her continued patronage and even her courtesy. He had never dreamed of such a vindictive, deep rooted animosity as this. When he could speak, he half started from his chair and cried sharply: "Miss Prentice, Kate, you won't do that?" "Won't I?" Her short laugh was hard, as with a nervous movement she got up and, walking behind it, laid her folded arms on the back of the big leather chair. "Do you think I've been planning and working to this end all these years? To weaken at your first outcry? To watch you squirm is a part of the reward I promised myself, Mr. Wentz." He thrust out a supplicating hand. "Give us time, just a little time, that's all I ask. We'll tide over somehow if you'll—" Kate interrupted bitterly: "There's a familiar ring to that. My own words exactly, if you'll recollect, and you sneered in my face." She looked at him with narrowed eyes, and her voice was flint. "The time you get is the time it will require me to go before a notary and swear that your bank is insolvent. 20 minutes, a half hour at most." "For God's sake!" His face was chalky when he sprang out of his chair, as though to stop her forcefully when she laid her hand upon the gate. "Isn't there some other way, some concession that we can make?" Wentz did not breathe in the tense moment that she seemed to hesitate. "Yes," she flashed, "there is one way to save your bank. Turn over to me your and Neifkins's stock, which will give me the control." Wentz stood mute. She demanded imperiously: "Yes or no?" "You would retain me as president?" he asked heavily. Her answer came with the decisive snap of a rapid fire gun: "Certainly not. You demonstrated your unfitness to occupy a position of such responsibility when you allowed yourself to be influenced by a man of Neifkins's stripe, to say nothing of the lack of knowledge of human nature which you have shown in your dealings with me. The man who enabled me to block your game when you thought you had me down and out, not through any particular kindness of heart or chivalry, but because he had the gift of insight into character, the discernment to recognize a safe loan, will take your place. Abram Pantin, if he wants it, will be this bank's next president." Wentz looked his amazement. So that was the source from which her money had come. The bank's ancient enemy had taken what any other man in Prouty would have considered an extremely long chance. Wentz never blamed himself, but this news made him wince. Pantin, the fox, rather any one else. A rebellious expression came over the man's face. With Abram Pantin in his chair, his humiliation would be complete. "I won't do it," he blurted. "Then you'll suspend. I don't bluff. There isn't a plea you can make or a single argument that will have any weight. There's but one way to save your reputation and your bank. Do you quite realize what failure means, coming at this time? It means the finishing touch to a nearly bankrupt town. It means that the temper of your depositors will be such that you're liable to be lynched when they learn that you might have kept the bank open and did not. Think twice, Mr. Wentz." "God, but you're cold blooded!" He groped for the chair and sat down. "You pay me a compliment," she answered mockingly. "I take it you consent?" He muttered sullenly: "There's nothing else. Yes." CHAPTER 28. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 29 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 29. Toomey Distinguishes Himself. It had not been possible for Prentiss to go with Kate to Prouty, but he had promised to come as soon as he could arrange his affairs. This had required something like 2 weeks, and in the interim the excitement attendant upon Kate's return had simmered down. She had not been in Prouty since, but Prentiss, having notified her of the day of his arrival, was now awaiting her appearance with an impatience that evidenced itself in the frequency with which he looked at his watch. As Prentiss stood at the window of the Prouty House looking down Main Street, his face wore a smile that was at once amused and kindly. So this was Kate's environment, or part of it, where she had grown to womanhood. The very pavements seemed invested with a kind of sacredness because they had known the imprint of her feet. It was a little short of idolatry, this man's love for his daughter, representing as it did all the pent-up affection of his life, and as he had poured that out prodigally, so he had lavished his wealth upon her, laughing in keen enjoyment at her dismayed protests. "Why, girl, you don't understand at all. What is money for, if not to spend on someone you love?" The weeks they had spent together had been a wonderful experience for himself as well as for Kate. There were times when he could still not quite realize that this astonishing young woman was his own flesh and blood. With the experience and intelligent comprehension of a man, yet she was one of the most innately feminine women he had ever known, in her tastes, her small vanities, her quick and comprehensive sympathies, while her appreciation of all that was fine and good, whether in human conduct, the arts, or dress, was a constant marvel. Her childish enjoyment of the most ordinary pleasure was a constant delight, and he found his greatest happiness in planning some new entertainment, receiving his reward in watching her expression. But there was one thing about Kate that puzzled Prentiss and troubled him a bit. He had observed that while she talked freely of her mother and the Sand Coulee roadhouse, of Mullendore and the crisis which had sent her to Mormon Joe, of the tragedy of his death, and of her subsequent life on the ranch, of her ups and downs with the sheep, of anything that she thought would be of interest to him, of her inner self she had nothing to say, of friends, of love affairs, and he could not believe but that a woman of her unmistakable charm must have had a few. Furthermore, he found that any attempt to draw her out meant a reserve that was like a stone wall. Just so far he got into her life, and not a step beyond. She reminded him sometimes, and he could not have said why, of a spirited horse that had been abused, alert for blows, ready to defend itself, suspicious of kindness until its confidence had been won. Kate had expanded and bloomed in the new atmosphere like a flower whose growth had been retarded by poor soil and contracted space. Her lips had taken on a smiling upward curve that gave a new expression to her face, and now her frequent laugh was spontaneous and contagious. Her humor was of the Western flavor, droll exaggeration, a little grim, while in her unexpected turns of speech Prentiss found a constant source of entertainment. He had told her of the Toomeys and the circumstances in which they had met, also the letter endeavoring to interest him in the irrigation project. "Do you know them?" he had asked, and she had replied merely, "Somewhat." When questioned as to the merits of the project, she had answered evasively, "Of my own knowledge I know nothing." But he could not fail to observe the sudden stillness which fell upon her, the inscrutability of expression which dropped like a mask over her animated face. The name of Prouty alone was sufficient to bring this change. As if at the sound of the word, a habit of reserve asserted itself. Prentiss thought of it much, but contented himself with believing that all in good time he would have his daughter's entire confidence. The afternoon train had been extraordinarily late, bringing him in long after dark, so the news of the arrival of this stranger of undoubted importance had not been widely disseminated as yet. In any event, it had not reached Toomey, who banged the door violently behind him as he strode into the office of the hotel. His brow was dark, and it did not belie his mood. He was indignant, and with reason enough, for he had just learned that he had dined the barber futilely, since the ingrate had purchased elsewhere a sewing machine of a rival make. As Toomey was about to take his accustomed seat, his glance chanced to light upon Prentiss's distinguished back. He stopped abruptly, staring in surprise, which passed swiftly from incredulity to joy. The live one, Prentiss at last! If he had followed his impulse, Toomey would have cast himself headlong upon the newcomer's prosperous bosom, for a conventional handshake seemed inadequate to express the rapture that sent him to Prentiss's side in a rush. "Mr. Prentiss, as I live, why didn't you let me know?" It did not for a moment occur to Toomey that Prentiss was in Prouty for any other purpose than to see him. Roused from a slight reverie, Prentiss turned and responded vaguely. "Why, how are you, Mr. " "Toomey," supplied that person, taken somewhat back. "Ah, to be sure," with instant cordiality. "And your wife?" "She will be delighted to learn that you were here. I wish you had come directly to us." The reply he was going to his daughter's ranch was on his tongue's end, but something checked it. The recollection, perhaps, of the singular change which had come over Kate's face at the mention of the Toomey's name. Instead, he expressed his appreciation of the proffered hospitality and courteously refused. Glad of the diversion while he was obliged to wait, Prentiss sat down in one of the chairs Toomey drew out, and listened with more or less attention while he launched forth upon the subject of the project which would bring manifold returns upon the original investment if it was handled right, the inference being that he was the man to see to that. It was the psychological moment to buy up the outstanding stock. The finances of the town and its citizens were at the lowest ebb, on the verge of collapse, in fact, if something did not turn up. Furthermore, he imparted the information in a voice lowered to a confidential pitch, that he had it from a reliable source that the bank itself had been caught in a pinch and had been obliged to transfer its stock to a depositor to save itself. Toomey expatiated upon the merits of the proposition and the subsequent opportunities if it went through, until a feverish spot burned on either cheekbone, and the burden of his refrain was that never since Noah came out of the ark, the sole survivor, and all the world his oyster, as it were, had there been such a chance to glom everything in sight for a song. If Prentiss's eyes twinkled occasionally, Toomey was too intent upon presenting his case in the strongest possible light to notice it, nor did he desist until Prentiss displayed signs of restlessness. Then, not to crowd his luck, he let the subject drop and sought to entertain him with a running fire of humorous comments upon the passer-by. Toomey excelled at this, forgetting, as is frequently the case, that no one of those whom he lampooned was as fitting a subject for ridicule as himself. During a pause he observed, "By the way, there's a woman of your name living about here." "So I've heard." "No connection, of course. Different spelling, but not apt to be in any case." There was a covert sneer in his voice. "How's that?" casually. She, with a shrug, "Well, she isn't up to much." Prentiss stirred slightly. "No?" Toomey detected interest and lowered his voice. "In fact, she's no good." Prentiss sat quite still, the stillness of a man who takes a shock in that way. "They call her the Sheep Queen, but we old timers Know her as Mormon Joe's Kate. She shipped a while back and just come home all dolled up. Made a little money, no doubt, but any pinhead could do that, the way prices are. She'll never get in, though." "In? Where?" "In society. For a little burg," with pride, "you'd be surprised to know how exclusive they are here." The speech showed what, among other things, the years in Prouty had done to Toomey. A half-inch of cigar burned to ashes between Prentiss's fingertips before he spoke. "So the Sheep Queen is ostracized?" "Well, rather," with unctuous emphasis. "My wife tried to take her up, but she couldn't make it stick. Found it would hurt us in our business, socially, and all that." Prentiss raised his cigar to his lips and looked at Toomey through slightly narrowed lids, which might or might not be due to smoke, as he asked: "Just what was her offense?" Toomey laughed. "It would be hard to say as to that. She came here under a cloud, and has been under one ever since. She has no antecedents, no blood, and even in a town like Prouty such things count. Her mother was Jezebel of the Sand Coulee, a notorious roadhouse in the southern part of the state. Her father was God knows who, some freighter or sheep herder, most like." "Interesting. Quite. Go on." Toomey did not note the constraint in Prentiss's voice and proceeded with gusto. "She followed off a fellow called Mormon Joe, and trailed in here in overalls behind the little band of ewes that gave them their start. He took up a homestead back in the hills, and they lived on about as near nothing as anybody could and live at all, like a couple of white Indians, sleeping in tents and eating out of a frying pan. A chap that was visiting me one summer brought her to a dance here at the Prouty House, and did it on a bet that he hadn't sand enough. She came downstairs looking like a Christmas tree. Everybody gave her the frosty mitt, and they had to leave." Prentiss watched a smoke ring rise before he asked: "Why did they do that?" "So she wouldn't make the same mistake again?" Toomey laughed and added: "They took a fall out of her every time they could after that. There was something about her that invited it," he added reflectively, "the way she held her head up, as if she defied them to do their worst, and," chuckling, "they did." Prentiss thrust his forefinger inside his collar and gave it a tug as though it choked. "This Mormon Joe, what became of him?" The gleeful light went out of Toomey's face. "He was killed in a shack down here." "How?" "A trap gun." "By whom?" Toomey recrossed his long legs and sought a new position for his hands with the quick, erratic movements of nervousness. He hesitated, then replied: "They suspected her." "Why?" "She was the only one to benefit." "There was no proof?" "No." "What do you think?" Toomey deliberated a moment. "I believe her innocent myself," he finally replied. "So she grew up there in the hills without any friends or social life," Prentiss commented musingly. "There was always a camp tender and a sheep herder or two about," Toomey answered with slurring significance. Prentiss brushed the ashes from his cigar. "And Prouty has no sympathy with her in her loneliness, but considered her a legitimate target, somebody that every one took a fall out of, you say?" There was a quality in his voice now which made Toomey glance at the man quickly, but it was so elusive, so faint, that he could not be certain, and reassured by his impassive face, he went on: "Why shouldn't they? What would anybody waste sympathy on her kind for?" His thin lips curled contemptuously. Again Prentiss sat in stillness in which not a muscle or an eyelid moved. He seemed even not to breathe until he turned with an impressive deliberateness and subjected Toomey to a scrutiny so searching and prolonged that Toomey colored in embarrassment, wondering the while as to what it meant. "I presume, Mr. Toomey," Prentiss finally inquired, with a careful politeness he had not shown before, that it would mean considerable to you in the way of commissions on the sale of stock if this project went through. Toomey's relief that he had not inadvertently given offense was so great that he almost told the truth as to the exact amount. Just in time he restrained himself and replied with elaborate indifference: "I'd get something out of it for my time and work, of course, but mostly I'm anxious to see a friend get hold of a good thing." This fine spirit of disinterested solicitude met with no response. "I presume it's equally true, Mr. Toomey, that the completion of the project means considerable to the town." "Considerable?" with explosive vehemence. "It's got where it's a case of life or death. The coyotes will be denning in the Security State Bank and the birds building nests in the Opera House in a year or two, if something don't turn up." "How soon can you furnish me with the data you may have on hand?" "About 6 minutes and 4 seconds, if I run," Toomey replied in humorous earnestness. Prentiss's face did not relax. "Get it and bring it to my room at once." His voice was cold and businesslike, strongly reminiscent now of Kate's. Chapter 29. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. Chapter 30 of The Fighting Shepherdess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart. Chapter 30. Her Day. Kate stood before a teetering knobless bureau, reflecting upon the singular coincidence which should place her in the same room for her second social affair in the Prouty House as to that which she had been assigned upon her first. The bureau had been new then, and to her inexperienced eyes had looked the acme of luxurious magnificence. She recalled as vividly as though the lapse of time consisted of days, not years, the round, eager face that had looked out of the glass. She had been only 17, that other girl, and every emotion that she felt was to be read in her expressive face and in her candid eyes. It was different, the face of this woman of 28 who calmly regarded Kate. She turned her head and took in the room with a sweeping glance. It was there, in the middle of the floor, that she had torn off and flung her wreath. It was in the corner over there that she had thrown her bunting dress. On the spot where the rug with the pink child and red-eyed dog used to be, she stood with the tears streaming down her cheeks, tears of humiliation, of fierce, outraged pride, feeling that the most colossal, crushing tragedy that possibly could come into any life had fallen upon her. It came back to the last detail, that evening of torture, the audible innuendos and the whispering behind hands, the lifted eyebrows and the exchange of mocking looks, the insolent eyes of Neifkins and the final deliberate insult. She lived it all again as she stood before the mirror, calmly arranging her hair. And Hughie. Her hands paused in mid-air. Could she ever forget that moment of agony on the stairs when she thought he was going to fail her, that he was ashamed and a coward? But what a thoroughbred he had been! She could better appreciate now the courage it had required. Afterward, in the moonlight on the way home, his contrition, his sympathy, his awkward tenderness. "I love you. I'll love you as long as I live." Her lips parted as she listened to the boyish voice, vibrating, passionate. He had come to her again, and she had sent him away for the sake of the hour that was shortly to arrive. She had reached her goal. More than she had dared hope for in her wildest dreams had come to her at last. She had money, power, success, a name. A choking lump rose in her throat. It was no longer of any use to refuse to admit it to herself. She wanted Hugh. She wanted him with all her heart and soul and strength, nothing and no one else. She threw herself upon the uninviting bed, and in the hour when she should have been exultant, Kate cried. Throughout Prouty, among the socially select, the act of dressing for the function at the Prouty House was taking place. This dinner, given to Prentiss by the members of the Booster Club, was the most important event from every viewpoint that had taken place since the town was incorporated, and it would show the bankrupt stockholders where they were at, since Prentiss had reserved the announcement of his decision regarding the irrigation project for this occasion. In addition, he had asked the privilege of inviting a guest, which was granted as readily as if he had requested permission to appear in his bathrobe, for they had no desire to offend a man who in their minds occupied an analogous position with the ravens that brought food to Elijah starving in the wilderness. Prentiss had been investigated and his rating obtained. All that Toomey had claimed for him was found out to be the truth. He was an indisputable millionaire, with ample means to put through whatever he undertook. The effect of Prentiss's presence was noticeable throughout the town, and innumerable small extravagances were committed on the strength of what was going to happen when the project went through. But in no person was the change so marked as in Toomey, who felt that he had come into his own at last. As an old and dear friend of Prentiss's, his prestige was almost restored. He fairly reeled with success, while, with no one daring to refuse him credit because of the influence he was presumed to exert, he ate tinned lobster for breakfast to show that he could. If Prentiss suspected that he was being made capital of, exploited, and exhibited like a rare bird, there was nothing in his manner to indicate that he entertained the thought. While it was true that his first friendliness towards Toomey never came back, his impersonal, businesslike courtesy in their intercourse was beyond reproach. A report had been current that Kate and Toomey's millionaire knew each other. Someone in the Prouty House had seen them meet, but as she returned almost immediately to the ranch and had not been in town since, the rumor died for want of nourishment. No one but Mrs. Toomey gave it a second thought. But she gave it many thoughts. It stuck in her mind and she could not get it out. To her the resemblance between the two was very noticeable, and another meeting with Prentiss made her marvel that no one observed it but herself. In spite of the different spelling of the name, was there, perchance, some relationship? The persistent thought filled her with a vague disquietude. It was so strongly in her mind while they dressed for the affair at the Prouty House that Toomey's conversation was largely a soliloquy. Surveying himself complacently in the glass, it pleased Mr. Toomey to be jocose. "Say, old girl, how long will it take you to pack your war bag when I get this deal pulled off? It's a safe bet that this crossroads can't see me for dust, once I get that commission in my mitt." He turned and looked at her sharply. "What's the matter now, Mrs. Killjoy? Where's it hurting the worst?" Mrs. Toomey continued to powder the red tip of her nose until it showed pink. "You're about as cheerful as an open grave. Takes all the heart out of me just to look at your face. Speak up, little sunbeam, and tell Papa what you got on your chest." Mrs. Toomey laid down the powder puff. "What if there should be some slip up, Jap? We're letting ourselves in for a dreadful disappointment if we count on it too much." He shook off her hands from his shoulders with an exasperated twitch. "You're the original death's head, Dell. Don't you suppose I know what I'm talking about? It'll go through," confidently. "What makes you think it won't?" Mrs. Toomey hesitated, then timidly: "I can't get it out of my head, Jap, but that he's related to Kate, and if that should happen to be so " "Good Lord! So you've dug that up to worry about? Look here, if he had any interest in her he'd have knocked me cold the first day he arrived." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Toomey asked quickly. "Just that. Her name happened to come up, and I didn't mince my words in telling him about her past." "Oh, Jap, whatever made you do that?" His thin lips curled. "Why shouldn't I? Damn her, I hate her somehow. That upstart, that gutter snipe." She laid her hand across his mouth. "You shock me, Jap. I don't understand why you are so venomous toward Kate. Sometimes," she looked at him searchingly, "I've wondered if you'd injured her." "What do you mean?" He breathed hard in sudden excitement. She stood for a moment twisting a button on his coat, her eyes downcast. Finally: "Nothing much." In the office of the Prouty House, redolent of the juniper and spruce boughs which took the bareness from the walls, the guests hungrily watched the hands of the clock creep toward the fashionable hour of 8. Among those present was Mr. Clarence Teeters, circulating freely in a full dress coat and gray trousers, the latter worn over a pair of high heeled cowboy boots, and the former over a negligee shirt, beneath the cuffs of which two leather straps for strengthening the wrist peeped out. Fresh from the hands of the barber, Mr. Teeters' hair, sleek, glossy, fragrant, and brushed straight back, gave him a marked resemblance to a muskrat that had just come up from a dive. With a sublimated confidence that was sickening to such citizens as had known him when he worked for wages and wore overalls, and particularly to Toomey, who took Teeters' success upon the ranch where he himself had failed as a personal affront, Mr. Teeters flitted among the ladies, as impartial as a bee in a bed of hollyhocks, tossing off compliments with an ease which was a revelation to those who remembered the time when his brain stopped working in the presence of the opposite sex quite as effectually as though he had been hit with an axe. Toomey not only resented Teeters' presence, but the informality of his manner toward Prentiss, which Toomey regarded as his special prerogative. He already had an argument with Sudds as to the advisability of including Teeters among the guests, and now, during a lull, his judgment was fully verified. Mr. Teeters, with a proud glance at the gaily draped room and at the table decorated with real carnations and festoons of smilax which were visible through the double doors opening into the dining room, inquired of Prentiss with a hearty friendliness: "Say, fella, don't this swell layout kind of take you back to Chicago or New York?" What further indiscretions of speech Teeters would have committed only his Maker knows, for at the moment the clerk at the desk called his name in an imperative voice, as the recipient of a telegram. Teeters had the attention of everybody in the room, and none could fail to observe his excitement as he folded the telegram and returned it to its envelope. "I got me a dude coming in on the train," addressing Sudds. "Could you fix a place for him to eat? The train being late like this, he won't get any supper otherwise. I wasn't expecting him for a month yet." With an invitation thus publicly requisitioned, as it were, there was no alternative but to assent. The hands of the office clock were close to 8 when, as though on a signal, the hubbub of social intercourse ceased, and eyes followed eyes to the top of the stairs, where two white slippered feet showed through the rungs of the balustrade, and a slim hand, sparkling with jewels, slipped gracefully along the polished rail. Then she appeared full length, in a white dinner gown, clinging, soft, exquisite in its simplicity and the perfection of its lines, with pearls in her ears and about her throat, her hair drawn back in a simple knot. Kate looked like one of the favorites of fortune, of whom the Proutyites read in the illustrated magazines and Sunday supplements. The least initiated were conscious of the perfect taste and skillful workmanship which had conspired to produce this result. Kate descended slowly, with neither undue deliberation nor haste. Upon her lips the faint one sided smile, which was characteristic. The moment was as dramatic as if the situation had been planned for the effect, since there were few present to whose minds did not leap to the picture of that other girl who had come bounding down the stairs, grotesque of dress and as assured and joyous in her ignorance as a frisky colt. In a continued silence, which no one seemed to have the temerity or the presence of mind to break, the Sheep Queen turned at the foot of the stairway, and the various groups separated on a common impulse to let her pass. She went straight to Prentiss, whose greeting was a smile of adoring tenderness. "Am I late, father?" The sharp intake of breath throughout the room might have come from one pair of lungs. Father! The rumor was true, then. Amazement came first, then uneasiness. What effect would the relationship have upon their personal interests? Had she any feeling which would lead her to use her influence to their detriment? Kate and her father would have had more than their share of attention anywhere, for they had the same distinction of carriage, the same grave repose. Either one of them would have stood out in a far more brilliant assembly than that gathered in the Prouty house. The social training Miss Abram Pantin had received at church functions in Keokuk now came to her rescue. Gathering herself, she was able to chirp, "This is a surprise." "You know my daughter, of course," to Mrs. Sudds, whose jaw had dropped so that she stood slightly open mouthed, arrayed in a frock made in the fashion of the Moyen age, and recently handed down from a great uncle's relict who had passed on. Since this confection bulged where it should have clung, and clung where it should have bulged, it was the general impression that Mrs. Sudds was out in a maternity gown. Mrs. Neifkins, in 14 gores, stood beside Mrs. Toomey in a hobble skirt reminiscent of her Chicago trip, while a faint odor of mothballs, cedar chips, and gasoline permeated the atmosphere in the immediate vicinity of all this ancient elegance. "We all have met," Kate replied, and her glance included the group. While there was no emphasis to suggest that the sentence contained any special significance, yet each of the ladies was conscious of an uncomfortable warmth, and the wish that dinner would be announced was so unanimous that their heads turned simultaneously towards the dining room, and quite as if the concentrated thought had produced the result, the proprietor of the Prouty house conveyed the information to Sudds in a whisper from the corner of his mouth that all was in readiness. After some embarrassed uncertainty as to who was to conduct whom, and which arm should be used, the guests filed into the dining room at the hour when, commonly, they were preparing to retire. In the confusion, Mrs. Toomey found the opportunity to say, "Jap, our goose is cooked." Adversity had sharpened her intuitions, developed her sensibilities. What others might fear she knew, and this commonplace held all her disappointment, all the chagrin and hopelessness that in an instant had dissipated the roseate dreams she had again dared to entertain. Toomey was too dazed to reply. What did it mean, he was asking himself in bewilderment, as he found the seat at the table which had been assigned to him. When he had disparaged and insulted Kate, why had Prentiss not resented it verbally, knocked him down? Why had he made a secret of their relationship? Notwithstanding Governor Sudds's best efforts, ably supported by Mr. Scales and Hiram Butefish, the banquet did not promise to be an unqualified success. There was a tension which did not make for proper appreciation of the excellently prepared food. In truth, nobody was entirely at his ease save Prentiss and Kate and Abram Pantin. The complacency of the cat who has eaten the canary was discontent beside the satisfaction upon Mr. Pantin's face as he sent triumphant glances at his wife. It was well towards the end of the banquet that the belated train whistled, and Mr. Teeters excused himself, first reaching for a stalk of celery, which he ate as he went, and looking, as Mr. Butefish observed to fill a pause, like a pig with a corn husk hanging out of its mouth. When the several courses had passed in review, the tension increased with the realization that the moment which meant so much to everyone present had arrived at last. So many times they had allowed themselves to hope only to know disappointment. But Prentiss inspired a confidence they never had had in the prospective investors who had gone before. He was of quite a different sort. But the most adroit questioning had failed to extract the slightest hint as to his intentions. In any event, they would soon be out of their suspense, and they waited, with an impatience not too well concealed, for Governor Sudds to finish his labored speech. Toomey was called upon next, but he begged to be excused, intimating that he was a man of deeds, not words. Mr. Butefish then recounted the natural resources of the country with a glibness that carried the suggestion that he could do the same in his sleep, and Mr. Scales arose to affirm his confidence in the day when Prouty would be heralded as the Denver of the state. Noting the growing signs of restlessness, the Governor ignored the expectant looks of other prominent citizens and called upon Mr. Prentiss, admitting, as though he were conceding a disputed fact, that the decision they were anticipating was a matter of interest, even of considerable concern, to the town. So general was the appreciation of what Prentiss's speech meant that the cook came out of the kitchen, and the waitresses hovered within hearing, as Prentiss crumpled his napkin and slowly got up. He looked thoroughly the man of affairs and of the world in his faultless dinner clothes, while the air of power which emanated from him seemed to be something concrete, definite. In the pleasant voice and well chosen words of one accustomed to thinking on his feet, he thanked the Boosters Club graciously for their hospitality and courtesies extended during his short stay in town. Then, without further preliminaries, he went direct to the subject which was uppermost in every mind. The project has merit. He was convinced of that. It would take considerable capital to enlarge the ditch and to put it in perfect condition, but the returns would warrant the outlay in time. The numerous failures had complicated the affairs of the company somewhat, but patience and the desire to be just would straighten these entanglements out. The loosening of tension as he talked evidenced itself in audible breaths and growing smiles upon every face. The encouraging words acted as the stimulant of a hypodermic in sluggish veins, eyes brightening and cheeks flushing at the mental picture conjured up by the prospect of getting their money back. "It is a proposition," Prentiss went on in his agreeable voice, "which I should feel justified either in taking up or letting alone. While it is legitimate and safe in so far as I can see, I have on the other hand interests which claim a large share of my time, and this undertaking would be an additional demand. Therefore," his gaze traveled the length of the table and back to where Toomey sat, "I have concluded to determine the matter by a somewhat unique means. I shall leave the decision to my daughter here. Prouty, one may say, is her home. She has grown up among you. Many of you, no doubt, she numbers among her friends. At any rate, she has the final say. I have informed her of my intention, but I have no more notion than yourselves what her answer will be, and," he added, "I have quite as much curiosity." Blank surprise was followed by the exchange of startled, inquiring looks. Abram Pantin was perhaps the only one who did not find some grounds for uneasiness. The swift transition from relief to their former state of suspense was marked, and their feelings found an outlet in a sudden nervous movement of hands and feet. The town had given her rather a hard deal in some ways, all were ready to admit that, but had she felt it? Did she entertain resentment because of it? She looked so young, so feminine, so exquisitely soft, that somehow they thought not. Toomey's sallow skin had taken on a saffron shade, and Mrs. Toomey sat with her thin hands clenched in her lap, a strained smile fixed on her face, waiting for she knew not what. Turning in his chair, Prentiss laid his hand upon the back of Kate's, and his keen worldly eyes shone with the peculiar satisfaction which human nature finds in its own flesh and blood when it reflects credit upon themselves. Immeasurable pride was in his face as he looked at her. The miracle of clothes and an altered frame of mind had done wonders for Kate. The austere expression, the tense lines which came from responsibility and unhappiness, had been smoothed out, while much of the tan of her years in the open air had vanished in a few weeks in the moist climate of the East. She looked not more than 22 or 23 in the soft glow of the shaded light, and of the awkward self-conscious girl whom they remembered on that night in this same dining room there was not a trace. She had the quiet assurance of authority, the poise of self-reliance and reserve force, but there was not a shade of triumph in her face at the power with which her father had vested her. There seemed not to be even heartbeats in the tense silence while Kate sat with her eyes downcast, clinking with her jeweled fingers a bit of ice against the side of her drinking glass. Even when she spoke finally, she did not look up, but began in a low, even voice. "A fable that I read long ago keeps coming to me tonight, the story of a king, powerful and cruel, who, when his time came to appear before the great judge, the single entry in his favor that the recording angel could find was the whim which had induced him when walking one day to have a pig that he saw suffering in the gutter put out of its misery. The story is applicable in that as I sit here I realize that in all the years I have been among you there is only one," she raised her eyes and indicated Teeters's empty chair, "who ever has done me the smallest disinterested kindness. Until I got beyond the need of it, I cannot remember one unselfish, friendly act, or at a time when every man's hand was against me, one sympathetic word or look. It sounds incredible, but it is the truth. It seems the irony of fate, indeed, that this decision, which means so much to you, should rest with me." She stopped and lowered her eyes again to the glass, which she twirled slowly as she deliberated, as if choosing the words which should most exactly express her thoughts. She began again: "You will excuse me if I speak much of myself, but there is no other way to make clear what I have to say." She paused for a breathless moment and went on: "We all have our peculiarities of temperament and mind, our individual idiosyncrasies to distinguish us, and they are as marked as physical characteristics, and it happens to be mine that either a kindness or an injury is something to be paid in full as surely as a promissory note, if it is possible to do so. The debts I owe you are for acts of wanton cruelty that one would have to look to Indians to find in their counterpart, for deliberate insults that had not even the excuse of personal animus to justify them, but were due solely to the cowardice which likes to strike where it is safe, the eagerness to hurt which seems to be the first instinct of small minds and natures. I have no taste to rehearse my grievances, but it is necessary that you may quite understand why it is that I feel as I do towards you." Somewhat in the tone of a person reciting a lesson, she continued: "I was a young girl when I first came among you to the dance here into this very room. I was ignorant, unsophisticated. I met you with my hand outstretched, yearning for your friendship, and you would as well have struck me in my upturned face as do what you did. I had no mother, no woman friend to tell me that I was absurd in my paper flowers, and the dress that I had made with my inexperienced fingers, and could find no excuse for my ridiculous appearance, but enjoyed it openly. When you laughed in my face, you had not yet inflicted pain enough to satisfy you. You had to turn the knife to see me quiver, and you did, mercilessly, relishing my humiliation when I had to leave. There was not one among you generous enough to make allowance for my youth and inexperience, and spare me. You saw only that I was absurd in my fantastic clothes, and overly anxious to be friendly. I was the daughter of Jezebel of the Sand Coulee, and the protege of a sheepherder. I did not know you then as I do now, for your pose of superiority impressed me. I took you at your own valuation and overestimated you, so I was all but crushed by your condemnation. I was like a child that is whipped without knowing for what it is being punished. She paused a moment before going on. Worse things came to me afterwards, but none from which I suffered more keenly, in a different way perhaps, but not more acutely. The wounds you inflicted that night left scars that have never healed entirely. The turning point in my life came when Mormon Joe was murdered. He was more than a guardian and a benefactor. He had been father, mother, teacher to me, but with no other grounds than that I benefited by his death, the stigma of murder was placed upon me. There was not evidence to hold me, so I remained a suspect, proven neither guilty nor innocent. The murder was a little more than an agreeable break in the monotony to most of you, but it revolutionized the world for me, changed the whole scheme of my life, and, with a smile that was tinged with bitterness, demonstrated to my entire satisfaction the extent which character is affected by environment. She went on thoughtfully. I have come to believe that to know human nature, at least to know it as its worst, one must be the victim of some discreditable misfortune in a small community. Moral cowardice, ingratitude, the greed which is ready to take advantage of someone unable to make an effective protest, the gratuitous insults offered the underdog because he is helpless to fight back. He discovers it all, and when all is done, he has little faith in human nature left. This experience I had at your hands, to the last ounce. I know the friendship that couldn't stand the gaff of public opinion, the ingratitude that makes no count of personal sacrifice, the rapacity that takes it to the border of dishonesty to attain its end. Yet, curiously enough, after the lapse of years, these things shrink into comparative insignificance beside the uncalled for insolence, unwarranted affronts which were offered me by many of you with whom I had not even a speaking acquaintance. My friendlessness aroused no pity in your hearts. I was only an unresisting target at which to throw a convenient stone. For years I stood out in the open, as it were, with the storms to whip the life out of me, and not one of you offered me a cloak. Upon any nature this experience would have had its effect. Most women, I think, it would have crushed. In me it developed traits that in other circumstances might have always laid dormant. Along with a pride that was tremendous, it aroused a desire for revenge that was savage in its ferocity. I've lived for some such hour as this, worked and sacrificed my happiness for it. If it could have been of my own planning, I could not have conceived of a more gratifying situation than this. I know how much my decision means to you. I know that there isn't one here who would not be affected directly or indirectly by the collapse of this project, that it will take years for you to get back even to the position you were in when you came, quite as well as I realize that its completion would put you on your feet. She stopped again while they waited for her to go on in a silence that was painful. When I visualized the day in my waking dreams, I've wondered if I should weaken and forgive my enemies, as they always do in books, if any argument could move me to relent, if any impulse would soften me toward you, if I might not even pity you. One never knows, but I thought not, and I was right. The desperation of your situation isn't the sort of pathos that appeals to me. I find that in my nature there is nothing noble that pleads for you. I neither pity nor forgive you. Yet this moment is a disappointment. Instead of the sweetness of revenge, I feel only indifference, for I realize as never before how I magnified your importance, that I looked at you through the wrong end of the telescope, and along with my apathy is a feeling of dismay that I have spent all these years working to retaliate upon foes that are not worth what it has cost. The worst thing one could wish you is to be yourselves, for there isn't one among you who has the qualities to lift him above his present level of mediocrity. A resentful movement to go was initiated by Governor Sudds. Wait a moment. Kate raised her hand imperiously. I presume you think you have your answer. She shook her head slowly. Then, with increased deliberation, I told you that I always pay my debts. I owe my success to you. It is my enemies who have given me the patience to sit hour after hour and herd sheep, not for weeks or months, but for years. It is my enemies who have given me the courage to stagger on through cold and snow when the blood in my veins was ice. It is my enemies who have given me the endurance to work in emergencies until I have dropped, to endure poverty, loneliness, derision, and worse. When failures have knocked me down, it is you, my enemies, who have given me the strength to pick myself up and go on. Because of you, I am better able to appreciate true friendship, integrity, that many qualities which go to make up greatness of mind and heart, and that in happier circumstances I have learned do exist. So you see, if you had taken much, perhaps you have given more, and I have an obligation to discharge. Therefore, she turned to her father with a slightly inquiring look. If the decision still remains with me, I should like to know that the project will go through. The tense, pent-up feelings of the guests found an outlet in long-drawn breaths and indignant but unconvincing murmurs that they'd rather starve, which did not prevent all attention focusing on Prentiss, whose face wore a forbidding grimness, from which all semblance of friendliness had long since fled. If I had known, if I had dreamed of half of this, I am frank to confess that you could not have interested me in this proposition for a hundredth part of a second. But it will be completed because it is my daughter's wish, however, with cold emphasis, upon my own terms. You may or may not know that the involved affairs of the project leave it practically optional with a new company whether they recognize the claims against former companies or repudiate these debts. The local claims amount to something like $65,000, which is a sum of considerable importance distributed in a town this size. I intend to pay these claims in full, largely as a matter of sentiment. Presuming that among those affected there were at least a few of my daughter's friends. What she has said tonight gives the matter a new face. It is now a business proposition with me. I am no philanthropist where my interests or affections are not concerned. The offer I am about to make you can take or you can leave, but I've a notion self-interest will prevail over your temporary pick, since you no doubt realize that unless something is done almost immediately, this segregated land will revert to the state. I will not pay any debts of former companies, and I will take over the controlling stock, not at the figure at which you are holding it, but at what I consider a fair price. I will enlarge the ditch and complete the project so that it will meet every requirement of the state's engineers, and turn it over to the settlers under it when it has been demonstrated to be a complete success. They thought he had done, and again looked at each other with deep drawn breaths when he resumed: "There is one more condition upon which I insist. It is that in the purchase of the stock I deal with the stockholders direct. There shall be no commission paid to a go between." He looked at Toomey as they spoke. "My reason for this is purely personal, but nevertheless my offer rests upon this stipulation." There was no mistaking the finality of his tone or the cold enmity of his voice. In a night of surprises this seemed the climax. What did it mean? Since there had not been the slightest hint that Toomey and Prentiss were not the warmest of friends. In the dramatic silence each could hear his neighbor breathe. Toomey looked stunned. Then, as he recovered himself, the vein in his temple swelled and his sallow face darkened to ugly belligerence. "I don't understand this," he cried, raising his voice as he endeavored to return Prentiss's steely gaze with one of defiance. "But I'll serve notice now that I'll have the commission to which I am entitled, or I'll sue for it and tie the whole thing up." Governor Sudds started to his feet to voice a hot protest, as did other leading citizens, who saw the chance to rehabilitate their fortunes vanish at the threat. But they were overshadowed, overborne by the more vigorous personality of Mr. Teeters, who suddenly dominated the scene from the door in the dining room, where he had been listening intently. As if no longer able to contain himself, Teeters strode forward, shaking at Toomey the finger of emphasis. "Then," he cried, "you'll do your suing from his cell. If I hold in any longer I'm going to choke. I'm going to speak if she won't." He motioned towards Kate. "I want these folks to know what that yellow back has been keeping to himself all these years, for some reason that only himself and the Almighty knows. He owned the gun that killed Mormon Joe. He sold it to the breed, Mullendore. He could have proved Kate Prentiss's innocence at any time he wanted to, and he kept his mouth shut. I'm no legal sharp, but I won't believe there ain't some law that'll put the likes of him where he belongs." Toomey shrank under the attack as though beneath actual blows. He seemed to contract beneath the focused gaze of eyes that contained anger, scorn, in some instances incredulity. He looked for a moment as though he were going to faint. Then he clutched the edge of the tablecloth in a convulsive grip and shouted with an attempt at his old braggadocio: "It's a lie!" "It's the truth," Teeters thundered opposite. "Mullendore confessed. Anyhow, I've got other proof. The original owner of the gun, who left it at your house when he was a kid. Fella, come out." "Disston!" Toomey gasped as Hugh stepped from the semi-dusk of the corridor into the light. The thing he had feared most, since some ugly perversity of his nature had kept him silent because of his dislike of Mormon Joe and Kate, had come to pass. In the swift movement of events matters of more interest were transpiring than Toomey's nervous collapse. With a cry that has no counterpart save as it comes straight from a woman's heart, Kate had sprung to her feet and gone to Disston with her hands outstretched. "Hughie, Hughie, you've come back. Speak, say something, so that I'll know that I'm awake." The Boosters Club and its guests did not exist for Kate. "Katie, Katie Prentiss, is this wonderful girl you?" His face was radiant with admiration and amazement as he held her at arm's length. "For months and months, Hughie," she said softly, "I've wanted to tell you that I was wrong and you were right. There is nothing of any great importance except love. Without it success is empty, empty as a gourd. Tell me, Hughie, tell me quick that it isn't too late to make amends for my mistake." His answer was already in Disston's eyes, so his whisper was superfluous. "I told you it was for always, Kate." End of Chapter 30. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. End of The Fighting Shepherdess by Caroline Lockhart.